This part, you ain't gotta say a word. Just walk that, let's get right. It will roll up 100 fucking clubs. All up in my mouth, now all up in yo. This nigga got pounds of it, all up in his truck. Now we both look Asian. He waving and I'm drunk. I got dank shit in my cup. You know what I'ma do to you? I could give reviews to you. Slow, we X and we sipping on that juicy juice. That's just what she choose to do.
You
Hey, Century. There are times when I look above and beyond. There are times when I feel your love around me, baby. I'll never forget my baby. When I feel that I don't belong, draw my strength from the words when you said, hey, it's about you, baby. Look deeper inside you, baby. Dream about us together again. What I want us together again, baby. I know we'll be together again. 'Cause everywhere I go, every smile I see, I know you are there, smiling back at me, dancing in moonlight. I know you are free, 'cause I can see your star shining down on me. Time for share again. Makes me wanna dance. Sing it loud and proud. All my love's for you. Always been a true angel to me. Now above, I can wait for you to wrap your wings around me, baby. Wrap them around me, baby. Sometimes hear whispering of a pain. No worries, will you ever see my baby? I'm so happy for my baby. Dream about us together again. What I want us together again, baby. I know we'll be together again. 'Cause everywhere I go, every smile I see, I know you are there, smiling back at me, dancing in moonlight. I know you are free, 'cause I can see your star shining down on me.
Cause at 5 in the morning, I wake up to fight for my yearnings. Fear in my mind is a warning. Pray to the one you're relying. I've been wandering all day. I tried to be fine, but I can't be. The noise in my mind wouldn't leave me. I tried to get by, but I'm burning. I'm behind, my mind it runs. All these thoughts have troubled me. Fighting to give up my pain. Fighting to be on my lane. My mind running to the other side. When it's time to leave my life, then it tries to take me out. Tell you what I need. My yeah, I really need time now. I need to free mind now. I really need mine now. I need to free my mind now. I really need time now. I need to free mind now. I really need mine now. Yeah. This is the peace that you cannot buy. Send me a love that you cannot mix. One is the joy that you cannot waste, and the other one price that you cannot fix. This is the peace that you cannot buy. Finding a way where you cannot see. Man with this system, he cannot pray. I need to find relief. But behind my mind it runs. All these thoughts have troubled me. Fighting to give up my pain. Fighting to be on my lane. My mind running to the other side. When it's time to leave my life, then it tries to take me out. Tell you what I need. I really need mine now. I need to free mine now. I really need time now. I need to free my mind now. I really need time now. I need to free mine now. I really need time now. Oh, yeah. Just let me free, freer than the open mind, farther than the eyes can handle, freer than the ocean now. Yeah. So set me free. Now I need to find relief. Set me to the open sky. Now I need to free my mind. Yeah.
Drop top Porsche, rollie on my wrist, diamonds up and down my chain. Cardi B straight stunning, can't tell me nothing. Bossed up and not changed again. It's my big bronze boogie, got all them girls shook. My big fat ass got all them boys cooked. Some dollar bills, now we popping rubber bands. Bruno sang to me while I do my money dance like, yeah. Flexing on the gram like, yeah. Hit the little John, okay. Oh yeah, we dripping up in this game. Ooh, don't we look good together?
Good morning, y'all. Come on in. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Whew. All right, let me y'all come on in, make sure you double tap the screen and like the live live stream. I'm trying to get myself together here, y'all. You would think after what 20 minutes of music, I'd be good. But nah. Good morning, Miss Natasha. Good morning, Miss Lynn. Good morning, everybody. Y'all come on in. We got a lot to cover today because we finna do something a little different. Yeah. Let's see. Give me just a second. Give me just a second, y'all. Let me do this. Y'all come on in, come on in. Come on in, come on in. Yeah, Natasha, me too, girl. It's a mess. There's a whole lot of stuff. It's a whole lot of stuff going on outside of the case that we're gonna talk about. Well, I'm gonna say a whole lot. I'm gonna say some stuff that's going on. Like this case has caused people to just act a fool, child. Just act a fool for no reason at all. But that's all right. We're gonna talk about it. It's one part of this case, well, not at the actual case, but who we're gonna be reacting to today that we're gonna cover on the T channel. I'm gonna explain that to y'all in a minute. I'm trying to do something while I talk to y'all. I'm trying to respond to something right quick. So if it seems like I'm preoccupied, I was just a little bit, but I'm done. Okay. All right. So I hate how the kids are lying, and that one guy he knew trying to act like they were not cool. Yeah, the Eddie. Is it not Eddie? Look, y'all. So we finna do a whole 360. That's 360, 380, however you want to call it. Oh, that's what I was finna do. I was finna pin that. Thank you, Miss Lynn. I had to hold on a minute, y'all. All right, y'all. So yeah, we finna do a whole 380, 360, whatever you want to call it. See, we have been reacting to a following or streaming the news outlets. I last week I got too frustrated. I got too just I'm gonna say pissed off, but I just got frustrated and irritated with the coverage. And this weekend, what I said I was gonna do is well, actually, I was thinking that I needed to switch it up and try something else. But then you know how sometimes you be having something on your mind or something on your brain to do, and something just fall in your lap. Y'all know how that works. So yeah, I was just, I was thinking to myself, look, these news outlets is getting on my nerves. Court TV, all of them. Law and Crime, and y'all know I love them. You know I love them two stations. But I felt like I was just getting too irritated and frustrated with the coverage. So and so and I knew about Nick at Night and I knew about Queen Sheba. Those are the two content creators that I knew were actually in the courtroom. Now it could be others, I don't know. I just knew about them two. Their coverage was so biased and I'm not surprised. Yeah. So I knew about Nick at Night and I knew about Queen Sheba. Um I actually had Queen Sheba on my playlist, but then when I said, you know what, I don't want. I need somebody that's inside the courtroom that's gonna come out and tell it like it is. I remember the Nika and Night coverage on the Diddy trial and other trials that I was following, and I remember how detailed she was and how good. I just got a little perturbed with her. Hold on a minute. I'm back, y'all. I apologize. Let's see. Let me see what y'all saying. That covers what's so about. Yeah, it's another dude that is also bringing. Who is he? 100 Locks. I'll go check him out. I have to search for his page. Okay. Natasha said I watch her, but her voice and the way she keeps saying. Well, at this point, Natasha, you should be immune to the word light. Like the way Marissa say light, and we sit up and listen to that. We can listen to Nick at night. I decided. I Nika at night when I weighed my options or whatever, and I listened to her, and I didn't listen to everything because she's been there since day one. I just listened to she did a part one and a part two on Saturday. See, I didn't even know they had Saturday court until I saw her live, right? So she did a part. I listened to part one, most of it, not all of it, and then she came back and did part two. I missed that. I think I was on live when she did part two. But hold on. But yeah, so when I listened to her part one, truth, you truly should be a journalist and definitely working with court cases because I think that you truly could cover cases and not be bad. Yeah, you know, to be honest, Miss Lynn, I would love to sit in the courtroom and witness these cases. I wish I had like pursued it like when I was younger, not because I feel old or I think I'm old. It's just because before I maybe uh, had grandchildren, for some reason, and my mom said I need to stop doing this. She said I use my grandkids as a crutch. Like I don't want to be away from them, and I feel like I need to be here to protect them and stuff like that. It's just we'll talk about that, but you know what, I wouldn't mind doing it, to be honest. And to be honest, this is a good time for me to do it while I'm talking about when I was younger, because now I am obligated and I feel responsible to my kids, my grandkids, but I'm really not. You know what I'm saying? Like my kids are in good hands with their parents. I should be able to go and do what I want, but I gotta get out of feeling like I gotta be here. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. But thank you, Miss Lynn. I appreciate that. So I was listening to Neek's first part that she did Saturday, and I like that she was so detailed. She gave details that wasn't, that's not being given by the media. Like when I listened to her and how she was, talking about what went on in the courtroom, just the court TV and the court TV and the other things we were listening to, they not bringing it, y'all. They're not bringing it, and they're not bringing it for a reason. And then what they are bringing, who is what they are bringing? They're spinning the narrative. Thank you, Hunter Locks. They're spinning the narrative. So with that being said, I got frustrated with them. I went looking for other people to react to. I came up with Nick at night. Now I don't know how she feels about her content being played as far as like the visuals and stuff. I am gonna do the audio though, because that's basically what we need is the audio. I'm gonna put an overlay over it just in case she has an issue with me showing her visual or whatever. So, but I do want to say this: if Nika at Night was to ever come over here and discover that I'm reacting to her content, because it's basically her content. If she has an issue with it, she wants me to stop. She wants me to take it down. I would be glad to do that, no problem. If you could just email me, my email is always strolling across the screen. If you have an issue with me reacting to your coverage of this case, just hit me up. Say, look, I don't want you using my content, and I have no issue with that. I would just take it down or stop using it. So with that being said, I want to go ahead and get into it because it's a lot. Now I don't know why, but Court TV got a lot. I know day 4 is supposed to resume today, but for some reason, Court TV's coverage of it is scheduled at 5:00 p.m. I don't know. Maybe they're gonna wait to the end of the day, after court ends or whatever, to come with their content. I don't know. I'm guessing. I don't know. But day 4 should be going on. If not right now, it should be going on soon. So I want to try to get through um, the first 2. Well, actually 3, because I think it's Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Nick at Night's coverage of it, so we can get more details as to what went on inside the courtroom. She went live each day and gave a pretty much detailed report of what actually went on in the courtroom because she was in there. And I wanna listen to it. I'm gonna try not to do a whole lot of talking. I have to do some talking because I can't just play her content. I wouldn't do that. And so, but the reason why I don't want to do too much talking is I want to get through all of it today, because it looks like you would think this case is almost over. Like the prosecution rested on Friday. No, Saturday. Or was it Friday? I don't know. Nika tell us when we start. Nika, girl, you crazy. I think the prosecution rested on, I want to say Friday, but I think it was maybe Saturday. I don't know. But we're gonna get into it. We're gonna listen. But I guess today, hold on one second. Yeah, I think it was probably Saturday 200 locks. I just know the prosecution is done. So I'm thinking if the defense is, because sometimes depending on what the prosecution brings, the defense don't necessarily have to bring a case. But we'll find out today. We will find out today. But I want to listen to Nick's coverage of it. I'm gonna skip the and can you know what? I'm gonna share them out because putting the links in here don't really, you can't click on it. So each video that I react to, I'm going to share it out on my wall. Y'all can go over there and support Nick at Night. If you don't do anything else, can you please thumbs the videos up that we reacting to? If you like, once we start listening to her, you like the way she delivers her content, subscribe to the channel. Check her out. She's cool. I be listening to her on a lot of stuff she be covering. So um y'all go over there and support. So I'm gonna skip the videos as far as the whole jury selection and all that. I'm gonna skip those and we're gonna get right into I think the first video, let me bring it up. But I am gonna put an overlay on it, y'all. I'm not gonna show um the visual. Hold on one second. Okay, this first video, and I say video, but they were actual live streams, all right? They were actual live streams, but I call them videos because they let me see what the title of this first one is, y'all. I'm in the courtroom and just saw the surveillance video. So I'm thinking it was day 1 of like actual testimony and things of that nature. She titled this and she's outside. She's outside the courtroom. Hold on 1 minute, y'all. Okay. All right. So this particular video, she's standing outside the courtroom, and I'm thinking she's on the court is on a break or whatever, and she just saw the surveillance video. We've heard people talk about it. We've heard people say that you really can't tell what's, well, you could tell what's going on, but you really can't, see the kids' faces and things of that nature. We're just gonna listen to what she has to say about her viewing the surveillance video. Let's see. Do I have it set? And I think I got her sped up because I want to get through all of this, y'all. I really do today because it looks like I know somebody had predicted they may have a verdict by Wednesday. I don't know. I hope a verdict is in before I take my days off. I really do. But we're gonna see. We're gonna see. All right, let's listen, y'all. If y'all got any questions, put them in the chat. Please make sure you double tap the screen to like the live stream. Feel free to support Super Chat, Super Sticker, Cash App, or PayPal. Thank y'all so much for being here. I appreciate it. Let's listen.
I am here covering the Carmelo Anthony trial, and I was inside the courtroom when we just watched the surveillance footage of the incident take place. I was able to see Carmelo Anthony enter into the stadium. It showed the victim and his brother.
Can y'all hear it good? Yeah, this was a quick, Natasha. This was a quick one for sure. It was quick. Can y'all hear the audio pretty good? Y'all let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat if y'all can hear the audio when I was playing it. Okay, good, Natasha. Thank you, baby. All right, let's listen.
Enter into the stadium. It showed the tents that they were under and so much more. They also did opening statements before we started to see any type of footage or anything like that. Opening statements was 20 minutes for each side. The defense took 20 minutes. The prosecution took 20 minutes. And when they gave their opening statements, there was a stark contrast on both sides. So first and foremost, the defense went up and the prosecution went up first, and his co-counsel did the opening statements where he painted Carmelo Anthony as a senseless murderer. He said that Carmelo Anthony provoked the victim into putting his hands on him. So he's saying that, the victim in a case, he provoked him because he didn't leave when they told him to. So basically they told him to leave and he didn't leave, and he told him that they better not touch him or whatever, or watch what happens if you touch me. That's provoking them to put their hands on him. So then once they put the hands on him, then he used his weapon. He grabbed in his bag, used his weapon, and the whole incident happened in a matter of 4 minutes. So the victim and his brother entered into the tent 2 minutes prior to Carmelo Anthony entering in the tent. The defense said that he didn't enter the tent because he wasn't supposed to be there, as far as like the way that they're trying to shape it. But he entered into the tent because he recognized one of his friends. He went to say hello to one of his friends and he went to go sit down. As soon as he went to go sit down, it is being alleged that the twins came up to him and told him, "You got to go. You got to get up out of here." And he told them, no, he's not leaving. He's not getting up out of there at all. Now, that's what's happening on the inside of the courtroom. You guys know I took a lot of notes. I'm going to be giving you guys a very detailed breakdown. I tried to jot down as much as I can as far as what the prosecution and defense are saying and alleging. We're going to give the facts. Now, outside, there is protest on both sides happening right now. There are people here that are supporting Carmelo Anthony. And then there are people who don't appear to be a part of Austin's family, but rather serving a white supremacist agenda and trying to basically put fear in Black people. So you see them kind of like trying to Black, like, looking all of us up and down, mad dogging us, trying to make their presence known. One guy's walking around with a Confederate flag, and it's like intimidation tactics that's trying to happen. I'm gonna pass.
Now, why is anyone able to walk around with a Confederate flag, y'all? Why is anyone able to walk around the courthouse with a Confederate flag? That is definitely intimidation. Now, on the T channel, y'all. Hey, man, I'm sorry. Good morning.
Good morning.
On the T channel, we're gonna be talking about Nick, because Nick at night is going through something, y'all, and covering this trial. She's going through something. There's another journalist who I think is primarily on Facebook. I don't know if now I know Natasha, I don't know if you watch or not, but if Nick she did a video, she did a live the other night. It wasn't long. It was alive, and she was saying, she talked about it. That's all I'm gonna say. She talked about it, and she talked about what she got going on with this other person, and we're gonna get into that on the T channel though. But yeah, why is somebody able to walk around the courtroom with a Confederate flag? But let's listen.
On the camera so you guys can kind of see what's going
I
on.
mean, not the courtroom, but the courthouse. And she's actually gonna show it. I think I'm gonna let y'all see this. Hold on.
So I don't have much time before it's time to go back in, but I just kind of want y'all to see the atmosphere that's going on outside and all the people. You said I'm breaking up? So he's been walking around with his flag all around. Right, and then this guy right here, he was with the girl Sarah that was like trying to talk a lot of mess. So there's one female that's trying to like rage bait and make this a racial thing.
I need y'all to remember that name, Sarah. I need y'all to remember what she's about to say about this person, Sarah. Okay, you do watch her, yeah. So I need y'all to remember the name Sarah. Remember what she's about to say about this woman, because this is like day 2, but things have escalated since then between her and Sarah, and we're gonna talk about that over on the T channel. Let's listen.
I think that guy right there is with her. He was mad dogging me too, trying to look me up and down. But I'm gonna get back over to the court side. Here is the officers across the street. All of the sheriffs have been nice, actually. Like they have been completely nice. This is what it looks like across the street. And then this is what it looks like on this side over here. No type of fight. And then there's news media all around. So you said watch my back. Obvious, clearly. Yeah, these people right here, child. They all got on body cam footage. Yeah, I'm being careful. So I'm walking back down away from the crowd. But yeah, that's the atmosphere that's going on down here. There's a lot of news media like across. So as you can see, this is the news media right here. And it's pretty quiet towards the steps. Most of the protest and stuff is going on at the end. I don't know if y'all can see my fit, but fit check. I'm gonna have to have somebody hold it so y'all can see. Y'all can see. But they showed the surveillance. Oh, so what I wanted to say about the surveillance, and again, we're gonna go into this a lot more in depth later because they already have the first witness on the stand. They already, they're admitting evidence and everything like that. The tents, like when people were describing the tents, I'm thinking like a sheltered, enclosed tent. They were not under like a tent. They were under a canopy. So if you guys know, like whenever, like say you go to a barbecue or you put up a canopy is open. So basically what was happening was there was a lot of rain. You saw in the video, you saw people in ponchos. You saw people with umbrellas. You saw kids that were like to the right of the tent. There was another tent to the left, and these tents are canopies. So a lot of people, like the prosecution basically said like, oh, their tents are, where they keep their belongings so that people don't steal. There's literally no way for a person to steal because the tent was full of people. There was kids all around. There was kids to the left, to the right, walking around. Like, who's gonna steal when all of these eyes?
They're trying to make it seem like a locker room scene. That's what they did. That's why they did it that way. That's why they said it Like, this is where the kids go to, and their belongings are there to be safe from people stealing. Hey, Miss Tia, good to see you. Because they trying to make it seem like it's like a locker room type surrounding. You know what I'm saying? When in actuality, they were outside. Now that she's being technical, they are not tents. They are canopies or whatever. So yeah, that's trying to do with that whole situation. Go ahead, man.
True, that woman is not being technical. If that woman went to public schools and been to any event, she already knew that it's a canopy type tent. Alright? And those places are separated just as locker rooms are. Every team has their own position. Unluckily, Carmelo's team didn't have theirs set up yet. You know what I'm saying? But because I think this was the start of the event, but I don't know. She's delivering like we're elementary kids and we can't picture this stuff, or we haven't
Well,
seen this stuff.
well, I appreciate it because with the other coverage I was using, the news coverage, they was being vague and spinning narratives. One thing about her, you say she's delivering like we're elementary. I just know when she gives her content from inside that courtroom, she's very detailed. She's very detailed, and that's what I want. I don't want what we was listening to last week. That shit irritated me. Like, first of all, they were spinning narratives for one. They were spinning narratives. They was not being honest about what was being said inside that courtroom. They weren't. Man, when I listened over this weekend, I listened to people that was actually in the courtroom give their detailed account of what was going on in that courtroom. And those people we was listening to last week, they wasn't delivering it like that. They wasn't giving detail like I heard over the weekend.
I didn't think they was. I think that's the main reason why I kept combating a lot of things. Like it don't even sound like it sounded like they was making stuff up.
Yes, yes. So even though we make like somebody said they have an issue with her voice, other people say, I want to listen to her for the mere fact that the little bit of her that I listened to this weekend, she was detailed. She had written down this stuff. She was not making nothing up, and that's what I need right now. Cause last week frustrated me so bad. Like it really frustrated me so bad with what those court TV and them was bringing. It was just irritating, man. And you saw how frustrating I was getting. I was like, oh my god. But anywho, yeah, I get what you're saying about her delivery, but she's very detailed. Like that's what she and she's
She, she
inside the.
she's very detailed, but also I look out for her trying to swing. What am I trying to say? Use her words in certain ways to minimize things.
Well, I pointed out.
You know, so,
Thank you, Hunter Locks. Well, I pointed out last week how the other people was just flat out lying, man.
yeah, it's on both sides, but we got to be get very careful when we listening. You know what I'm
Well,
saying? So we won't come up with crazy assumptions or witchcraft because I'm straight down the middle. Fair is fair. The law is the law. You know what I'm saying?
well, we're gonna listen, man. We're gonna see. You just we ain't heard enough for you to make pretty much you. This right here is just beginning. This is actually day one or two. We're going back. We're going back.
All
Because
right.
actually, yeah, we're going back to the beginning to see what details that she's gonna bring that we didn't hear with what we listened to last week. So that's why I'm just pretty much playing it. I'm doing a little talking because I don't want to play her content straight through like that. But yeah, I want to hear what you got to say.
And I didn't listen to nothing this weekend. I wanted to be on the same wavelength as you guys. So I just didn't listen to no kind of opinions this weekend. So I'm ready to go.
Okay, all right, man. Here we go. And you could, if she say something you want to address it, you can stop me.
Cool, cool. I'm here cleaning
Okay,
up and listening.
okay, okay.
It wasn't that type of setup at all. And they were only under the tent for 4 minutes total from from introduction to seeing each other to the knife wound. Now, what the defense wanted to basically point out is this isn't something where he stabbed them multiple times. He didn't go and stab other people. He didn't try to do that. He he defended himself, and then he ran. So when he ran like out of the bleachers, and then you see him in the surveillance. He's like jumping down, running down the bleachers, and then as he runs down the bleachers, he runs to go run out. So when he runs out, like trying to run out of the field, there was kids that were chasing him from behind, and he ended up going up to one of the coaches. Now, as he's running out,
We ain't even hear about the kids chasing him. And it's also some other stuff she gonna put out here that some witnesses testified to that we didn't hear from the other side. But let's listen.
there was a group of, it looked like black kids that were coming in for the track meet. They all had on like what looked like uniforms. Carmelo Anthony, he had on a light gray hoodie and some blue sweats. So he walks out of the bleachers, and then when he walks out of the bleachers, he's looking around. He goes back, like, I don't know if he was, waiting on somebody. And then once he reemerges again. He goes past one tent. Now, one tent / canopy. He walks past, and you can see it's packed, jam-packed with kids. They tried to make it seem like, oh, he didn't go to the first tent. He passed up a whole tent and went to the other one. The tent, when you look at it, or the canopy, it's full. Like, it's a bunch of kids huddled under trying not to get wet. He goes to the other tent that is more open. Like, it's like less people congregated, but it's a lot of them underneath that tent. And you see kids, like I said, on the outside, you see kids walking out with their ponchos. You see them walking past with their umbrellas. You see them with their hoodies on. And it's raining. You can see the rain coming down from the camera. So the video.
And I heard this from another content creator. They say even the camera, the footage of this had raindrops on the camera. But what we was listening to last week, remember they said it was misty. It wasn't even raining, and the rain didn't even start till after the incident happened. Y'all remember that?
But isn't there a dude that said there was clear video until you zoomed in? One of those reporters said that. I think it was the black guy. He was like, you catching the tent from a certain angle. When they zoomed in, that's when you actually lose the visual, because they're not using a negative film. A negative film is black and white. You know what I'm saying? If you're using color and you zoom in, the pixels are not going to be pixelated on a zoom in.
I don't know about all that, man. All I know is those people said it wasn't raining, and she said the video clearly shows that it's raining. That's all I know. The video clearly shows that it's raining, and that covers we listened to last week said it wasn't even raining.
Right.
That's the only thing I'm saying.
That we're watching is surveillance from the school, and you can see the rain coming down from the surveillance as it's all happening. So they got a forensic analysis to come in, and basically what his job is to do is to look at the video, identify the suspect, which would be Carmelo Anthony, and the victim, which would be the brothers. And so he was supposed to like walk through, okay, when did Austin and his brother walk through? When did Carmelo walk through? And based on the video, they wanted to know like what was the resolution of the video. The video was a 4K video. It was a high resolution video. But what they explained to the jurors is that you can only get 4K video to come through a 4K TV. So the TVs in the courtroom are not 4K, but they said that they're going to bring a specialized 4K video, TV, so that they can watch the video in 4K, and so that they can see it better. So and another thing that the defense wanted to note was every single team had a tent except for Carmelo Anthony's school. So it was several schools there for the track meet, and all of the other schools had their canopy tents. The only school that did not have a tent was Carmelo Anthony's school. So even if it's not like his school had their tent and he went to the other people's tent. They didn't have a tent at all. He said the only thing that they had was a tarp. Okay. And so so he said, for whatever reason, he doesn't know why they didn't have a tent, but their school did not have a tent. Centennial High School did not have a tent. And so when he's walking around, he was waiting around, and he was there as a varsity, I think he's in varsity, and the track meet was for junior varsity, but he went to help out with the school. And so the defense also wanted to note that all of the individuals that are going to testify are kids that went to that school, and he wanted to point out that all of them are friends of the victim. He said, once you're listening to testimony, you have to bear in mind that these are all friends and they are all going to the same school. The only person under the tent that did not go to that school was Carmelo Anthony. And he says the only reason why he went there is because he went to talk to a guy who he thought was his friend. Okay, that was the key words that his defense said. They said he went to talk to a guy who he thought was his friend. So it's going to be interesting to hear from all of these witnesses. They're all going to be teenagers who are going to be testifying. They have, like I said, the video video analyst who does video analyst for prosecution, district attorneys, that type of thing. He was able to enhance the video so that they can see an enhanced version. So right now, what we've watched so far was the raw footage. And once we go back in, they're going to show the enhanced footage. So in the enhanced footage that they plan to show, they have like a spotlight and they like follow him with a spotlight and stuff like that. So we're going to see like a more enhanced version coming up. But I'm going to keep you guys updated on what's going on. And I'm going to take as much notes as possible. And I'm going to stay on this thing, okay? We are going to be safe. My uncle is making sure that I'm safe. I got other family that's in the cut, making sure that I am safe, okay? They made sure to not, you know, be seen talking to me or whatever, like staying in the cut, making sure I'm safe. My mom did not play no game. She put in a call because I don't know if y'all know, but half of my family is from Texas. My grandfather and everything is from Texas. My mom's dad's side of the family. My mom put in a call, made sure that her baby was safe because, you know, I told her what's going on, like with the client around it. So trust and believe I'm safe. Also, this is a state where you can, if you got that file, you can bring that file with you. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. Anyways, other than that, it is very hot outside. Okay, it's hot outside, but this is the courthouse. All right, this is the courthouse. This is what's going on, and I'm gonna keep you guys updated. I wish there was somebody here that could show y'all my outfit, but it is what it is.
All right, that's pretty much it's like 30 seconds left. That's pretty much all she had to say as far as
Oh
the case
man.
now.
Oh man. Did she just say it was probably about a minute and 45 seconds ago? Which called where he earlier she said he had a blue hoodie, gray sweatpants, or something in that combination. So he was not even dressed for the school event because he was a helper. He's not on no race or nothing. He's just there to be a helper.
That's not true.
Because this was a JV. This was a JV event. He would be varsity because he's a senior.
Where did you get that from? He had on the
Which part? Rewind what she just said. I'm sitting here listening to it clear. She said he had in the video.
Oh my God, on outfit, man. She's not even talking about his outfit at the end. What are you talking about?
Not at the end. This was at the beginning. When she not at the beginning, in the middle. Which right after we came off the pause, she said he had on either dark sweats and a light hoodie or dark hoodie, light pants.
That's not what she said. She said a gray hoodie and blue sweats. That's what she said, I think.
Okay, but still, if that's not even the school colors as far as what I'm saying, he's a varsity guy. He's a senior. This is a JV event. Already, he's out of place.
What do you mean, man? He was there for the track meet. He was participating in the track meet. What does what he had on have anything to do? Here we go with this hoodie thing again.
How you know the difference between JV and varsity?
Why are we even like? Oh my God.
That's what she just said.
I'm just trying to figure out what he had on had to do with anything. That's all.
I was saying, is that the school, the cynical high school team colors? If
And
he's just
since
in normal, if he's just in normal gear, as far as what I'm saying, if that's just normal everyday wear, something that he would wear to school, you know what I'm saying? No, not dressed up as a team or his represent his team, the JV team. Then yeah, he would look kind of out of place because everybody else is in uniforms, representing who they represent. If you get what I'm saying.
I get
So
what you're
what is
saying, I see how it's relevant. That's all.
it, yeah, it might not be. It was just something that I took a clue to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I get what you're saying, as far as his, but you got to remember. And then the other, there were other kids that had on ponchos, like they were dressed for what the weather was. I guess I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know. I heard, like I said, I heard that his coach had him there.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I was saying. He was there just to be a helper because this was a JV event,
Oh,
not a
okay,
varsity, not a varsity.
okay, got you. All right, so now this next video, y'all. Well, this is a live stream, but I call it a video. Carmelo Anthony trial live 911 call and surveillance video. So she's written this basically later on that day after she uh, had gone into court. Court was over, and she's giving a rundown of everything that happened in the courtroom that day. So let's get into it. Like I say, try not to do too much talking because I want to get through it. Matt, if you want to stop me, and let's listen to what she has to say. Hopefully, she'll get right into it, and we can just listen to what happened.
Hey, what's up? It's your girl Neek, and you're tuned in to Neek at Night. And tonight it was or today rather, it was a very, very explosive day in court for Carmelo Anthony. We were able to hear the opening statements. We got to see the surveillance of the incident that happened. We also heard a very, very dramatic 911 call that had Austin Metcalf's family just bawling. It was so many different moments that happened today. I had to literally decompress after court. So I apologize that it is so late after court that I'm finally sitting down and doing my breakdown, but it was just so much to process today. Mentally, I was just like, you know what? I need to take a few hours for myself and just truly decompress and process everything that I've heard, everything that I've seen, all of the different energies, all of those things. I just took a drive and I just was driving around and around and around and around and around. So it was a lot, but let's get into it. Let's get going. I have a lot of notes. Today was the official kickoff of the trial. Now, trial started on June 1st, which was Monday. Today is Thursday, June 4th. And today we actually got to hear the opening statement, and we got to hear from several different witnesses. We got to hear from a video analyst. We got to hear from several of the different coaches that were at the track meet. We also, as I stated, heard the dramatic 911 call where you can hear the life-saving measures that the people at the track meet were trying to do for Austin Metcalf. It was a lot going on today. There was a lot of facts that came out, and we're going to go over them in this live. So with that long intro being said, and we're going to pay her dust going forward, let's get into what you guys came here for. So we heard the opening statements for the prosecution and the defense. So the first 2 days, that was Monday and Wednesday, was basically voir dire. So the first day of the trial, where they were just introducing the jury and trying to probe the importance of being a jury member. What is their knowledge of the reason why a jury is so important? And they were probing stuff like that. On Wednesday, when we came back, they selected the jury and they got more personal questions on their feelings of, like self-defense, and what do they feel about somebody that's young that commits a crime, and can you impose a certain particular sentence, and all of those things like that. And then they selected the jury, and I did a complete breakdown on the selection process of the jury. If you guys are interested in all of the questions that they asked, all of the different things, them striking the Black jurors, the defense contesting that, and trying to fight for the Black jurors to still be on the case, all of those things is detailed in another live. Now, this live, we're going to go over everything that was stated today. It might be a lengthy live because I have so much to go through, but hey, it is what it is. I got to be up early, but I got to give y'all the information. So when we get in there, they introduced the state and the defense. So on the prosecution side, it was a guy by the name of Bill Werski and Dewey Mitchell. On the defense side, it's Mike Howard, and I didn't hear the first name, but it was something Suge. Then the prosecution offered state's exhibit number 1. And then the judge, he granted all of the pretrial motions that the defense had put in. The jury, he announced that it was going to be 20 minutes each for opening statements. And then the jury got sworn in. When I watched the jury get sworn in, I noticed that it's not an all-white jury, even though there's not all Black people. It's not an all-white jury. You get what I'm saying? Like there are, I've seen some Asian and some Indian, and then the rest were white. Now, what I also found interesting about the jury is that they, like normally when I've been covering the trials, a lot of trials that I cover, a large amount of the jury is older people, right? Well, in this case, a large amount of the jury is younger people. So I was looking at the jury and I'm like, oh, wow, they have people on the jury that if I didn't know Austin or never heard, like, you know, like look like they can, not that they could be related, but look like they can have a similar, they don't look like them, but look like they can be like familiar, like not related, but like in the same type of, what's the word? Like they could see themselves in them, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Like I looked at some of them on the jury and I thought to myself, I wonder if they see themselves in the victim. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? They don't look like him, but like relate to him. Yeah, there we go. Like relate to them. Like they look like they can relate to the victim. So that's what I'm saying. Like, so there was a lot of jurors that were younger. Okay. And so there was a few older jurors, but there was a lot that looked younger. Right. Got it. So anyways, all right. So moving on. So, so they started out the morning by reading out the official indictment. So Bill Werski was the one to read out the indictment, and he basically read it out and told them that they believe that Carmelo did intentionally and knowingly kill Austin Metcalf with the intent to cause immense bodily harm. Now, it said a lot more, but I was just getting situated into my groove of writing, and I didn't write the full indictment, but I think I do have a copy of the indictment. Let me see if I can pull it up for you guys. Or, I mean, let me know if you guys are interested in the full indictment. It's not a lot that's written on the indictment, but they read out the indictment. And then the judge wanted to know, how does Carmelo Anthony plead? So Carmelo Anthony stood up and he says, how do you plead? And he says, not guilty. So then it was time for opening statements, and the counsel on the prosecution side, Bill Werski, he did the opening statement. So yesterday we heard a lot from Dewey Mitchell when he was doing the voir dire, but today we heard more from like kind of both of them, but Bill Werski did the opening statements. So he said, we are all here this morning, Wednesday, April 2nd, because I guess Carmelo Anthony decided to take a knife to a track meet and provoke a young man into touching him. He took a hidden knife into his chest, and Austin died because this man did an unjustified, unprovoked murder. This case has nothing to do with this case has nothing to do with race. This case has nothing to do with self-defense. He launched a sneak surprise attack into Austin after goading him into a fight.
That prosecutioner, whatever, that dude is a mess. What? How the hell was it a sneak attack? The dude was standing right in his face. How was that a sneak attack? Dude was standing right in his face. And if I can remember correctly, I think some witnesses said Carmelo basically like warned him ahead of time, had his hand in the bag, and Austin said something like, you ain't got nothing in that bag or some shit of that. I don't know. But how was it a sneak attack though? Dude, he not know. It's the word play for me. It is the word for me. Go ahead, man.
The only way that could be possible is if he had that knife in a closed fist and popped it open in the middle of his swing. Like the dude just didn't see the knife. You know what I'm saying? That's the only way it could be a sneak attack.
Yeah, that's crazy. But you know, from even what them other people were saying, that prosecution, his word, he doing that whole word play. I don't know, honey locks. That I don't know.
To this case are simple. Murder was simply senseless. You are going to hear more. You are going to see the surveillance video. That video shows the story. After he slipped into the tent, he wouldn't leave. Austin put his hands on Mello after he provoked him. He hit him with a knife. This was a provoked, unjustified murder. This is senseless. Let me reset. That morning, Frisco ISD, the track meet was set to begin. Austin was there with his brother, along with the other Centennial school for the track meet. Carmelo, he was there with his brother, and then Carmelo was along with Centennial at the school for the track meet. The coach sent a text to Austin that he needed them to step up and help. The rain began to fall. Some teams went to the buses, some were on the field, some with their teams in the tent. 6 minutes and the murder, Austin and his brother, 6 minutes before the murder, Austin and his brother entered the tent. You will see normal activity in the tent. 2 minutes after Austin enters, Carmelo is visible. He makes a beeline into the memorial tent. You will see more normal activity in the tent. The other kids ask, why was he there? They treat the tent like a locker room to protect valuables from theft. Austin steps up to tell him to leave. After several people told him to leave, Austin took the bait. Okay, so he's basically shaping it as like Austin was baited by Carmelo because Carmelo didn't listen to him when he said leave. So that was Carmelo baiting Austin into hitting him. So he said that, several people had told him to leave the tent. After several people told him to leave, Austin took the bait after he goaded him to hit him. He refused to leave and took his knife and plunged it into Austin. Then he runs and tries to blend in and slips out the gate. The kids, once they realized a stabbing, they ran. Once Austin realized he was stabbed, he lifts his shirt and shows he had been stabbed in the heart. The kids pointed Carmelo out right as he tried to leave. He told them, he touched me first, as if that justified the murder. He just committed. Officer Cortez heard the call of the stabbing. He runs, he hears the kids and activities. His body cam and police detain Austin. You will see body cam. Cortez puts him, they detain Carmelo. They put him in custody. Carmelo says, when they put him in custody, one of the officers, they radioed and they said, we have the alleged suspect with us. And when they said, like, we have the alleged suspect with us, Carmelo says, I did it. I'm not alleged. You will hear him say, he touched me first. You will hear a lie. You will hear him tell a lie. He lies to Cortez and says, I told him not to. That's the lie. That tells you everything you need to know about his mindset. He tossed the knife immediately after and then tried to slip away from
the prosecution. He lied. Why do I say prosecution? The prosecution, the DA, let me just say that. He lied when he said that's not true because they got evidence that he said that. I think the man even testified that he said that. I'm not alleged. I think it was on the body cam footage. So he's lying during his opening statements because they got it on record that Carmelo said, I'm not alleged, I did it. So what maybe I misunderstood that. Hold on.
When they put him in custody, one of the officers, they radioed and they said, we have the alleged suspect with us. And when they said, like, we have the alleged suspect with us, Carmelo says, I did it. I'm not alleged. You will hear him say, he touched me first. You will hear a lie. You will hear him tell a lie. He lies to Cortez and says, I told him not to. That's the lie.
Oh, that's the lie. He said he lied about saying I told him not to. Okay. All right.
That tells you everything you need to know about his mindset. He tossed the knife immediately after and then tried to slip away from the scene. That lie is important. You will start to hear from the witnesses and see the video. This is murder and not self-defense. You can't provoke someone, then take their life. This case is murder, plain and simple, senseless. I expect you to follow the oath, follow the evidence, and find this man guilty. So that was the prosecution's opening statement. Now, when they are talking and doing the opening statements, they're talking very fast. I'm writing with a pen and a paper. I'm not able to use my laptop like the legacy media. And so I paraphrase what I can and I quote what I can. So this is like a summary of what he said, just to, it's not a factual transcript. This is just me writing down as much as I can catch while he's talking. Okay, so all of what I read is me scribbling. Like, I got a bunch of scrabble of me trying to jot down as much as I can, as fast as I can in the amount of time that I have to write. Okay, So with that being said, let's go to the defense. The defense does his opening statement, and he says, ladies, are there a lot of trolls? Hold on one second. Let me fix that. Let me fix it. Hold on. All right. All right, so that should fix it, hopefully. I don't know. Anyways, all right, so ladies and gents, there has been a lot of noise around this case. This is Carmelo Anthony's defense. Ladies and gentlemen, there has been a lot of noise around this case. You say you believe less than half of what you see in the media. A lot of stuff is false about this case. You will hear the actual evidence. A lot of noise about Carmelo and his family. He is a son, the oldest of four, and he graduated with a 3.7 GPA. He was a member of the chess team. He played track. He loved camping. There has been a lot of noise about his family. Well, but, and then he said, well, in both families, his mom is a nurse who gave up her career so that she can be a stay-at-home mom and take care of her children. His father was a finance manager for a car dealership, and they are originally from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. They wanted to have a better life, so they moved here midway through his freshman year. Melo starts at Centennial his sophomore year, and he gets good grades. He played football, and his senior year, he was the captain of his team. In high school, he first started to get seizures, and he was diagnosed with having epilepsy. And it continued, and he was able to contain it with medication. A little bit before that actual game that happened with Austin in this whole situation, he had an injury where he had to be out of the season for a few games. They said that his arm was in a sling, I guess, prior to that, and he had to go to physical therapy. The actual day of the track meet, he had a physical therapy session scheduled, but he decided to help the team out because it was a junior varsity track meet. He was on the varsity team, but he was helping out at the track meet. So he said that a few games into the season, he injured his arm or whatever, or he injured himself. April 2nd, 2025, he woke up late in a rush to get to the track meet. He got on the bus with his teammates. Melo was a varsity track kid. Most events that day were junior varsity, but he was scheduled to do long jump. He had a physical therapy appointment that day, but canceled to go to the track meet. It was raining on and off. It started raining hard, and then it stopped again. Some kids went to the bus. Some kids took cover under tents. A lot took cover under the bleachers. Every single school had a tent for the school to take cover under, except for Carmelo Anthony School Centennial. He said they only had a tarp. The evidence will show that morning Carmelo is in a normal mood with his friends. He helps out, and then he tries to get out of the rain and look for a place to get out of the rain. The camera is on the opposite side of the stadium, which is far. You will see video, but when zoomed in, it's blurry. You will see others had a tent, but the first tent was jam-packed. He went past the tent and saw someone he knew, Edwin Park, the close family friend of Melo's girlfriend. So he identifies a Black boy under the tent for the Memorial High School where Austin Metcalf and his brother goes to school. According to the defense, what they're saying is, hey, he recognized his girlfriend's family friend, which is a Black boy. He recognizes him under the tent, and that's who he goes to chat with. It says he walks right up to his buddy, and they dap each other up and sit down and chat. Since them talking, government said multiple people told him to leave, but before that, multiple people said they were just talking. They were just fine. That went on until Hunter and Austin seen Carmelo. His friend Eddie was to his right. Hunter is in front. Austin was, I jotted down, he either said Austin was to the right or Hunter was to the right of Melo. But anyways, he said the Memorial kids estimate that it was about 20 kids under the tent. All the kids went to Memorial except for Carmelo. Everybody under that tent is a teammate and a friend to Austin. So keep that in mind. Keep an open mind until you hear both sides. He then said Carmelo Anthony is about 5'8", 130 to 135-ish pounds. He said Austin and his brother is around 6'1" and 213 to 215 pounds. He said they were both significantly heavier and bigger than Carmelo. They were about 83 pounds heavier than Melo when they confronted him. You will hear different accounts of what was said. Touch me and find out. But others say, as long as you don't touch me, we are cool. Multiple witnesses took Melo's hand in bag as a back off. So,
and I know the jury and everybody else got to realize and recognize. Let's just talk about it, okay? These are teenagers. not only are these teenagers, okay, these are teenagers that's, I'm not gonna say coached. I'm just gonna say, because this is what the prosecution call it. They call it prepping witnesses. They don't call it coaching witnesses. Okay. They call it prepping. All right. When they prep witnesses, I know from experience. I'm not saying they tell you to lie. They don't tell. I'm not saying they tell you to lie, but that whole prepping thing, yeah. So we got to remember key factors about these teenagers that testified on Saturday. Right? They are teenagers. They were Austin's friends. Okay. Um, they know as teenagers, even before, let's just say even before they're prepped by the prosecution, right? They know that they need to say what's favorable for Austin, not necessarily Carmelo. Okay. And then you add in the whole prepping scenario. See, because the fact of the matter is the truth don't change. And there should not be 3, 4, 5 different accounts of what this young man said. What either one of them said. Because if all of them were standing out there and all of them were watching the same thing, it should be one, it should not be all these different stories on what was said. Okay?
Um, Before I let you go any further, I did see one headline or two headlines where they said Carmelo's witness, one of his friends, turned on him. So
I know
if they turned on him,
it's
then
the
what is the real truth? Was they conversed too?
listen, first of all, he's a teenager. He went to that other school. Now, even though him and Carmelo, they got pictures together. This young man done been in Carmelo's home. Carmelo done been in his home. But the fact of the matter is, with all that being said, that young man was still a student at Austin them school. He wasn't a student. Him and Carmelo were cool, they were friends, but that young man went to that school with those other kids. That's all I'm gonna say. I ain't gonna say he was coach. I ain't gonna say he was lying. I ain't gonna say none of that. I'm gonna listen to what she said that she, because she's gonna tell what this young man said in court. She's gonna tell everything he said, and then we'll go from there. I'm not gonna assume anything.
Yeah, me neither. I just saw the headline and I was like,
Oh,
oh gosh, this is getting deep.
I no. I knew about his name is Edwin or Edward, one of them. But yeah, he's supposed to be Carmelo's friend, and he got up on the stand and pretty much turned on him. Actually, he turned on him when he was questioned, because as you heard her say, when the defense was putting on their opening statements, the defense attorney said somebody he was under there speaking to somebody he thought was his friend.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah, so he basically been turned on him from the gate. So, but we gonna hear. She's gonna talk about. She's gonna. That's one of the things I heard her talk about when I listened to a little bit of her on Saturday. Okay, hold on 1 minute, y'all. Hold on 1 minute.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a sticky one here, boy. It's got a lot of roller coaster up and downs on this one. But I tried not to hear none of that stuff this weekend. I saw a bunch of people on camera saying stuff that wasn't irrelevant. We gotta learn how to shut our own people up. You know what I'm saying? How long are we gonna carry on racism? When are we gonna look in the mirror, goddamn it? It seemed like to me, and I'm just speaking from my observation, that over the last couple of decades, it seemed like they gave us the attitude of their ancestors. It's so much hatred in black folks, it's ridiculous. And sometimes that hatred is blocking us from hearing a lot of truths that we probably just don't want to hear. But that's just my opinion. I mean, I'm high. Don't pay me no mind. So how's everybody's Monday going? Everybody's Monday start off great. I know this is not a great topic, but it might be better things going on in your life. And, I'm just saying, what I'm saying? I was freestyling, trying to fill in the air here and stuff. But I've been noticing that for the last couple of years, though. You know what I'm saying? And take it from me, I was hardcore as a motherfucker militant down 10 years ago. You know what I'm saying? It took a lot for me to come out of that, wake up and really see what's going on. And when you look back, it's like you see your people in that mode. It's like, how did they flip the role on us? How did we become, to me, some of the biggest races? We calling them the races, but it's like, yeah, but we wasn't part of those. They laws are still here, yes, but we don't see the same stuff from these generation, these last, or this generation here. That
What
the
did you say,
generation in
man?
the
I had to
50s.
walk out the room. Hold on, man. Let me ask you what you said because I see somebody say I disagree with you. So what was you saying? I just want to know what you said so I can.
Oh, I was just I was freestyling and shit, and it was like I was just looking at us as a culture. You know what I'm saying?
I
And
know, but
and
what you saying? Like you was.
I was saying, to me, my opinion is when
Mm,
I'm looking at everything, because I was a hardcore militant about 10 years ago. You know what I'm saying? I mean, black, 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 fuck all that. You know what I'm saying? Fuck them off with their goddamn head.
mm-hmm.
But when you start to mature, the more knowledge that you get and you start to look at it, to me, it seems like they hit a role reversal on us, to where it seems like this generation here are acting like the white folks of the 50s. Is basically what I was trying to say.
I don't know how. Well, I don't know how you come up with that.
Look,
That's
look,
crazy.
look, just open your eyes, clear your mind, and just listen. Just listen. Look at, these are real people on videos. This ain't made up stuff. These are real people, our neighbors, our people in this country. You know what I'm saying? Listen to how they talking. You know what I'm saying? And it's been like that for a few years now.
With you, I can own that. You know, we as black people may have our faults. Of course, we do because we all human and we all have faults. But with you, it's like I'm gonna just be honest. Like with you, it's like you got all this criticism when it comes to us as a people, but you don't have no criticism towards them. Like it's all about us and what we doing and what we ain't doing. But you don't have
That
any
that that
criticism.
that should be my main concern. Why are they come out my concern? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I can only see what I can see from my people because I'm around my people every day. You know what I'm saying? But when you do look at the other side and you start to do the comparison, it's like when can we dial down from the generation that previously did damage to us?
Did you pay attention to the fact that there was a grown ass man outside the courthouse with a Confederate flag walking around?
Yeah, let them be them. That
But
don't
you
mean
don't
we have
see
to feed
anything.
them. We need
But
to.
you but you don't see anything wrong with that though.
There's a whole lot wrong with that. I mean, I don't know. My mind is just a lot bigger. You know what I'm saying? It,
Oh, so you calling it
it,
strong?
no. I'm just saying that flag. I'm just saying that flag wouldn't bother me. I know what it represents. I know a lot of the history about it. To me, it just means a rebel flag. It's a rebel of the witch cult. They
Why do I
rebelled
have a
against. They
feeling?
rebelled against the country.
Why do I have a feeling that if one of us was walking around with something, say like I don't know, something just as offensive? Why would you say we need to stop as a people doing such and such and such and such and this and that and the third, but you have nothing to say about this man walking around with this Confederate flag.
I mean, I saw that all through the '90s. You know what I'm saying? Through that big black power rush.
I wish you would come out of the 90s. I'm talking about
I know, but
26.
because
20.
because with this newer generation, I don't see how. The difference on it's like this generation here, the only reason why they're experiencing racism is because of the elders that's still here, which is now us. We're not showing them no different. We're not trying to show them how to progress from this. You know what I'm saying? We keeping everything at a stalemate. It's racist, 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 racist. Am I wrong for looking at it that way? I might be. But still, we talking about trying to come up with solutions. You can't come up with solutions unless you identify everything.
Okay.
If you get what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
So he says that there was multiple kids in the tent, and when Carmelo, there's conflicting reports from the kids. So some of the kids say that Carmelo said, as long as you don't touch me, and then other kids say that he said, touch me and find out. So he's saying that we're going to hear the different accounts from the different kids on one way or another saying two different things. Then he said that they saw Carmelo when he made that statement, he reached his hand in his bag or whatever. And he said most of the kids, when they saw him reach his hand in his bag, they took that as a sign of like, oh, let me back off. You know what I mean? Type of thing. And then he goes on to say everybody else took that as a sign for them to back off, except for Austin and his brother. So he says that Austin says, you ain't got nothing in that bag. And Melo stays seated the entire time. It says Austin makes the first physical contact despite the warning. He grabs, shoves, and punches and pushes Melo.
Honey Locks, I know you knew, but Mad is not a guest. Mad is not a guest.
I'm glad you saying something because she was about to trigger me. That's the stupid shit that I'm talking about.
Don't get triggered. Don't get triggered. Mad is not a guest. He's my brother. He's a regular on my panels. And the one thing that we respect about Mad is that Mad thinks totally different from us. See, if all of us thought the same or felt the same way, we wouldn't be human. We welcome, even though I may even seem like I'm a little frustrated or irritated when I'm talking to him. I respect his opinion. I do. I look forward to his opinion, and we have brother and sister debates all the time. So no, he's not a guest. He's a brother, and he's a you know.
And I do apologize, but I do come from like a Thomas Sowell kind of point of view where you just analyzing everything. You can't stay in one direction or you're never going to get real answers. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So you gotta be flexible, even dealing with a lot of truths you don't want to hear.
Yeah, you got to be willing to listen. I mean, we all know. Yeah, we could listen and we could even debate. We can go back and forth. But at the end of the day, we respect each other's opinion and we're gonna keep it pushing. We're gonna say what we gotta say, get it out. I'm gonna have a headache because that's what you come here to do. Give me a headache, and we're gonna be good. Natasha, you said laugh. Yeah, me and man good. I like man. I like. You know, y'all know I like what be going on.
In a split second, he has a decision to make: how and when to act. Self-defense is useless if you wait until it's too late to defend yourself. You will hear it was raining and Melo sat down out of the rain. In that moment, he has to decide what to do in the moment of fear and chaos. Why not walk away? After Melo defended himself with the knife, he ran and didn't stab twice or hit anyone else. He dropped the knife right by the tent. He ran, stumbles, and falls. People are chasing him. He falls down the bleachers. He goes along the edge. Instead of going out the exit, he goes on the track, which is not the way out, then walks straight up to a coach. You will see it on the video. Melo stayed with Vincent Cooper. He didn't try to hide. He told a cop when the cop had like detained him and radioed and said, hey, we have our the alleged suspect. Carmelo wasn't trying to hide that he was responsible for this, and he told the cop that I did it, like I'm not alleged.
Yeah.
He said that has the government and then they said, has the government ruled out that Carmelo acted in self-defense? And so that was his opening statement. So basically he ended it off with like he wanted them to ponder if the government truly ruled out self-defense. Okay. So after that, they called their first witness, and the first witness was a guy by the name of Mark Porter. He is a forensic video analysis, and he works for the district attorney and all of the prosecutors. Anyone who needs assistance with like video enhancements or trying to identify suspects in videos and things of that nature, he's their go-to guy for them to like look at video, enhance video, and you know, all of those type of things. And so he said that there was going to be 5 different video angles that they were going to produce for us to see through him. It was going to be exhibits 5 through 9. They offered that. It says that they wanted to know like, oh, what was the quality of the video? So they asked him like, hey, you know, what is the quality of the video? And the guy said that the video was in 4K. The prosecution wanted us to know that 4K video, just because like it's shot in 4K doesn't mean that the TVs will show it in 4K. So he said that he was going to bring in a special 4K TV so that they can see it in 4K. Okay, so then it says, oh, so then they showed an exhibit that showed Austin and his brother and what they were wearing. It was a still frame of Austin, and it was a still frame of Austin's brother Hunter, and it showed what they were wearing on their way to the track meet. Then they showed a still image of Carmelo when he was like detained with the cops and like being arrested, and we were able to see what he was wearing. This all happened on the West football field at about 9:50 something a.m. So the timestamp that they had that this occurred, where they first saw Carmelo Anthony on surveillance, was 9:52 a.m. And that's when you first see him kind of appear out of the bleachers. I'm going to pause right there and do a check-in with you guys. Have you guys hit the like button yet? I am an independent journalist. I'm out here from California. I'm here in Texas on my own dime. I'm not sponsored by any corporation. I'm out here grinding for myself. And if you guys would like to donate to my travel fund, if you enjoy my breakdown of the case, I really could, you know, use the support. Now, I'm not like these other folks that are going to spin a narrative for your support. I'm going to report it as it comes through the trial. I'm not getting support to be lean this way, lean that way, lean any which way. I'm bringing it. I'm writing as much as I can down and bringing it to you straight as whatever I can, you know, jot down. I can't get every single thing because again, I'm writing it with my pen and paper, but it would mean a lot if you guys donated to the Cash App or via Super Chat. My preferred method is Cash App. But if you don't got it, engagement under the videos helps me out a lot. Another thing, listen, I'm independent, y'all. I need help with my thumbnails while I'm out here. Like, I put together some BS rinky-dink thumbnails. If you want to help a sister out, now I'm tapped out. I done paid for my hotel, rental car, you know, I got all kind of expenses and I don't have a lot of donations. Like, I've gotten a couple, but a lot of people have not donated to me. If y'all want to help a sister out, help me out with some thumbnails, okay? Like, somebody help me out, please. That's what be delaying me in doing these lives too, like trying to come up with a thumbnail. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. I can't pay y'all for the thumbnails. I'm tapped.
Well, I got a suggestion, Nick at Night. You got a cute background right there with your Nick at Night on it in the background. Won't you just take a cute picture with you sitting right there in front of your little thing, and that could be your thumbnail. Like, yeah, I get it. I be seeing some bomb ass thumbnails too. I need to find out what these folks are doing. Sugar told me chat GPT. I'm gonna take time out and try to learn. But yeah, people, the thumbnail game has been upped. Hey, Raina.
Man, they cheating though. They using all this AI stuff and all that. My thumbnails are more. I create my own off of different pictures and stuff and blend them together. That's creating.
Well, I mean, man, hey, it is what it is. We in that age. We in that era. Chat GPT, AI, all this crap, man. The people have upped the thumbnail game like tremendously. I'm looking like, damn, I gotta do something.
Maybe Honey Locks is talking junk to me because I ain't got no wrench over here.
Oh, no. And maybe she don't even know that's you. The game ain't fair because we calling you mad. She don't even know that's you. But let me give you your wrench. I didn't notice that. Hold on. Mad. She's so damn crazy. I cannot. Let me give you.
Hey, it's Monday, guys. Trying to get something started after this great weekend.
Okay, I had to mute because it would have gave me feedback because it was playing me the same time I was trying to give you your reach. But you should be good. You should be good.
All right.
All right, y'all. Let's listen.
Y'all can donate and help us out. We got it. Somebody said, "What's your Cash App?" It's on the screen. Neek at Night Media. Thumbnails to my email. My email is neekatnight1@gmail.com or Instagram neekatnight_. All right. But I wanted to incorporate me in the thumbnail, and then that I'm covering the trial and whatever like hot thing is happening that I need to talk about. To my email or my Instagram or so all right. Okay. And so oops, sorry. This is my so that's my Neek at Night Media. I don't have Venmo or Zelle. I need to get it, but let's move on. I don't want to spend too much time on that. I'm gonna look into getting a Venmo and a Zelle and all of those things. I do have a Zelle, but it's tied to my personal account. I need to get a Zelle that's not tied to my personal account. All right. But this is the type of energy that we get. Like, this is the energy that they're typing online. But imagine us at the courthouse, people that don't know you, but they only see that you're Black. This is the type of energy that we're dealing with. But anyways, enough attention for you. All right, let's get back to it. All right, so they show the surveillance footage of the incident. And like the defense attorney said, the video was like far. So they had to zoom in so that we can see like anything. The video was, even though like they're saying that the video is shot in 4K and it's all this high quality, it was so far back that when you zoom in, it's not 4K, like it's not the greatest quality. So we were up in there and I really had to look. Like, they had the guy who was the expert, like he had to use his laser pointer and point at the screen to show us, okay, this is when Carmelo pops out, because you can't see his face. We just going off of you telling me that's Carmelo, so that's Carmelo. You get what I'm saying? Like, when we're looking at it, I can't look at that person that popped out and be like, oh, okay, I see Carmelo. All I could do is, oh, okay, they did show me that when he got arrested, he got on a gray hoodie and blue pants. Okay, yeah, that figure does have a gray hoodie and blue pants, but I can't make out, like, you can't see a face. You get what I'm saying? Like, it was blurry. Like, you can see a body, but you can't see a face from when we saw the actual footage. Okay. So once he started like running out of the stadium, then you can see him a little more clear from the other angles. But the actual angle that shows the incident, you just see bodies. And we can only go off of, they telling me that's him, so that's him. You get what I'm saying? Like, I can see a body there, but I can't see. Anyways, y'all get my drift. So, all right. So I'm looking at the footage and they're like, okay, point and show us where Carmelo is. And so I'm looking, I'm like, is he to the left? Is he to the right? Like, I see all of these dots on it's not dots, but I see all of these little bodies on the thing. And I'm like, looking like, which one is he? And then the guy points and he's like, okay, that's him popping out. And they say that the first time that you see him make an appearance is 9:52 and 45 seconds in the morning. So 9:52 and 45 seconds, he pops up and he walks out. So I'm like, okay, all right, I see blue and gray. All right, okay, he popped out. So then he pops out and then you see a figure go back down. So he pops out and then he goes back down. And then after that, they show us another angle of him walking like past the tent. So he walks past one tent. And again, I can't see the faces of the people in the tent, but you can see it's a lot of bodies under one tent. Like, the first tent that he walks by, looking at it, it's not like a tent where it's closed. Like, in my mind, every time I heard them say tent, now this is, I'm telling on myself, I didn't play sports in high school. Okay. When I was in high school, I wanted to be a model. I wanted to be on TRL.
I'm confused about why she didn't know that was a canopy, because when this shit first popped off, that's all you saw on the news was that damn canopy. Everybody reporting on it. That's the view they showed was, it seemed like a sky view, and it showed that canopy. I was even saying tent, but I knew it wasn't a tent like an enclosed tent. I knew it was a canopy. You know what I'm saying? I knew it was it's like, how you have backyard functions and stuff and you get the canopy type things. Yeah. So I don't understand why she didn't know that was a canopy and not like a full-fledged tent. I guess because they were saying tent, but maybe she didn't see the coverage. I don't know.
I wanted to, I wanted to be like in the industry. Like, that was my goal. I like to be taking pictures. I don't know nothing about that. So every time they said they were under a tent, in my head, I'm thinking when I go camping, the tent is closed. So I'm thinking it's not going to be small like that, but I'm thinking that it's closed in. You know what I mean? So he walks by and I'm like, that's a canopy. You know, and not to make light of it because this is a very serious situation, but you know, that's just the different things that's going on in my mind. Like he walks by and I'm like, they're like, okay, he walks by the first tent. So I'm like, the canopy right there. Okay, so then he walks by, so it's like a canopy or whatever. And in the canopy, again, I can't see their faces, but you can tell it's a lot of bodies under the first one, right? So then he walks he walks down a little bit further, and then you can see the other one that is a yellow canopy, and it's the one for the school that the victim Austin goes to. And you can see that it's not as many people, and he he goes to that canopy. So then after they show us that angle of him walking, then they show us a different surveillance angle of Austin and his brother walking in. So they were showing the timestamp of when Carmelo was walking, and then they start showing timestamps of when Austin and his brother walked in and how they walked in from the parking lot and walked in from one way to the stadium or whatever. And they were showing us their angles, and they were like, okay, this is one brother. They both had the same outfit but different shoes. So this is one Metcalf. He has the gray New Balances, and then the other brother had the same outfit as him, and they look identical, but he had a different pair of shoes. So they were showing us how to identify which twin is which, and then they were showing us that they were walking up to the area of the track meet. Now, when they get to the tent, they make it to the tent before Carmelo Anthony. So they walk into the stadium, and it's like a few of them together. I want to say it's like Austin, Hunter, and I want to say 3 other boys that are a part of the track. They all walk in together, and they're walking to the tent. So they make it to the tent, and 2 minutes after they make it to the tent, then Carmelo Anthony appears at the tent. After a total of 4 minutes from them entering the tent, 2 minutes later, Carmelo entering the tent. After 4 minutes go by, you don't really see a disturbance in the kids' behavior that are in the tent or around the tent. So while they're under the tent in those 4 minutes, you see people walking by with umbrellas. So you see like several students walk by and they have umbrellas on. From the footage, you can see rain coming down in front of the camera. And then you see several students walking like this way, and they have ponchos on. So they have full rain ponchos. Okay, so I think it was like 2 or 3 that had ponchos. So they're walking straight. They got the ponchos on. So I'm like looking at the atmosphere around because you can't really see what's really going on in the canopy. And so there was kids constantly moving around. Like there's constant movement that, it's kids right here. They're walking this way. They're walking that way. They're kids under the tent. They're kids under this tent. And so like, all of this is going on, but it's normal behavior. It's not like they're not congregating when people are about to fight. It wasn't like, ooh, let's all check out the fight. Like everybody had normal behavior up until the actual stabbing. So everybody's going about business as usual. You see people walking like not a care in the world. They're not acting like, kids are not congregating. There's no sign that there's any disturbance under that tent. Immediately after there was the stabbing of Austin, they all start dispersing like Skittles or like ants or like whatever you want to call it. They all start like running out. You see Carmelo jump up, he like runs up the bleachers and then jumps down. Like he tries to like hurry up and run down. He jumps down and he like kind of falls. And then he jets out. And then as he's running out, there's kids behind him that's chasing him. And then he ends up running where there were some coaches right there. And they kind of like, stop him and then hand him off to his coach for his school. All right. So, but in the midst of that, let's see. All right. So the victim entered the stadium at 9:53:06. And they enter in the tent 9:54. And then at 9:56 is when you see Carmelo enter the tent at the top. And it says he enters the tent at 9:56 with 14 seconds, which was 2 minutes after the victims arrived in the tent. And then that's when I noticed the ponchos, the umbrellas. And so it says between 9:54 and 10 a.m. So 9:54 a.m. and 10 a.m., no movement under the tent indicates that anything is going on around the tent. By 10 a.m., that's when you see the first indication of something going on. A total of 4 minutes and 12 seconds is the total duration that they had their encounter from introduction to the assault. It all happened in 4.5 minutes. He runs away. he leaves from the top of the tent. He jumps down. He runs into the crowd. The kids are chasing after him. He goes up to the coach. And then they show the view from the parking lot. They show the victim and his twin walk into the stadium from another angle. And they show us again how they distinctively had the same outfit, but different distinctive shoes. I noticed that they were walking in with 3 other boys. And you can see that there was a bunch of kids like still trying to enter into the track meet. So it says, so from the time that they entered into the stadium, had the encounter with Carmelo get arrested, all of this happened in a matter of 15 minutes. So they said from the point of Austin walking into the stadium all the way up until Carmelo being in handcuffs, that all happened within 15 minutes and 20 seconds. So then it was time for the defense to cross the legal video analysis. And they wanted to know if there was a way that he can tell that there was an argument. Now, like I told you, you can only see bodies, but you can't see like mouths. You can't really see faces. You could just see like a body is there. So they were wanting to know, hey, is there like, can you show me where like they were arguing at? Can you see them arguing? And the video analysis guy said no. So they wanted to know like about, you know how sometimes in a video, like there's so many frames per second. They wanted to know about any frames dropping, like if like a frame per second happened, like could you miss like a movement? Can you miss like a head nod, or can you miss like an action or something like that? And then they said that the rain was coming down, and they showed the video, and they showed that the person who shoved him was standing up and the person who got shoved was not standing up. So what the defense wanted to prove is they kept going back and forth with the video analyst, and they were like, hey, the person that got shoved, do you see him standing when he gets shoved? And they wanted to basically paint the picture that Carmelo Anthony never stood up until he attacked back. That was kind of what he was trying to flesh out with the video analyst by asking him all of these series of questions about, it's possible that he never stood up. You don't see him standing up, right? Do you see him stand up when he pushed them? Do you see a figure? Are they both up? And he was basically getting to the point that, or what he was trying to get the jury to understand is, here comes these big guys, or these teenagers, they're teenagers, these big teenagers that are significantly bigger than Carmelo. He's under the tent talking to somebody who he thought was a friend. The defense made sure to say thought was a friend. And then they say, or try to get the people to, put in their mind that they come in, they're bigger than him, they're taller than him. He's sitting down. He's telling them that he's not going to move. And while he's in his seat, Austin pushes him. And that's how this happened. So that's what the defense was basically trying to, flesh out to the jury through asking a series of questions of, is it possible that he didn't stand up? Did you take into account that you don't see a person, like he was asking them questions to try to like insinuate that Carmelo Anthony never stood up, that he was sitting down the entire time, and that they just walked up to him and pushed him. And then he had a split second to react. And that's when he stabbed him. All right. So then, they wanted to know how long ago did he enhance the video, because he came in as a legal video like expert to like enhance the video, and he said that he only enhanced the video 2 weeks ago. So then they got done with him and they called their next witness. Their next witness was a Black coach who was the coach for Austin and Hunter. His name was Robert Blaine Starr Jr., and he's the head track coach at Frisco Memorial. He trains athletes in combat sports. He is originally from Oklahoma. He was promoted to varsity coach at Irving High School. And then he went to, was it Molina High School? Then he went to Memorial High School. Then they wanted to know his background. Like, did you play football when you were in high school? He played football when he was in high school. He went to Virginia Tech. He has several different sports that he works with, and he does in-season or off-season coaching. They wanted to know, did you know Austin and Hunter, did you know who they were? And he says, yes, I was their position coach and I knew them for a few years. He said, well, I knew Austin for 1 year and Hunter for 2 years. Then they wanted to show them 2 pictures. So they had 2 pictures blown up to show him of the victim and his brother. So he admitted the pictures and evidence. He went and showed him. He was like, this picture is of the victim, Austin. And then he showed another picture where he said, this picture is of the victim and the brother. I didn't get to see the pictures, but he told us like what the pictures were. And he showed it to their coach, who was the coach. Anyways, so so he did okay. So let's see. Oh, okay. So then he started to speak on what the culture is at a track meet. He said, usually at track meets, they're co-ed and everything as far as the tents. He was like, the tent business, he kind of went on his own separate tangent. He was like, the tent business, it's $1 million business. Because I guess they always have to replace the tents because they get damaged and they always got to buy new ones. And they always have to have like a custom tent that has their logo. And he was talking about how it's like $1 million industry. I don't know how that was relevant, but he started saying that. Then he said that why the tent is so significant. All right. So he went into like how they have these custom tents and how it's $1 million business. And then he said that, and he wasn't saying that it was his business. He was just saying like the industry of it. Then he went into like what the importance of the tents are. He said that the tents are very important because they mark your spot and they are showing where your space is for your school on the bleachers. He said that normally at these track meets, it's normally around 60 to 65 kids, and they normally have about 6 or 7 coaches to chaperone. He said that the tents are pivotal because that's where they put all of their backpacks, their food, their valuables. He said because it's co-ed, there's boys and girls, they got to monitor, like, kids got different hormones going on and all of that. So he said that they like to always have a coach in proximity to kind of monitor everything that's going on, their valuables, the co-ed, because they always have boys and girls. It's only about 6 or 7 of them to like 60 to 65 kids. And they got to, manage all of that. They don't need no kids sliding on their dime. Okay. They don't need none of that. So he was saying that, why that is important. So he said that, there's usually always a coach that hangs back and is around the tent. He said they call it proximity control, and that's basically keeping a coach close to the tent at all times because there are food and valuables and boys and girls together, and them being co-ed, they need a adult as close as possible. He said, but this particular track meet was different. So he said that there are times where they go to different schools so that they can go to the track meets and they're like not hosting the track meet. He said, but this particular track meet was different because number one, there was the rain that kind of triggered a delay. And then number two, he said that they were the ones that were hosting the track meet. So because they were the ones that was hosting the track meet, they had a lot more responsibilities to deliver, things like they had to make sure that, everything ran smoothly for the other students and the other teams. So they had more jobs to do than normal. Like normally they would be able to watch their kids more closely and, have all of these things happening. But he said that there was so many different things. He was pulled into so many different directions. It was a lot going on basically because they were the ones that was hosting the track meet. And then he said that, and then he said that normally with the track culture, the expectation in track culture is that there's only going to be people from your school under your tent. Like that's the culture. The culture is that this is our tent. This is our school. It's only supposed to be us over here. That's the culture. And then he said that you don't go in somebody else's tent uninvited. So they wanted to know, is there a policy for a weapon? Are they not allowed or something? I don't know why I wrote that. And it says, Wednesday, April 2nd was a district meet where it's 7 teams where you try to get into the track playoffs. The top 4 that place go to the regionals, then the top 2 go to state. Austin and Hunter threw shot and disc. If you are the host school, you are responsible for running the meet. Due to the staggered start times of events, they were handling logistics and other things like that. Since they were hosting the meet, he was pulled in a lot of different directions that morning. He told his throwers to step up. They are responsible for getting tents off the bus, carrying equipment for the girls' bus, putting up the tents and their own equipment. So he asked them to step up and make sure that they were aligned with the Memorial High School values. He sent a text to Austin that day when it was about to rain. Some teams went to the bus. Some teams, somehow they got like a rain delay on the scoreboard, and some of them stayed on the bleachers. And when all of this happened, there was a soccer coach that had to get a crock pot. And his job was to go get the crock pot from the other coach. So when all of this was going down, or as it was brewing, he was making his way to the parking lot to retrieve a crock pot from a soccer coach. And when he was going to get the crock pot from the soccer coach, he started seeing all kind of mayhem happen. And I think he said that he ended up dropping the crock pot to kind of see what was going on. And then he was able to like see the commotion and etc. So he seen all this commotion and he wanted to know if like maybe there's a fight going on, maybe something is happening. And that's when he saw Austin on the ground. He said his face was purple and he had a big hole in his chest. It was a lot of commotion. He can't make it was a lot of people, like a lot of noise going on. He couldn't make out what people were saying, but he said that everyone was just screaming his name and he had to help Eddie because he was hysterical. After helping him out, he made his way back to Austin. Then he says he hears Hunter tell him to do something. Then he pointed at Carmelo, like, you got to do, like he pointed. Okay, so basically, and this is just, I'm just reading out straight my notes, but I'm going to paint the picture. So basically, he is in the parking lot, right? He hears about, he got to go get this crock pot. As he's walking back, he sees all of these kids running and scattering. He drops the crock pot. He's running, like, what's going on? All the kids are screaming at him, like, coach, like, you got to do something. Like, he sees Austin on the ground. He sees them with his hole in the chest, and they're pointing at Carmelo. So once they start pointing Carmelo out, he basically goes to confront Carmelo. So he says that he goes over to where Carmelo is, and he approached him, and he said that he hopped over a gate to like get to Carmelo. And that's when he saw that Carmelo was walking with two coaches from his school. He put his hand up and told Carmelo he wasn't going anywhere. He was walking calm with his coaches. He said, I asked him, what the hell did you do? Melo said he put his hands on me. He said after that, he went back to go help Hunter, and he put his hand on Austin's leg and he was praying. He said that I think he heard somebody say, you need to go help Hunter. And he went to go help Hunter. And he said that he didn't notice the rain raining hard or anything like that. But he said in that moment, when he went to go pray for Hunter, in that minute, he said that it started raining super hard. And as he's detailing this, his voice starts to crack. He starts to get like a crackling voice. You can tell like he's getting choked up. He's starting to cry. So then as he's starting to get choked up, I was on the same row as the Metcalf family. There were like a few people, like I didn't sit, like I was like one person away from the Metcalf family. So it was like the same row of his like, you know, mom, dad, all of them. And they were like, you could just hear a bunch of sniffles and they started crying. And the coach, he starts getting choked up as he's kind of, you know, reliving this. And then one of the jurors, she looks like she's crying or whatever as she's hearing this. And then it was, let's see. He confronted him. Okay. Oh, okay. So yeah, so he said that so he went to Hunter, and when he went to Hunter, he was needing to pray in that moment. When he prayed for him for that minute, it just started raining really hard. And he said he started, at this point, he's crying now. And he said that was his sign, and that's how he knew that Austin was no longer here. And when he said that, you just heard tears, like a bunch of tears from his family. His family was bawling, like they were, it was like, I was like, whew. I was like, this is a lot. Like, this is a lot. So as he's retelling that, where was I? Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, so I wrote, he breaks down and he's crying. Okay, so that was the moment he said he knew that Austin was gone. Okay, so after that, the prosecution told him to point out Carmelo Anthony. So they said to point, like, do you see Carmelo Anthony in the courtroom? So he looked and he pointed Carmelo Anthony out. He was like, oh, that's him right there. He got on a gray suit. And then he says, he looks different today. He looks clean cut today. Or yeah, he looks cleaned up today or clean cut today. And so then the prosecution, after he said, oh, he looks clean. He either looks cleaned up today or he has a clean cut today. He said one of the two. And so after he said that, the prosecution pulled up Carmelo Anthony.
He probably said clean cut. And the reason why I said it is when Carmelo got arrested, he had like little twists, like little mini dreads or whatever. And I noticed from the sketches, because even though, you know, you can't take pictures and things of that nature in the courtroom, from the sketches that I've been seeing that's been put out here, it's like he may have cut his hair off. Like it looks like he got a low haircut instead of the little, you know, the little twist dreads or whatever he had before. It looked like he got a haircut pretty much.
So he showed him Carmelo Anthony's mugshot, and Carmelo Anthony's mugshot was him with his, like, it looked like he was starting dreads or whatever, but you can tell he had a neat lineup. He had a fade, like his hairline was neat, but he just had like he was starting dreads or something, like short though. And so he was like, this is who you remember, right? Like that kind of thing. Like, this is the guy, you know, and showing his mugshot, and they plastered his mugshot on all of the screens, and the jury seeing, you know, him with his hair and everything like that. So so then after they did that, they wanted to know if he ever met Carmelo Anthony before. He said he didn't know him. He never knew him before. And then they wanted to know about Hunter. Is he still involved in Hunter's life? And he says, yes, he was recently his football coach. And he said that he was, and they were like, you were disappointed in Austin. And he said, yeah, he was disappointed in him. He said after they went to the thrower event, they left early to go fishing. So he threatened to kick him off the team. He said that particular day, because he threatened Austin that he was going to kick him off the team, he said he wasn't needed for that track meet. But since he was the captain of the football team, he came to support the team. He said actually he had a crappy year as a thrower. Like, he wasn't doing well as a thrower. He had a crappy year.
So in actuality, if you want to be technical about it, Carmelo or Austin should have been there. Since, you know, people saying, you know, Austin shouldn't have, not Austin, but Carmelo wasn't running, so he shouldn't have been there. He shouldn't have been up under the tent. Now you find out that neither one of them should have been there. Neither one of them should have been there, because you get what I'm saying? If you want to throw out the fact that Carmelo shouldn't have been there, it looks to me like Austin wasn't supposed to be there.
Well, that's the way it seems, boy. It do changes the color of the horse there. Nah, I'm just saying.
Oh, this is good. Okay, see, this is why I appreciate her. And it don't seem like she's making nothing up or trying to. It just seems like she's being straight to the point, like straight up with it. I enjoy her, you know, her detailed account of it. Let's listen.
And then he said, they were like, okay, so that morning you sent him a text. So they put up this text message on the screen, and it was the morning of the incident where he texted them before they got there. So in the text, it says, can you send this to all throwers? You guys keep leaving early, so just know you guys are probably not going to the district meet. You dudes never stay and celebrate your teammates, and you guys don't win. So what value are you guys bringing to the team besides coming out and celebrating yourself? So that's what he wrote to him. There was one other paragraph, like it was like one or two sentences below that. I didn't have enough time to write it down, but this is what Austin's coach wrote to him and his brother the morning of the incident. So I got all of the text messages. I was able to write all of it, besides, like, it was like 1 to 2 lines that I wasn't able to catch. So he said, can you send this to all throwers? You guys keep leaving early, so just know you guys are probably not going to the district meet. You dudes never stay and celebrate your teammates, and you guys don't win. So what value are you guys bringing to the team besides coming out and celebrating yourself? So then I guess after he sent that, he changed his mind and allowed them to come. Okay. So he changed his mind and he allowed them to come. And then they showed that there was another text message that got sent out. So the next text message that got sent out, it says, you and Rhett are on early bus. Get the tent and whatever else we need. Set examples of how to conduct yourself today. Be a leader. I need you and Rhett to hold us down. I will be hosting the meet. So I'm going to lean on my older guys. It was like 1 or more 2 lines to that text too. I got as much as I could. I was trying to write down as fast as I could. So initially he threatened them and he told them that he wasn't going to use them, that they were not bringing value to the team. And then he changed his mind and he said, listen, I'm gonna put y'all in charge. I'm gonna lean on y'all. You know, I'm gonna give y'all some responsibilities. Basically, that's kind of what I took from these 2 text messages, is like, y'all not doing y'all end of the bargain, but let's see how y'all handle these responsibilities. That's not what the text says. I just read to y'all what the text says, but that's what I got from the text. You get what I'm saying? After that, it was the defense cross. So now we're at defense. So the defense wanted to know if he called the sheriffs to share info about the incident that happened with Carmelo, and him making a statement by saying that Carmelo should not have been under the tent because it was not raining. So they were like, did you make a statement to the sheriffs and tell them that Carmelo Anthony should not have been under the tent because it wasn't raining? Like, did you say that? And then he was like, I don't recall saying that it wasn't raining, but if it says that I said that, then I said that. Like, that was kind of what he was saying. Like, I don't recall saying it, but if it says I said it, then I said it, type of thing. So then they wanted to know, well, was it raining or whatever like that? And he said to him, he didn't consider it to be raining like all hard. He said to him it was a light drizzle, and he only remembers it raining hard when it was him and Hunter having their moment. And they start probing him and like it wasn't raining. And so then he went into saying like, you know, well, I'm used to certain, like he didn't say it, I'm just paraphrasing. He was just basically saying like, to him, that wasn't like really rain. You know what I mean? Like that wasn't nothing to like, that wasn't really nothing. Like that was just it was a little drizzle. It wasn't really nothing like that. But in the video that I saw, you can see the rain coming down. You can see the people got ponchos. You can see they got umbrellas, all of those things. So they were asking him like, so you
know what I'm saying? They're trying to minimize the rain and how the rain was coming down because they want to say it wasn't raining, so he had no business being up under that canopy. But you can't deny the rain. If you see the rain in the motherfucking video in the surveillance, and you see people with umbrellas popped open, they in ponchos and shit, and you see all the other kids gathered up under the tent or the canopy or whatever, it's raining. And she said she clearly saw raindrops on the surveillance. But see, they trying to say it wasn't raining like that. They pushing that narrative to say it wasn't even raining, so he had no business up under the tent. You see, you get where I'm coming from. Like the truth. Why if you honestly believe this young man did this and it wasn't self-defense, why do you have to lie? Why do you have to spin a narrative?
Because they trying to get a full conviction. I mean, I can see it both ways as far as.
It was a rhetorical question because I know that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to nail him to the cross. I know. Well, not to the cross, to the wall. But yeah, but you making shit up. You clearly lying on something that's right there.
True. That is true.
That's crazy, man.
Because I was trying to give it the benefit of the doubt when they was talking about the rain. Maybe it was mist and it built up on the camera where it's dripping, where it looked like it's raining heavier, but it ain't. But if you're saying that the kids had umbrellas, then it's possibly raining hard enough for them to have umbrellas. You know?
Kids had umbrellas open, they had ponchos on, and see, it's the whole. And don't get it twisted. Like I said, okay, like I said, rest in heaven, please to this young man. And I'm not diminishing what happened to him, and he should still be here. But what I'm saying is they got this whole dramatic on. They say, because they saying, oh, it wasn't raining, right? It wasn't raining, and Carmelo shouldn't have been up under the tent. And then all of a sudden, when he kneeling down praying and holding Austin, you know, touching his leg and praying, all of a sudden the rain just started coming down. I'm like, what are we doing? Anywho, let's continue to listen, y'all. What you say? I don't want to stand in drizzle either. Yeah, you don't want to stand in drizzle either, but I believe it was clearly raining. I just do, but you know, hey, all right, let's listen.
Who's mean to tell me it wasn't raining? And so he was like, well, to me, it wasn't, you know, because they were trying to confront him on the statement that he made to authorities about it not raining. Okay. So he was basically justifying him saying that it wasn't raining. Again, if you guys want to support the channel and you are enjoying my content, share the videos, share the live. Sharing the videos means sharing my link to my live and donating to the Cash App Neek at Night Media. It is a lot to cover this and bring y'all as much details as possible. If you guys are enjoying my content, even if you aren't and you're like, I can't stand this black B, I can't stand all you, hit the dislike button, whatever the case. If you're here, just let us know that you're here. You know what I mean? Show some type of engagement. Let me know. Say hi. Hi, how are you? My name is Neek. If you don't know me, I cover trials and I cover gossip and I cover media. I cover trending stories. I cover all those things. There was a recent documentary on Hulu called The Cult of Nature Boy, and they featured your girl for a couple of seconds up in there. So if y'all got Hulu, you can see me talk for 2 seconds, 3 seconds, here, there, and everywhere. You know, a couple of episodes, they jotted me down. They said, we'll put you down for 3 seconds on this episode, 3 seconds on that episode. You know what I'm saying? Check me out. Also, I was on CNN, child. Can you believe it? I did the Diddy trial coverage and they asked your girl to come on to CNN, baby. Check me out if y'all don't know about me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Check out my other stuff. Like, what? Period. Anyways, back to this. But, child, y'all can donate. That would be greatly appreciated, okay? Because, baby girl, like, what we doing? This is a lot of work. But anyways, all right, let's get back to it. Like the video, if not for nothing. All right, so let's see. What else? Okay. Okay, where was I? Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So yeah. So then they were asking him. They were probing a little bit more about his comment to the sheriff, saying that Carmelo shouldn't have been under the tent because it wasn't raining, and they were basically, he was basically saying like, to him, it couldn't have been raining too bad because the track meet didn't get canceled. Like the track meet was still going on, so he didn't say clearly it wasn't raining.
The track meet wasn't canceled, but it said canceled on the roster on the thing up there. It said no, it didn't say canceled. It said delayed. According to what the people said last week, it said delayed. So let's see what she says.
That bad, but that's kind of what it gave. You know what I mean? Like clearly it wasn't raining that bad. That's not what he said, but that's what he insinuated. Like the track meet was still going on, so you let me know if you think it was really raining like that. You know, that's the energy that it gave. All right. So he said, "Do you recall people with umbrellas?" Because then now they're like, "Okay, now you playing." Like, do you remember seeing people with?
Y'all, I'm gonna step out for like 1 minute, and I want to hear what she got to say. So I'm gonna pause it. Y'all talk to each other in the chat, and I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I wonder how much more is going to get come out. This is getting. This is. I'm trying to keep up with it and paint the picture in my head. It's like they keep adding more and more stuff. It sounds like to me they're trying to confuse the jury. Truthfully, I mean, was it raining or not? Was it misting, drizzling, or heavy rain? I mean, even a mist here in Texas, I'm pretty sure it was pretty hot. Uh, still, like, yeah. I'll welcome in all the new people that's out there in the bushes. Don't be scared to comment. And while you're there, make sure you smash the like and you subscribe to the channel so you can always get these great courtships. Yeah, they said they did. They said they zoomed in. They said it get blurry. They said they was gonna bring a 4K TV in. They said some of everything. It's like, but I guess they're just going through each witness at this moment. I think the TV and all that stuff should be today because I think we're like a day or two behind. I think that's what you said. So,
$100. I just talked. $100. Did you leave or something? I just talked about the fact that it was. I just talked about the fact that she said in the surveillance video that she saw it was clearly raining. I just talked about that.
yeah, and that was the stadium camera too, I believe.
Yeah, and it was like a view. It was like a, from what I saw, it was far away from the actual canopies, and it had an overall view of like the field, the canopies, and the bleachers and all that.
So,
So
so
yeah,
they was on the away bench there because the camera would be sitting over there by the you know what I'm saying, you're in the stadium, football stadium. You got the announce box on the home side. So I guess it's coming from that angle, upper angle, I would say.
okay. You say he was asking a question about the weather. Who asked the question? You asked a question about the weather, man.
No, I was just making a couple of analysis as far as what they're trying to give us. Was it misting? Was it drizzling? Was it heavy rain? You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? It's like they're trying to confuse the jury.
because the what we listened to last week, they say it was misty. Remember, they said it was misty.
Yeah.
Um, she's saying, and I heard another news person saying it was clearly raining. And then you got the coach who said it wasn't raining, but as soon as this happened, it just all of a sudden started raining. Oh, okay, $100, no problem. But yeah, it's all it's all designed for all these different stories. It's all designed for a reason. I just feel like the truth don't change, and the truth is the truth, and it shouldn't be. If everybody's telling the truth, then it shouldn't be all these different accounts. It shouldn't be. But hey,
We got to find the truth within all the different accounts there. You know what I'm saying? It's like we got to, which one is the best way of how the video is making it appear to be. You know what I'm
right,
saying?
right, yeah.
The umbrella. And he says, I don't recall. I didn't see. So at that point, I'm like, now I know you've seen the video.
Listen to what she just said, man. Listen to what she's talking about.
Was still going on. So he didn't say clearly it wasn't raining that bad, but that's kind of what it gave. You know what I mean? Like clearly it wasn't raining that bad. That's not what he said, but that's what he insinuated. Like the track meet was still going on. So you let me know if you think it was really raining like that. That's the energy that it gave. All right. So he said, do you recall people with umbrellas? Because then now they're like, okay, now you're playing. Like, do you remember seeing people with umbrellas? And he says, I don't recall. I didn't see. So at that point, I'm like, now I know you've seen the video. I've seen the video. You were witnessing the case. I know you've seen the video. You've seen them people with umbrellas. You see. He said, maybe they didn't show him the surveillance video. I don't know, but I just assumed he would have seen it. You know what I mean?
He didn't need to see the video if he was there. If he was there, he saw umbrellas. Did you see the umbrellas or not? He didn't look. He didn't need to see the video to know if there were umbrellas. He was there. If it's in the videos that there were umbrellas, he saw umbrellas. Unless he just was so hyper focused on, whatever was going on. I don't know. But all I'm saying is if you there, you didn't need to see video to know there were umbrellas. I'm just saying.
But he was like, they were like, do you recall people with umbrellas? I don't recall. I didn't see. They said, you talked about coaching track and football in different sports and how different sports have different rules. He said, yes, sir. He said, no rule prevents them from walking around, and no rule, but there's no like written rule that says that you can't go under another tent. And he was saying that like it's not like a written rule, but that's like the culture. Like that's just, it's one of those things like if you know, like you ain't supposed to be under there. Like we didn't write it down and tell you that, but like it's our culture. Like if you ain't supposed to really be under the tent. And so he said that, but you do see times where kids from other teams will see their friends from other schools and talk to them, right? You do see that, right? And then he said, yes, sir. And then he said, that team tent is your home base, right? Where they leave backpacks and stuff, right? He was like, yes. He said, you said Frisco ISD policy and other teams can't come to the team tents. And you said that was a policy. He said, I don't recall saying that it was a written policy. So you're basically saying that it's not a written policy, but it's just like the culture. And he said, yes, sir. They said, so the tent is how you mark your home base. If you are invited to other tents, usually that's not a thing because of co-eds, but usually a coach is there to regulate that. It's not unheard of for a student athlete to go under another tent. He said, no, but it's not the norm. And then he says, there are other coaches that might be fine. Okay, so my experience is, so they were asking him like, is this okay for other coaches? He was like, in my experience, that don't fly around here. That's why we always have a coach in close proximity to the tent. He said, but you do see students talking to other kids other than tents, don't you? And he said, yes, sir, but I follow the rules of the athletic director. And so he was basically like, every time they were saying like, you have seen that before though, right? He was basically trying to like deflect and try to act like he doesn't see it because he follows the rules, but they were trying to flesh out to him, like, even though you follow the rules, you've seen it though, right? Like, that's kind of like what this was given, like, because every time he answered, he was basically saying, I don't do that. I follow the rules. I don't allow it. I don't do it. I follow track culture. I follow this. And so they were trying to they was like, yeah, but you've seen it though, right? Like that was kind of, the back and forth that they were having. It wasn't in those words. Again, this is not an official transcript. I wrote down as much as I could and some stuff I paraphrased, but that's kind of what this exchange was given. So then, okay, so He said, I follow the rules of the athletic director. Okay, so did you know that out of all the teams that were there and all the teams had a tent, and Centennial was the only team that did not have a tent that day? He said, no, sir, I did not know that. He said, you told the detective that you were pretending to kick Austin off of the team. He said, how much did Austin weigh? It's over 200 pounds, right? So he said, I can't tell you. Like, he was like, I don't know, maybe he was over 200. He said, well, he said he did, I guess he did gain weight, and he maybe he could have got up to 220, but he was like, I know it was over 200, maybe 220, but he was like guessing, like, I don't know, like he did gain weight. I know it was probably over 200, maybe, it was like, maybe, it was kind of like that. So then I put in a note to myself, because I, casually, like I would look and I would write down like what's being said. And then it dawned on me at this point, I'm like, wait a minute. I thought to myself, I'm like, I don't see not one juror taking notes. So I wrote that. I'm like, jurors are not taking notes. So I don't know if in Texas, they don't give them a pen and a pad. I don't know if they have a pen and paper or if they don't. I don't know what the Texas rules are, but I never recall, and not to say that they never took a note, but each time that I glanced over, and again, most of the time I'm writing, but I'm like, halfway through the testimony, I'm like, wait a minute. I looked, I'm like, they're not taking notes. Now, so for me, that was unusual, because every single trial that I have covered, even like no matter what the trial was, anytime that I was in the courtroom and I was covering a trial, I always seen jurors with notepads and papers taking notes. Now, again, I don't know if they even have notepads or not, or I don't know if they did take notes. I just remember taking a mental note and thinking, I haven't seen them take no notes. And then I looked and I'm like, they're not taking notes. So that was just something that I realized. I'm like, they're not taking notes. That was interesting. So I'm gonna have to ask tomorrow. I wanna know if, I don't know who I asked at the courthouse, but I want to know if they give them a pen and paper, because I don't even know if they even have a pen and paper. They might have a pen and paper. I don't know if they even have one. I just remember I didn't see them taking no notes. And so then I asked one of the girls, I wrote like a sticky note to her, and I'm like, hey, am I tripping? Or have you seen the jurors taking notes? She was like, nope, they ain't took no notes. She said, I didn't see them take no notes either. I was like, interesting. Like we passed a quick note real quick. So anyways, I'm going to ask tomorrow if the jurors can take notes and if they have a notepad, because I don't remember them taking notes. Anyways, so that was the mental note that I put at the top of my notes. And then, oh, okay. So the defense. All right. So they're questioning the coach. And then they said, so earlier, and again, I'm paraphrasing. These ain't the exact words, but this is kind of what it gave. He was like, so earlier you made a comment about Carmelo, and you said that he was cleaned up. That's kind of how it gave. Now, that's not the exact word for word, but that's what it gave. You know what I mean? Like, I'm one of them people that, like, a person will say something, but you know how something comes off. It's not what they say, but that's how it came off, So he told him, he was like, so you made a comment. You said that Carmelo looked cleaned up. He said, yeah, he got a haircut, but he said, the coach responded, he said, yeah, he got a haircut. He said, but his other haircut is a normal one too, right? Like, you've seen kids wear their hair like that. He said, yes, sir. He was like checking him on him saying that he looked clean cut or cleaned up. Or,
yeah, trying to make it seem like any other time he looked raggedy.
Anyways,
it be wordplay for me. I try to be tickled, but this is just crazy to me. It's the wordplay.
Now, when you should call out racism, that's when you should call it right there. That's racist.
Yeah, because clearly, when you seen that young man, let me tell you something. They can say what they want. When that young man came out of jail, and I think he had been in jail for like over a week, because you gotta remember his bond was initially $1 million. It took like a week or so to get it reduced, right? So when he came out of jail, which I covered when it happened, it was on the news live. Besides the suit that he came out in, let's be clear, we're gonna disregard the suit. His haircut, you could clearly tell he must have had a clean cut head when he went in there, because when he came out, he didn't look raggedy nowhere, not even his haircut. I mean, you got to remember this young man, and in all the pictures you see, like if you Google this and you see all the pictures of him, like the coverage when he came out of jail and how he looked in this and the third, and then you think about the fact that listen, and I know this shouldn't play a part in nothing, but his parents were well off. Them people live in a rich neighborhood, like they was well off. He wasn't just some scraggly, raggedy looking teenager, running around causing trouble and shit. It was not that. But that's what, because see, when they put up pictures of Carmelo, other than, the photographs you see of him coming out of jail and this and the third, they will always put up his mugshot. Out of all the pictures that I saw that other people were putting up of him, they would always put up his mugshot. It's the semantics for me. I know it's paying a lot of attention, but that's what I do. I pay a lot of attention to how people move and how they try to maneuver shit. And it's all a manipulation. That's all I'm gonna say. But anywho, let's see what else she said. Because his haircut being part of this testimony is behooving to me. Like, this is behooving.
Like, kind of like checking him on that. So, okay, so they said, like, do you recall Carmelo looking like he was about to cry? And so they were asking him, like, the interaction that he had between him and Carmelo, like, does he remember Carmelo looking like he was about to cry, And so he said that he recalls he looked hysterical, and he said that he put his hands on me. He was like, he looked hysterical, and he said that Austin had put his hands on him. So that was it for that witness. They called the next witness. So the next witness is a coach by the name of Tiffany Whitaker, and she is the athletic trainer for Memorial High School. She's been, it says she was 8 years from Colony, went to get a degree at TCU. She's certified as an athletic trainer. It says that she was there when the school got open, so she had to get furniture, all these things. So then they wanted to know, like, from her point of view, what is the culture behind the tent? So she said, a school's tent is like a locker room. You stay in your locker room. Everyone has their own individual spaces. If you are by yourself, do you park under somebody else's tent? She said, not normal. Like that's not normal. And then so they wanted her to explain what the weather was like that day. So they were like, explain the weather. She said it was cloudy and windy, and she said they kept monitoring the weather because they saw that there was a storm moving towards their direction. And she said there was some drizzle. And because there was some drizzle, it signaled a weather delay on the scoreboard. She said they had set up all the equipment by the locker room, and she was off the track behind the flagpole. She saw Austin that morning before this incident happened, and they were like, well, did you see Austin that day, like before everything happened? She said that she saw Austin that morning. He gave her a hug, and he went about his day. She was in the area of it, but she wasn't right there when it happened. And she said that she basically saw all the commotion. And when she saw all the kids scattering, all the commotion and stuff like that, she looks over and she notices a student by the name of Hudson. So she says she sees Hudson, and he says that he stabbed him and he threw the knife and he's in the stands. She said, so she stood and she walked in that direction to go get Hooper. I guess Hooper was another coach. She said, and so she goes, and they're like pointing out Carmelo. She's the one who intercepted, Carmelo along with another coach. So one of the kids basically tell her hey, he stabbed Austin, and so she's like, hey, trying to tell Carmelo hey, you can't leave, you can't go anywhere or whatever like that. And then she got another coach by the name of Hooper. She got his attention, and she said, hey, I need you to take him. He stabbed someone. And I think at that time she didn't know it was Austin. I retract. They just said he stabbed him. At that point, she didn't know that it was Austin. He stabbed him. And then she went to go get Hooper's attention, and she said, hey, he stabbed someone. He is not free to leave. So she handed Carmelo off to Hooper to go see who was stabbed. So she, after she got Cooper's attention, who is the coach at a school called Heritage, she said, he turned around and said, you stabbed somebody, son? She said, once I thought he would take care of him, I went to render medical aid. So once she went to go render medical aid, she thought, I guess, he was having a seizure. She thought somebody might be having a seizure. She looked around and she saw Austin, and she headed in that area to help with evaluating him. Coach Birch had fingers on his neck to check his pulse.
He was blue in color. He was not breathing. She said, I started rescue breaths. Others did chest compressions. They continued CPR until paramedics. She was in autopilot. She was just like, she wasn't even paying attention to what's going on. She was just like in go mode, basically. And they rendered CPR until the paramedics came. She said when the paramedics came, they gave him medication and they gave him blood. And once they gave him blood and medication, he started to get some of his color back. Because at first he was turning like purple and like bluish purple and all that. And so once the paramedics got there, they gave him medication. I've
never heard of that. I've never heard. Or maybe they did it in the medic in the ambulance, giving him blood. I've never heard of a patient receiving blood. Because they had to type and cross that blood. Like they had to do a type and cross match. I've never, listen.
And she's suspect. I ain't gonna lie, she's suspect. What woman sports director? What woman sports director is hugging on students? That's a violation right there. She told on herself and they letting it fly. You know what I'm saying? She a freak. I'm just saying. Continue.
Okay. Besides that, they don't give blood out in the field. What is she talking about? They gave him blood and medication. I don't even know what medication they would have gave him out in the field. This is not making sense to me. And I hope somebody's questioning that, like, they don't give blood out in the field. Your blood, when you get a blood transfusion, they draw your blood. They have to do a type and cross match. And you receive blood. This is not adding up. This is crazy. Okay.
Him some blood. And so he started to get some shame. They gave him medication and they gave him blood. And once they gave him blood and medication, he started to get some of his color back. Because at first he was turning like purple and like bluish purple and all that. And so once the paramedics got there, they gave him medication, they gave him some blood. And so he started to get some color. So she at that point, she started to get hope. Like she started to be hopeful that he was gonna be all right. You know, like she started to get hopeful. And she basically let the paramedics do their thing. And she like hung around the area and waited. So then it was time for the defense to cross. So they said, so, hey, like after this incident, you went to the officers after this and you told the cop that you stopped and put grabbed Carmelo. She said that she didn't physically grab Carmelo. She just kind of like, you know, like made sure that he didn't go anywhere. But she was like, I didn't touch him. But, you know, they were asking her if she like grabbed Carmelo. So they wanted to know how did she describe him? And so I guess she described Carmelo as 5'7", and that was as opposed to Austin Hunter, that was a 60 to 70 pound weight difference, and he's smaller. She has seen and so then they wanted to know, like, okay, so have you seen kids that are from other schools go onto other tents? And she said yes, she's seen that. So then they said you know, because track meets are long, they're drawn out, there's a lot of walking around, and it is common, you know, like kids do go and talk to their friends, especially if they have buddies at other schools, they'll go and talk to them. She said correct. And if they know someone from another school, they sit and talk to them. She said correct. Did you know Centennial didn't have a tent? And I think she said she didn't. It wouldn't make sense to go under another tent to get out of the rain. And then it says that they have male and female athletes. And then it said Austin was a very good football player. He was a linebacker on average. And they were trying to figure out like how big he was. Like they were trying to get her to compare how big Austin was based on like positions that people play in football. So I'm not a sports person, but I guess certain positions you're bigger. I don't know nothing about football, but
yeah, certain positions you're bigger. Linebackers are immensely bigger than what. Yeah, linebackers are bigger than they all know how big he is. They in court. You think they don't know this child's size? Yeah,
she a damn freak. You can't prove.
Linebackers are bigger than. I think he played. I keep wanting to say wide receiver, but that was my son. He played something else. It was something else he played. But yeah,
Tight end.
I think it was tight end. I think it was tight end. They said it on the previous thing. Okay, let's see.
They was going through the list of different positions in football to compare how big he was. If that makes sense. That's what they were doing. Those of y'all who watch football, y'all get it. But they were talking about like linebackers versus this versus that, you know, like saying how big, like trying to get a visual of how big he was. So after that, they were done with her. And then the prosecution released her as the witness. And then the defense said that she was subject to recall, meaning that there was a possibility that they can bring her back. So then they went to the next coach, which was a coach by the name of Vincent Hooper. Vincent Hooper is another Black coach, and he is the head coach at Heritage High School. He was born in Dallas. He played sports in school. He had a little time in the NFL. He was invited as a free agent to the Minnesota Vikings. He didn't make the team though, because I think he said that were only bringing 10 people on, and he was number 11. He was 6'2". They asked him, they was like, the prosecution was like, this might be embarrassing, but how big are you? Like, what's your height and weight? And he was 6'2", 240 pounds. I don't know why they asked him what his height and weight was. Maybe trying to compare it to Austin. I don't know, but they asked him his height and weight. I was like, why are you asking him his height and weight? Anyways, so they asked him his height and weight. He said he was 6'2" and 240 pounds. And every time he would give an answer, he would talk like really fast, like really, really fast, like he was talking real, real fast. And so the judge had to keep stopping him, like, slow down. And then they would ask him a question, and then he would talk, and then he would talk really fast. And the judge would have to like, okay, like calm down, you know, like the judge had to keep slowing him down because the court reporter wasn't able to keep up because he was like talking really fast. All right. So then they said kids like to mingle and talk, but something, I don't know what I wrote there. Let's see. Okay. So it says, what do you remember about the rain? And then he says, was the track meet going to be delayed or something like that? He said he didn't remember. So then they wanted to know where he was when all of this was going on. So just like the other coach, he was occupied doing something else as well. So like when this initially happened. So they wanted to know, where was he at? So he went through his list of, you know, events of how it was him to intercept Carmelo. So he was another one of the coaches that also that the Tiffany passed Carmelo to. So he had to run through his day and why he wasn't around and where he was at and what he was doing. So he said that he went to his car to get batons so that they can do the relay handoffs. Then he saw kids scattered and yelling. And he said he was telling them to calm down. And when he was telling all the kids to calm down, they were saying he stabbed him. Then a coach handed Carmelo to me and said, don't let him leave. He asked Carmelo, what did you do? He said, Carmelo's response to him was, he put his hands on me. And then he said, when Carmelo said that, he said that he put his arm around Carmelo's shoulder. So after Carmelo said that, he basically like embraced Carmelo and he put his arms around his shoulder. And so he said he put his arms around his shoulder. He said he had a heart-to-heart with Carmelo. And he said, you know, if he dies, this is going to change your life for the rest of your life or something like that. And Carmelo Anthony responded and said, he's not going to die. Like Carmelo was like, he's not going to die. Like, you know, like he ain't going to, like, there's no way he's not going to die. Like, he's not going to die. Like, so they were trying to flesh out the mindset of Carmelo at the time, but this was the prosecution fleshing this out. I thought this would have been something that the defense would have been fleshing out, but this was the prosecution who was getting all of these details out there. And so, so Carmelo Anthony said that he's not going to die. And then he said that he embraced Carmelo. And when he embraced Carmelo, Carmelo started to cry. He said at that point, he handed him off to a Centennial coach. And then he says it starts ringing a bell when he seen the twin brother and he saw an African-American kid run after Carmelo. He said an African-American kid said, he stabbed my brother. So then they were like, okay, so this black kid walks up and says that Carmelo stabbed his brother. Like he's not, like, obviously the black kid is not Austin's brother. So what did you understand that to mean? Because obviously he's not his real brother. That's kind of what the prosecution was trying to show, that a black boy is calling Austin his brother. And so he was like, well, I understood that to mean like, they're buddies, they're friends, they're teammates. And so that's why he was calling him his brother. I didn't think that he was his real brother, but I understood that to mean like they're buddies, they're friends or whatever. And then so he was like, he walks Carmelo to the Centennial coach, and they wanted to know if Carmelo Anthony's emotions seemed genuine, because he said that Carmelo Anthony has started to cry, and they wanted to know if his emotions seemed genuine. He said that yeah, like to him, he felt like Carmelo's crying was genuine. He said the young man said that he's not going to die. And he said that Eddie is a black kid, and he handed off Carmelo so that he can get Eddie, something like that. And then he saw Austin, and then Austin was pale white in a puddle of blood. And then after that, later that day, he went to Frisco PD. So then it was time for the defense to cross-examine him. And then the first question that they wanted to know is, okay, so when you embraced Carmelo after this and Carmelo started crying, you said that you felt like his emotions were genuine. He said, yes. He said, based on my experience as a coach, I felt like his emotions were genuine. And then they were like, he said, I don't think that he thought that Austin would die. Like in his mind, like he doesn't think that Carmelo thought that Austin would really die. And then they wanted to know, like, okay, so when you came in contact with Carmelo, like, was he running? And then he explained how he hugged Carmelo, and they like embraced each other. And he said that he had walked off to see something else. And when he like briefly walked away from Carmelo to, I think, check another student or something, then he walked back to Carmelo, and Carmelo did not leave. Like he didn't like run away anywhere. Like he waited for him right there. So they were trying to prove that Carmelo wasn't trying to run and escape, because when the prosecution, they did their opening statement, they made it seem like Carmelo was trying to escape. He was trying to get away. He was trying to avoid, getting caught. And so the defense was trying to show like, hey, wasn't there a moment after you embraced Carmelo and you came in contact with him, you stepped away from him for a little bit, and then you came back and he was still there. He didn't move. That's kind of what they were trying to, establish. So, okay, a track meet is an all-day event. Students will mingle with other friends. They were asking him like, will students mingle with other friends? He said, yes, sir, they will do that. But we try to keep that from happening, but it's not unusual. It was raining and students were getting from out the rain. That's the question that the defense asked. And he said, yes, sir. And he says, you comforted Carmelo. And he said, yes, sir. So that was the end of his testimony. Then the next witness was Joshua Rugman. He was a white coach. He was the defense coordinator for the football team. He was born in Houston. He joined the military. He played football in high school. He was a 100% disabled veteran after he left the military. And they wanted to know about like his POV of track meets and, the culture and all of those things like that. This is the coach that rendered aid to Austin. So when Austin had got stabbed and he was laying on the bleachers, he ran over with another coach, a coach Thayer, and he ran over. Thayer called 911. He took off his jacket, and when he took off his jacket, he started to use his jacket to put pressure onto the wound. So they wanted to flesh out like how all of that happened, and so it said that okay, so a part of like the job and the track meets is to stay close proximity. Is to stay close to the team tent and keep an eye out and make sure that things are running smooth. Then they wanted to know how big he was. So they were like, so how tall and big are you? Okay. So he said that he's 6'4", 260 pounds. And he said that on the day that this happened, he was waiting for the field events to start. So they said, did you have boys and girls under the tent? He said, yes, sir. They wanted to know what the weather was like. He said it was drizzly out, not a hard rain. There was enough. He said it wasn't like a hard rain, but it was raining enough where I needed to put on my jacket. I had on a rain jacket, and I also had my hood up.
So Sonia, I'm sorry, I missed your comment. You say I couldn't park fast enough. I know this has passed by, but how do you know? How do you know that the blood was a match for him? The blood may not be a good match to him. I'm confused about that. Or no, things are. Sonia, I worked on rescue as a certified paramedic. We don't experience, and I worked in the lab. I worked in the hospital lab where we had to type and cross blood Ain't nobody getting no blood in the field. I'm sorry. You can be bleeding out. People die on the scene or in medics because they bleed out because you cannot administer blood in the field. I don't know where they're getting this from, like for real. You cannot administer blood to a patient in the field. You got to type and cross that blood. How would they know his blood type? Who knew his blood type? You got to know a person's blood type to administer blood. And then once you know the type, you got to type and cross it. Like, it's just blatant lie. I don't understand where this stuff is coming from.
So they wanted to know where he was at. So he was like, okay, so on the bleachers, okay, so I don't okay, so like when you first walk on the bleachers, right? The very first rail on the bleachers. And then after the rail, the first rail is all the seats. Him and another coach was like slightly off to the side at that rail, the closest, like the rail that like separates that starts the bleacher. They were on they were talking on the rail, and then the kids were slightly back into the side of them in the tent. All right. So he explained where he was positioned at, and they wanted to know, okay, so the whole time that you were at the, standing in your position where you were, did you see any commotion going on? Did you see anything to alert you that, there was an incident happening, anything like that? He said that he never saw any commotion until after the stabbing. So like all the way leading up to the stabbing, like whatever words that they had exchanged or whatever, he says that he never heard anything, and he wasn't that far away, but he didn't hear anything until he started to see all of the commotion with the kids and all of them, running around and everything like that. Once he saw the commotion, he saw that Austin was wounded. He immediately ran to him, and then they showed the video of him. And then they were like, they showed a video, and they were like, okay, so which one is you? And then they pointed out which one he was, and it showed that he was the one that, like, as soon as there was commotion, he immediately ran to Austin. And as he's running, you can see him taking his jacket off, and he's immediately running and taking his jacket off while he's running so that he can use his jacket to like do his compressions or compact the wound or something like that, he was saying. And basically the reason why he knew what to do and what to spring into action is because he's an Army veteran. He said that he was in the military, and there were several times that he was blown up. Okay. He said, I was blown up several times, and he knew, like, just what to do. Like he was in a, what do you say? Like a buggy. What's it called? He didn't say buggy, but he was in, like a military car, and it got blown up, but he was okay. And then he was in a house that got blown up, but because of these different blowups, like he was 100% veteran. And with the knowledge that he has as a veteran, he knew what to do to spring into action to, compact the wound and put pressure on the wound and all of those things. Y'all saying Humvee? Maybe it was Humvee. I'm saying, I know it wasn't Buggy though. He said a name. It might have been Humvee. All right. So after that, okay. So okay, so when he went to immediately spring into action, at the same time that he went to spring into action, there was another coach by the name of Thayer. Coach Thayer called 911. So while he's administering aid, all of the kids are hysterical. Coach Thayer calls 911. So they wanted to know, like, okay, so you put pressure on the wound. He said that he yelled and called to Thayer to call 911. Somebody came up behind him. He said that it was his brother saying, yeah, somebody was saying it was his brother. They were saying it was on location, the blood. He said he knew it was bad because it wasn't a lot of blood that was exiting. The blood was staying internal. So he said that due to the location of the stab wound and due to the fact that a lot of the blood was staying internal, he knew what was, like, basically that he was losing his life. And he said you can see the color in his face start to drain. And he eventually realized that there was no post. So they did CPR on him. He wasn't breathing, but he was doing agonal breathing. And so they said that, I guess, agonal breathing is when you're taking your last breath and you're not really breathing, but you're taking your last breath, but people think that you're breathing. So I guess at one point he was taking his last breath, and when they did the 911 call, he didn't want to, like, give them false hope. So he, like, let them think that he was breathing still or something like that. So they wanted to know how long did it take the paramedics to get there. It took them about 10 minutes to arrive. And he said that he's, after all of it happened, he stayed with all of the kids so that they can talk it out and kind of like talk through like what had just happened. After that, they played the 911 call. Whew, this 911 call was intense. So they entered into the 911 call, into the exhibit, and the 911 call was initiated by Coach Thayer. And in the 911 call, it was a 7 minutes. I looked at the timestamp of the call. It was 7 minutes and 27 seconds. It stopped a little bit before 27 seconds. I think it stopped at like 7 minutes and 19-second mark was the actual duration, but the full thing, the timestamp was 7 minutes, 27 seconds. Anyways, so they call the paramedics and they say, you can hear kids in the background yelling and they were hysterical. Okay. They said that they were on the visitor side bleacher. They have an Army vet doing compression rooms. They wanted to know if the victim was breathing. They said, no, he's not breathing. He's stabbed in the chest. So while he's talking to the paramedics and they're asking him, like, is he breathing? You hear in the background, you hear a bunch of kids and they're just hysterical, like completely losing their minds. Okay. They're hysterical. They're freaking out. You can hear them frantic in the back. And the coach there, he was calm. He wasn't, he was calm, but everybody else in the background, they were hysterical. Like they were losing it in the background. So you hear them, you hear the other coach. So while Coach Thayer is calling, you hear the coach that was on the witness stand, you hear him in the audio. And so he starts telling Austin, stay with me, stay with me. He was like, stay with me, Austin. So you hear him like they're doing chest compressions and he's telling Austin, like, stay with me, or whatever. And then he said, the other coach said his eyes are rolling in the back of his head. As soon as they said his eyes were rolling in the back of his head, all you heard was Austin's family bawling, crying. You heard sniffles, they're crying. I looked over at the jury because I wanted to see like how they were taking it. And one juror, he was in the back, like, like his eyes wasn't bucked. It wasn't that bucked, but he was kind of like. Another juror, she was getting choked up. She didn't cry, but I can see her like, she was like trying to like compose herself, keep herself from crying. You could tell she was shook, basically. I was looking, I was like, okay, like how, like while it was going on, I was like, like the Metcalfs were on the same row as me. So that like I hear them. I don't want to like stare them down and, I hear them. So I try not to look their way. I just hear like a lot of crying. And then, I'm looking at the jurors and I'm trying to see like, how they're taking it. And most of them had like poker face. Like you couldn't really read what they were feeling or thinking or try to get a read on it. But some of them, you can tell like they were trying to like listen, but it was like, one of those things. All right. So I put a note and I said, Austin family is crying. So the audio continues to play and you hear the coach saying, come on, like, fight, come on, like that. And then the operator says, is the knife still in his chest? And they say no. And so then they wanted to know if he was breathing. They say he's not breathing. When they said he wasn't breathing, oof, you just heard all of the sniffles and the cries from the family. I was like, oh my God. Like, I'm like, I wonder if this is their first time hearing this audio or I don't know. Like it was intense. Like that moment was intense. So then I noted that, the kids were hysterical in the back. Somebody was saying, come on. There you go, Austin. And then I put juror looks worked up. And then I put juror has hands over his mouth with concerned look. And then the audio says, come on, Austin, you got this. Fight through it. You're doing good. And then they were putting the sweats on the compressions. Come on, Austin, fight. Push through. And so after that, I
think, if I remember correctly, to be honest, them doing chest compressions probably made him bleed out faster. If I remember the being as though it was a stab wound to his heart. If I remember correctly, possibly, maybe, I'm not saying for sure, y'all, but possibly, maybe, them doing chest compressions may have made him bleed out faster. I'm not for sure.
Showed a photo of Austin when they worked on him. But because the family was crying and they were like shook from that 911 call, after they played the 911 call, they showed a picture of what Austin looked like when the paramedics was working on him. And so because the family was so worked up, the prosecution said, you know, out of respect for the family, don't publish it for the audience, just publish it for the jury. And it was by the paramedics and
picture. Who took the picture? Maybe one of the if they're saying that the surveillance that they had weren't close enough to see faces and things of that nature, how did they get a picture of him being worked on? Did one of the kids take the picture and they got it out of their phone? Who took the picture of the medics working on him? I'm just curious, y'all. That has really nothing to do with nothing, but what I'm trying to figure out was who, if everybody was frantic and he was dying, this young man was dying, who took a picture? I was just curious. I don't know.
And then after that, they showed when the coach was running to him and taking off his jacket, the bloody the bloody jacket that he used to do the chest compressions. They showed a picture of it. Sorry, it was a lot going on, y'all. Okay, so they showed the picture of the jacket. And they published that to us. So we saw the bloody jacket. So they showed the front of it. They showed the inside of it. They showed it inside out. And they showed, you know, how it had blood on it. And after they showed those pictures to the jury, then they said, now we're pulling out the actual evidence. And then they pulled out the real jacket. Okay. So then they pulled out the jacket that he, like the real one that day that got Austin's real blood on it. Like not just a picture, like the real jacket. So then he says, admitting the real jacket into evidence. He didn't say it in that way, but admitting the real jacket into evidence. And so he went and then he showed the jacket to the judge, said that they were admitted into evidence, showed it to the defense, and then he came back around and he showed the jacket to the jury and he opened it up and he was showing them like, you know, this is all the blood on the jacket. And I was like, you know, like, whew, I'm like, this is a lot. And, you know, the poor family is just bawling their eyes out. Like, I'm like, this is a lot. So I had to decompress after court. That's why, like, it took me a few hours to get to y'all. Like, I really had to just, you know what I mean, sit with myself and just have some me time after that. But because tomorrow is a new day, I'm not gonna be able to, you know, go through all this. Then I was like, we getting through it. So after that, let's see. Okay, they showed the bloody jacket. They pulled out the actual jacket. And then they told him, so you did everything you could to try and save his life. And he said, yes. And then that was it for him. And then it was time for the defense to do their cross. And they were asking him about who the other coach was that was standing next to him. So when all of the commotion happened, it was him, the coach there, and then it was another coach that was standing next to him also. And so they wanted to know who that other coach was. And he said that the other coach was Coach Burnett. And they didn't really ask him a lot after that. Like the defense didn't really ask him a lot. They asked him, let me say, typically, they was like, typically doesn't like kids from other schools come, but when they do come, they talk for a bit, then they leave together. Something about that. So that was the end of the day. So that was the entire day. It took me 2 hours to get through it. That was the first testimony of the trial. That was everything that happened today that I can jot down. Thank you guys for tuning in. I wanted to make sure that I got that to y'all.
Okay, let's go right in. Shout out to Nick and Night. Now I've shared both of those ones that we listened to so far. I'm about to share this third one. Now this one we're about to listen to now, because the trial actually started on Thursday. That was Thursday's testimony that we listened to just then. Now we're about to listen to. Wait a minute. No, that was Friday maybe. I don't know, but we're about to. Well, wait a minute. Let me get it right. Let me get it right. Yeah, what we just listened to was. You know what? I could just go to the damn video because I can't. Because I know they did court on. Damn it. Let me see. Why can't I go to? I think. Well, maybe court started on Friday and not Thursday. Because I think that was Friday. Because now we're about to get into Saturday's events, which I didn't even know they had went to court Saturday. She's got a part one and a part two. I think I saw some of part one.
Him, and I say,
This is part one. Now I'm gonna go back. We're gonna do this.
the defense talks. All right. Hey, what's up? It's your girl Neek, and you're tuned in to Neek at Night. Now, I have been inside the courtroom for the Carmelo Anthony trial every single day this week. For those of you guys who have been keeping up with the case, then you know today was a full-on court day from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. and there was a lot of key evidence that happened in this trial. Now, along with today being a lot of action-packed testimony, I was also in the courtroom just like every other day. I was in the courtroom yesterday. Now, I briefly started to do a live video last night. I was pretty tired, so I put it on private, but everything that happened yesterday, everything that happened today, we're going to get on into it in this video right after my intro. I want to give...
All right, that's why I was confused, because I thought testimony started on Thursday. So what we heard just now was testimony that happened Thursday. What she's about to get into now is what happened Friday and Saturday. She just put it all in one live. Okay, that's why I was like, wait a minute. I know testimony started on Thursday. Why she don't have nothing for Friday? Okay, so it's in this video right here. So here we go, y'all.
People some time to come on into my live. Make sure that you guys share the live, retweet the live, let people know that we're live over here. I'm gonna give y'all 3 minutes to come on into the room, and then we're gonna get on into everything. We are out here in Beverly Hills with you are crazy. This is that right. There's a lot of moving parts. There's things that's going on behind the scenes. There's things that's going on in the courtroom.
I'm gonna share this live out so y'all can go over there and give it a thumbs up and maybe watch the visuals. It's just her sitting, cute as she can be, and she's just talking. But if you want to see the visuals, you can go over and check her out. I'm gonna share it out on my community wall. This is so sad. My heart goes out to both the families. I don't believe he should be charged with the charges he's facing, but I do believe that he should be charged with a lesser charge. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I absolutely don't feel like he should be charged with murder. Absolutely not, Miss Lynn. Yeah.
And if you know anything about covering trials, you know that there is always strategies and key things that they try to get out in front of the jury. Now, at this moment, before I even get into any of the particulars, where do I think the case stands right now? Normally, when we get to the point where we get to the defense case in chief in cases that I've covered before, by the time the state rests, the defense has put up so many strikes that a lot of times it's not necessary for their client to go on the stand because they have proven so many elements that it's not needed. However, in this case, the defense has not tipped the scale to where it's heavily in Carmelo's favor at this point. Even before we go into any of the testimonies, every day that I'm in the courtroom, I am observing the court, right? I'm looking at the judge. I'm looking at the witnesses. I'm looking at how things are landing with the jury. I'm looking at just the atmosphere overall, and I am taking a ton of notes, okay? I'm taking a ton of notes. One thing that I noticed right off the bat, there's one, like all of the older jurors, like the ones that look like they have kids and maybe probably already on the verge of having grandkids. It's not that many of them. But in my opinion, I think that the defense has already lost all of the older jurors. Anytime the defense talks, the oldest jurors in the room, because this is an unusual case where they have a larger amount of younger jurors than I usually am used to seeing in these cases. However, I feel as though the older jurors, he's going to have a damn good explanation as to why he had the knife to win them over. I think that so far, anytime they put like the 911 calls, or anytime they put like the body cam footage, like there is 2 women jurors who I never see them actually crying, but they're close. Like you can see them emotionally, like looking at the evidence. And what is also interesting is the layout of the courtroom. So the jurors are on the left side of the courtroom. The Metcalf family is also on the left side of the courtroom. Carmelo's on the right side because he is the defendant and he's positioned on the right. So naturally, his family is on the right. Now, being that the jurors are on the left and the Metcalfs are on the left, there are a lot of moments where showing the body cam, showing the 911 footage, and certain things like that, they are crying, sniffling, reaching for tissue, all of those things. And while they're doing that, they're in the line of sight of these older jurors who I'm looking at, like certain parts, they're looking at, like they're not looking dead at the Metcalfs, but they are like, you can just feel it. Like you can just feel the energy, like especially like these particular jurors. Like I'm looking and it's this one juror who always her face, like she's like me, like how I feel, you can see it on my face. You know what I mean? Like you can literally see on her face that she has a connection to the family, you know what I mean? And stuff like that. Like you can tell because whenever the defense is speaking,
okay, man,
it don't look like he's not like, I don't know if that makes sense. However, they still have next week to put on their case. And if Carmelo is able to basically have an explanation, because everything hangs on why he had the knife, right? And what is clear to me is there are several things that are clear, okay? What's clear is all of the students that were called by the prosecution, they sound very rehearsed. They sound each and every one of them have a different story. Each person is saying, well, Carmelo said, touch me and find out. And another person is saying, he said, make me leave. And then another person is saying, oh, he called them some pussies and said, y'all pussy. Like each student has a different phrase or a different saying or a different thing. Like all of their stories are different. One person is saying Hunter was involved. Another one saying he's not involved. But what's clear is majority of them are saying that they joined in on taunting him. They didn't say it in that way, but if a person is telling somebody leave, they don't belong there. And then you also are chiming in and saying, what are you doing here? You don't belong here. And then another student, all is ganging up on one student, telling him he don't belong. And you got one student laughing about it, pulling out his phone, egging it on. To me, that sounds like a clear case of bullying. However, I don't think that them bullying him is enough to get over the knife portion of it, right? Because the prosecution has been driving home with every single witness, even the defense witnesses that were called today, that there was absolutely no reason why Carmelo Anthony should have had his knife. Okay, they showed us a picture of the front of the school where there's this big blue banner that says ISD track me, and then it listed off a list of things that was considered prohibited items. So it was like, you can't bring in tobacco, you can't bring in weapons, you can't bring in, all of these different things. I would have to go to my notes to get the exact list because I wrote it down. But it was saying like this list of items that you cannot bring in that are weapons. Now, outside of that meat, in the law, he can have a pocket knife. Now, one thing that I did note, and I think that everything that has been said so far is said for a reason. I'm wondering if the reason why the defense stated that he loved camping is because there's going to be a link to why he had the knife or why it was in his bag or something like that. Now, today they showed that Carmelo Anthony takes a lot of photos. Okay. He has several photos with this one student that tried to downplay them knowing each other. They were able to show, hey, look at you and such here. Like you and he, or Carmelo, he in your house. He like y'all together here, like y'all playing basketball. Like the student tried to downplay, like, oh, I only seen him 2 or 3 times. It wasn't really nothing. But then you see that their relationship is much more intimate than that. So you see clearly he's lying about his association with Carmelo, which then proves that he's most likely lying about a lot of the details that he's saying that clearly show you that he was a big instigator in this. Now, Austin approached him. Austin was the biggest one. And what they thought from listening to all their testimonies, Carmelo is a little skinny black boy. You got these big linebacker white boys, And then you got all these black kids that are also vouching these big white boys. So they felt empowered to like, oh, this is like, they thought that he was a buster, you know, like, oh, like, you're a little punk. Like, basically, that's what all of their testimony proves at this point, that they looked at him, they prejudged him based on him being small, and they thought that they can punk him. And they thought that they was going to be able to punk him and he was not going to defend himself. Okay. I believe that he defended himself. However, the fact that he had the knife too, like, it's a catch-22, because it's like, on one hand, you defended yourself, but on another hand, you weren't even supposed to have the knife in the first place to defend yourself. You get what I'm saying? So it's like a catch-22 type of situation. So they've proven that, and all of the students that were called by the prosecution, they sound extremely rehearsed. A lot of the comments that they're making are not natural conversations that a teenager would have. And it's not natural that every single teenager would use the same buzzwords. All of them are using the exact same buzzwords, and it sounds coached, it sounds rehearsed, and they sound like they're lying, okay? However, regardless of them lying and regardless of them bullying him, because it's like, okay, he bullied you and they're wrong for bullying you. And, you know, like, if they were bullying you, he put his hands on you, he pushed you or whatever, you haven't, like, it wasn't equal force. You get what I'm saying? But it's clear they bullied him. Like, that's not, like, that can't be contested. I don't care how much they try to paint it and say Carmelo was the aggressor. He tried to goad him. That's BS. Anybody with critical thinking skills listening to those testimonies can tell that that's complete BS. The only major hurdle above that is the reason why he had that knife. Everybody wants to know, why did you have the knife in the first place? Because the prosecution is doing a really good job at driving home the fact that he should have never had it in the first place. Even the defense witnesses that they called today all corroborated that same fact, that he should not have never had it in the first place, right? Like, even their own witnesses were like, yeah, I do agree, he should have never had it in the first place. So in order for him, I feel like, kind of like, because the scales are like leaning towards the prosecution. I'm gonna be honest, like, I'm in the courtroom. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Even though I feel like, you know, there are certain people surrounding the case that are trying to, like, even though they're like making it seem like the case is going a particular way, they're misleading people on how it's actually going, because they're liars. But whatever. It's going a particular way only because they're trying to make it seem like, oh, like, the kids are credible, they're telling the truth. They're not. Like, it's clear that the kids are liars. It's clear. And it's clear that they were bullying him. The only hang up is what hurts him is him having it in the first place, because, like I said, every single witness, they are driving the fact, the prosecution is making it land, like, he's making it stick, like. And I don't think that the defense is doing a good enough job to, when the prosecution say, well, he should have never had it in the first place. And again, they have legal motions, they have 403 issues that they can't say certain stuff that we don't even know that what they can or they can't say. There's motions that happen before trial even started, right? So in my head, I'm like, well, why you not, like, when the prosecution, like, bring it back to the fact of, well, he should have never had it in the first place. Why are you not bringing them back to the fact that it wasn't a situation where he was antagonizing them? You know, like, whenever they prove, like, or they, like, make it land and they're like, well, because everybody knows that, like, I think the prosecution even knows that the kids are, their stories are clearly full of it. You know what I mean? Like, trying to downplay their role. Like, if you listen to each person's story, each person says, I told him he better go. And then another person testifies, I told him he better go. So if you got 5 kids telling you, you better leave, boy, and laughing at you and telling you, oh, you ain't got nothing in your bag. Oh yeah, he's from Frisco. He ain't got nothing in his bag. That's the aggressors to me. And also he's not like, they're talking about the tone and everything like that, but I don't think the defense is doing a good enough job to be like, so you mean to tell me a boy who came down, he was polite. They've proven that when he first came down, he was polite. He didn't get, you know, an attitude until they spoke to him. But I don't feel like he's doing a good enough job to drive home the fact that, you mean to tell me a boy that's respectful, he's asking people to move or whatever, like, no, like, y'all came at him sideways. You were trying to intimidate him. You got 5 kids or so, all trying to gang up on him, and he's betrayed by the one student he went to talk to that he been hanging out with for the last few months. He not speaking for him, so now he looking at all of y'all like ops, and they're not. But I feel like I still have to give them a little bit of time due to the fact that we still have time for next week for him to get on the stand and explain. Okay, I think that they should be able to explain how, you know what I mean, from his eyes. I see this big guy, he over 200 pounds, he's in my face, you know, I'm small, I don't know what he's gonna do to me, I have nobody that has my back. The one person that I thought would have my back, he done switched up on me, so now I can't trust him, I'm outnumbered. I'm at a school, I went to a campground, I mean not campground, I went to a tent that I thought, and mind you, they also testified that he's been under that tent before. He's hung out at that tent, and they also showed photos of him and the one student that he went to go talk to hanging out at a bench together, like, and they're from different schools, and they have another witness prove that they all have mingled together under the tent. They show photos, etc. You know, another track meet where him and the boy were sitting together. He's going to have to really bring them into his view, because I'm here, I'm sitting down. I go to talk to a guy who you see my relationship. We were cool, you know. Like, can you imagine, right? So this is the situation, and I'm gonna go through everything in a second. But I just wanted to say those things first. Okay, so this is the situation, right? Carmelo,
just like the man asked me that question about, you know, she's doing a really good job. I'm really enjoying. Are y'all like enjoying her oh God, her detail, you know, event, which I can't even say it. Her detail, the way she's presenting the details. Are y'all enjoying it? Me too, Melissa. Cause see, had this been anybody else, and even with the people we was reacting to listening to last week, it's like I was irritated, agitated. Plus, I was fighting sleep, because y'all know I be, you know, sleep deprived most of the time, and I'm trying to, you know what I'm saying. But with her, to be honest, for me, it's like sitting in the courtroom. She's describing it so vividly and so detailed that it's like we right there. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. And just think, I wasn't even gonna react to Nick, and I hope she don't get mad about me reacting to her content, but I love it. But what was I gonna say? Oh, about the friend. And it happens, y'all, amongst teenagers. Because let's just be clear. Picture it, Cicely. You got Carmelo, then you got Eddie. I think his name is Ed. I don't know why I want to say Edwin. Did that so-called friend said to come up under the tent? I don't think so. I don't think it was a setup to see him and knowing they were going to turn him in for questions since he acting like. I don't think so, but anything is possible. But no, this is Nick at night. Let me show you her. Let me show you Nick at night. And I shared her out on my wall. You can go check her out, Miss Tanya. I encourage y'all to go at least like the live streams that I've reacted to, and also check out her content. She's very good. You should subscribe. Let me show you what she looks like. This is her right here. Her channel is, Nick at night. I shared her out on my wall. All you gotta do is go click on it. You can go right to it. About the whole friend thing. Now let's just be clear. These are teenagers. You got Carmelo, who is friends with Eddie. But Eddie goes to Memorial and Carmelo goes to Centennial. They go to two different schools, but they're friends. So Eddie and Carmelo are friends, all right? They've hung out outside of school, this and the third. Okay, thank you, Tanya. Carmelo goes up under the tent because he knows Eddie. He goes up there to talk to whether he went because it was raining or he went because he went to go speak to Eddie. He ended up speaking to Eddie. Him and Eddie ended up, talking or whatever. You got to remember though that Eddie goes to Memorial with the twins. They all go to the same school. So Carmelo is talking to Eddie, and in the midst of that, Hunter and Austin shows up, tells him to leave. Eddie did what a typical teenager would do. Because truth be told, with the reputation that those twins had as bullies, that's why I believe Eddie flipped on Carmelo. It's not that Eddie wasn't Carmelo's friend. Eddie flipped on Carmelo because those two guys are bullies. They're known bullies. And Eddie probably was just as scared as Carmelo. Once those twins approached him and everybody else in that tent was saying, get out, get out, get out, instead of Eddie being what we thought he should have been, was 100 and sticking up for his friend and sticking by his friend, he flipped. Whether it was out of fear or whether he wasn't truly a friend in the first place, it don't matter. The fact of the matter is Eddie flipped on Carmelo. And Eddie's flipped on him that day, and he to this day, he sat in court and he testified against him. Sad, but that's what happens sometimes. All right, let's listen.
Dating this girl. Okay. You see my relationship. We were cool. Like, can you imagine? Right. So this is the situation. And I'm gonna go through everything in a second, but I just wanted to say those things first. Okay, so this is the situation, right? Carmelo is dating this girl. Okay. And I think that, and I don't know, but with the way kids are, it seems like because it almost seems like it made me wonder. And another person had made this comment too, like, did boy that he went to go talk to, he probably secretly, like, he's saying that the girl was his cousin, but did he secretly, was he secretly jealous of them being together? Because everything else is weird. Or is he just that much of a kid that wasn't raised on integrity? Because his integrity is in question. He like the way that he's operating, like he tried to say, I only known him 2 to 3 times. He like his integrity is questionable, extremely. But I wonder if on top of him not having a good integrity, was he jealous because they were dating and do you know what I mean? Or is there proof or whatever like that? But this is the situation.
Jealousy, it could have been jealousy, but I think it was more. I think it was more like fear. But that's just my opinion. But it could have been jealousy as well.
Carmelo is dating a girl, right? He's dating a girl, and he goes to her family's house. He goes to her family's house, and they are big on taking pictures. They take pictures all the time. And they have all of these family gatherings. You can tell that Carmelo's girlfriend comes from a very tight-knit, loving family. Like, you can tell that, that they pride themselves on family. Family is important. And because they have these gatherings and they always make sure that they're capturing the moments. And good thing they are able to capture the moments, because what if they never had all of these pictures to prove that this guy was lying about knowing him and everything like that? So Carmelo has this girlfriend. He gets invited to a family gathering. At the family gathering, he meets this kid who the kid's family and the girlfriend's family are very close, so much close to where their offspring call each other cousins. Y'all know how y'all got your mama's best friend and the kids, you say that's your cousin. That's their situation. Their families are so close that they call each other cousins, right? So Carmelo he's dating a girl. He's invited to the family. The family, you can tell, really likes Carmelo because of how in the pictures they showed us, the girlfriend's mother, she's always she's close to him, smiling. You can tell that they really approved of their daughter dating him by the way they embrace him and make him feel a part of the family in those photos. If you look at the photos, you can't even tell he's just a boyfriend. You know what I mean? They the way that they include him, make sure he was included, make sure that they embraced him, make sure that he was close to them. You can tell that they really accepted him. So they accept him as the girl, the boyfriend, right? And a family friend, he meets this kid. Every time they're having gatherings, he's hanging out with this kid, right? The kid is even going on double dates with him, Carmelo and the girlfriend. And you thinking that he cool. Like if y'all seen the photos of them together, like him and the kid, like they're goofing off. They got pictures to where they're like doing this to the camera, like just being silly. And like there's a picture where Carmelo's like playing the guitar and he's like playing the guitar, and then the other boys like being goofy. And they have pictures to where like they were really like vibing, like cool, like they were cool or whatever. It was more than just an acquaintance. You get what I'm saying? Like you have people that are associates you say hi and bye to, and then you have people who are like more than an acquaintance, like you more than cool. Like, you know, we vibing, like we kind of like, you know what I'm saying? We kind of function together, like we vibe together, we cool, like we have fun together. Like it's represented in the photos that they showed. And there were several events that they went to together. So imagine Carmelo, right? He's going to have to put the jury in his shoes, right? I have this kid that I have spent so many family close-knit moments with where we've had a good time. We didn't have no bad blood. You know, I've hung out with him on track meets 10 days prior. Me and him was kicking it at the track meet. There's pictures of us like sitting together. We having, you know, conversations. It's cool. We kicking it. We vibing. So imagine me thinking that that day would be any different where we were just vibing 10 days prior. I go up to him and I say, what's up? We dap, and I sit down. It's clearly raining outside. And I'm just trying to have a conversation with him like I've had before. His friends come in from his school and start confronting me, coming at me sideways. And the guy who I've been finding to be like, I thought was the homie, is letting his schoolmates come at me sideways. He's not even checking them for talking to me crazy. I only have myself to have my own back, right? So he's sitting there. He don't have nobody on his side. It's him against an entire school of kids that feel like because he's small, they can punk him. So, and on top of that, the guy that he thought was cool and a homie is egging them on to taunt him. So imagine it's not even just about Austin telling you to get out the tent. It's the fact that this guy who ain't nobody said nothing to me but him, he comes to me and talks to me sideways. You don't say nothing. You're letting them talk to me sideways and we supposed to be cool. Then it's all these other kids, because I was under the impression the way that the media was talking, especially because there's this one woman who has a connection to the Metcalf family, and she she spreads like a lot of hate online. So I thought that these were going to be some kids that are nothing, like they surrounded by nothing but white kids. It's probably an all white school. This was what I thought based on the people who are connected to the Metcalf family and how they spew all of this hate online. I thought that the school was going to be a reflection of that. They have shown that the school is diverse based on who they strategically called to the stand, right? They strategically called a number of Black kids to the stand, and they strategically called less white kids. So in my mind, seeing that there's all these mouthpieces that, you know, there's people who spew a lot of hate online, but like at the courthouse, you know what I mean? They like, you know, you see them embracing the Metcalfs are talking to them, and you know what I mean? So I thought that the school was going to be a reflection of hate. However, there's been a lot of students that go to that school that have been coming to the courthouse, like that are not testifying. They're polite, they're sweet kids. You know, like you can tell, like they're like that, like they're like, it's not like that, like, so like, I'm not like, I'm just like, I'm not on the jury. So the jury only can go off of who is testifying, right? I'm looking at the complete picture. I'm like, damn, like what I thought the school was going to be like. I'm seeing all these racists spewing all this negative stuff. So I'm like, in my head, I'm like, they're going to a school and it's probably nothing but white kids that hate Black people. You get what I'm saying? That's what I thought based on the racists that are speaking out and making this a race thing. But the prosecution has done a very good job at putting on a lot of Black kids, and these Black kids are vouching for him, and you know they're like they love him so much that they would clearly lie for him on the stand, because the kids are clearly lying. Like none of their stories match. You know what I mean? Like everybody's saying something different. So it's like they would like even lie for him to the pack, and then on top of that, like they would join in helping bully a Black kid, right? So you have all of these kids that are testifying. The boy who he went to and talked to today, I don't know what his nationality is, but he looks mixed, right? To me, I don't know. Like if I just seen him walking down the street, I would think that his parents, like he had at least one Black parent. Now the parent that was in the courtroom is not Black, but I would think that his father probably is Black. He looks mixed, right? Then you had a lot of other kids that testified on the stand that were Black kids. You know what I mean? And so they're doing a good job at trying to like to paint the picture like it's not that these are white racist kids. Look at all his Black friends. You get what I'm saying? It's like, look, he has like, they have all, look, they're not racist. Look, they got Black friends, you know? And so, cause I was like, what I thought going in is not what I'm seeing. And they know the rhetoric online, right? They know the rhetoric is it's whites against Blacks. So they're showing, look, this Black kid loves Austin. He's crying on the stand. And when he cries, the mother look like, you know, because they putting the Black kids on the stand and they're breaking down and crying, right? One of them start crying and then immediately it set off his mama. She's boohoo crying, like, you know what I mean? And the family's crying and like, look, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just a whole little thing going on, right? Then you have the fact that the prosecution is like, he keeps like, I don't know if y'all understand what I'm saying. Some people think that my explanation is biased. I don't know where you get bias from. If anything, I'm telling you the real. Like, I'm like, this is what is going on in the courtroom. The problem with bloggers is a lot of times you guys will look at like skewed narratives. I don't care that there are racists around the court and spewing hateful things. That's not in my heart, right? Like, it's not in my heart to be a liar. So I wouldn't lie on the case for what? Like, you can always go and get transcripts later. So there's no point to lie about things like that, right? And I'm just telling y'all what I'm observing. Like, I'm not going to sit here and lie to y'all. Like, my perception going into the case, the prosecution knows what our perception is going to be. They know that they've made it a race thing. And so they have been very strategic in how they have been putting these witnesses on. Because even me, I'm thinking, I said, these probably ain't nothing but some redneck, kids. And that doesn't mean that he's not a bully. And that doesn't mean that he likes Black people, because I don't know the Metcalfs. You get what I'm saying? I don't know them. You know, like I don't know Austin or you know what I mean? I don't know Hunter, because they could very well play sports, have Black friends, and still not like Black people. You get what I'm saying? However, outside of the case, from my observation, like a lot of his school members have been coming to the court. They have been Black, they have been white. And I look at how the mom like embraces them. Now, some people could say, hey, the mom probably being performative. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it to me, because I look at the fact of it's not just how she is like embracing the kids and hugging the kids and stuff. It's how they like loving on her and wanting to make sure like she, you know, she has support and stuff like that. And they don't give that. Now, I will be honest. The mom, to me, I don't really get like racist. You get what I'm saying? I get like, she seems like a loving mom, like, you know what I mean? Like, to like just from looking. However, there are other people in the family that I get that vibe from, but I don't get that vibe from the mama. You know what I'm saying? And so now, as far as the other people, like the father and like some of the other like women in the family, I don't know. Some of them give the Black, you know what I mean? But I don't know. So anyways, that's neither here nor there. But I'm just saying, like, just looking at it overall, I feel like the biggest hurdle is going to be that why he had the knife. Why he had the knife. Why was it there? Because to me, it's clear they bullied him. It's clear that he was within his rights to defend himself. But the question is, was he within his rights to stab? But the optics, like I said, he's going to have to put us in his mind, because in my mind, I'm thinking it's me. I'm by myself. The guy who I thought was cool, he done turned on me. Now it's me against him. You got this big brolic linebacker of a dude in my face or trying to, punk me. Because that's another thing that they're not like explaining, like, you know what I mean? Like they were trying to punk him. And I don't know that the defense is, because they're letting the prosecution paint this picture as like, oh, he goaded them. He provoked them. No, they were trying to punk him. And because he stood up for himself, then it's being shaped a particular way because he had a weapon that he wasn't supposed to have. It's clear he was bullied. It's clear they thought they can bully him because of his size. It's clear that they're trying to downplay each person's role because they're like, they want to like, take up for their friend. It's clear that he was not a threat to them before Austin put his hands on him. However, what is not clear, which maybe again will be cleared up when he testifies, is if he had, like, what situation made him feel like he needed a knife on him. Now, in my opinion, right, me experiencing Collin County, it's very racist. Okay, very racist. Like, the people, like, I've never dealt with this level of racism, and it's dangerous racism because they got the white lie. Like, because they're white, they already have that, like, you know what I mean? Like, if they lie on you, like, you're black, right? I'm black. So they automatically look at us a particular way. And so when you have white people, when they on their Karen shit, they're going to automatically take their word over yours, just because of that's how racism works. They put them here and they put us here. I don't feel like they're above me, but I'm just saying, racists, you know what I mean? They're the ones that are, you know, in positions to keep it that way, right? And so in this area, what I've even been experiencing from myself is, you go to the officials or you go to the people, they're not going to do anything about it, right? Because these is they, like, you know what I mean? Like the kids in the schools or the officials, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know their stats as far as how they deal with bullying, but I can't see the fact of, like, how I've been experiencing racism in this town. I can't see that it would be any different for Black kids in those schools. So in my opinion, it gives that you got to defend yourself because the officials don't have your best interest at heart. Like, and so the same way that they're operating at court and they are not taking the threats to our lives serious, and there are, you know what I mean? I can only imagine that it's probably the same thing at those schools, to the point to where a kid may feel like, hey, this school not gonna do nothing when I get bullied. Like, I gotta have me because the school not gonna have my back. I can imagine, like, my only experience is Collin County Courthouse, and each day, like, you know, at first they was like very nice, this, that, but then as the days go by, you start, like, you know, the mask start to slip, and you see that they gonna back each other. You get what I'm saying? So if you know that they're not gonna have your back, even when, because this is the thing, they will know that the other person is wrong, right? It'll be a white person. They will know that they're wrong. There will be evidence, right? Because in my case, all you got to do, pull the surveillance. Pull the surveillance. You know what I mean? Just my experiences at that courthouse, I can stand on any claim that I have made can be verified if y'all pull this surveillance. And I need to figure out, you know what I mean, on certain things like that, like how like, is that a way, like, to pull the surveillance to prove certain things, right? But even when they can verify that that person is in the wrong, right? But they back each other. So I can only imagine that a school would be the same way. And you have experiences that show these people, they're not really going, like, you got to, like, you know what I mean? It's me. Like, I got to defend me. You get what I'm saying? So we're going to have to see what he says and how he explains it. Okay. Now, going to the testimony, I have the testimony for yesterday. There was a lot of people who testified yesterday and a lot of people who testified today. Do you guys want me to go over? Do you guys want me to start with all of the testimony from today? Or do you want me to start from yesterday and then go all the way through? Like, start from yesterday and then just read everything through? Or do y'all want, like, what happened today? Let me know. Let me know. Go in order. Some people are saying today. Some people saying yesterday. Today, yesterday. Y'all saying, like, y'all not making it easy. Somebody said yesterday, so to make sense. And before I do that, let me let y'all know. Okay, so hold on. Have y'all, as y'all coming on in, before we go into the actual testimony, have you guys liked the video? Have y'all shared the video? Oh yeah, let me put up a poll and ask. But I feel like by the time I put up a poll, it's gonna be time to get to the next thing. What was I about to do? Like the video. Okay. And also, out here in Texas, like, I would really appreciate if y'all donate to the channel. This has been a very, very, very different experience for me. I've experienced racism like no other. Like, you will literally have people who they are documenting their harassment. Like, they show that they have pictures where they're harassing people. You make a claim and you're saying like, listen, these people are harassing me, and people are like, you're lying, even though you don't have harassing things on your page. You're not following people, like, you're not, you know what I mean? All of those things. But you will see that like they literally are doxing people. They are following people around, photographing them. They're literally documenting their harassment. But they will say that you're harassing them, and people will be like, oh my God, poor you, even though all the harassment that they're doing is on their page. It's crazy. But anyways, so y'all said go in order. Okay, so we're gonna start from yesterday, but I'm gonna need y'all to support. This is, like I said, this is a trial like no other. Neek at Night Media is the Cash App. My uncle has been holding it down with me out there. He has been making sure I'm cool. Yesterday, when some incidents happened, I had told him earlier to leave, but we are not having that any longer. Like, he's not gonna leave my side. But I do want to bless him for making sure that I'm safe and making sure that there are other protocols happening to make sure that. But I do want to bless him, and I also want to we got to cover, some travel expenses, all of those things like that. If y'all want the true, unbiased reporting, okay, check out my page. Check out Queen Sheba page. The North Carolina Beat was covering this as well. Dennis Byron has been covering this as well. There's so many people that are here at the courthouse and everything covering this. Check out Dennis. Check out Sheba. Check out Gerald from the NC Beats. Okay, there's other people at the courthouse, but I don't know I don't know everybody's handle. But you got Queen Sheba, you got Dennis Byron, you have Gerald from the NCB, and you got me. I'm about to give it to y'all with the facts. I'm not driven by racism. Okay, so I'm not gonna skew the facts because other people are skewing facts. I'm gonna tell y'all the facts straight up, and this is how it's coming through in the court, because that's how it's coming through in the court. Period. All right. So let's go to yesterday's testimony. It started with chaos in the beginning. Okay, it was complete anarchy in the beginning. It was total mayhem. Y'all seen how everything was going on. Oh, and another thing, there has been several people coming out to cover this trial. There has also been people who have not been going into the courtroom that have been recording the line, right? I want anybody who has been coming down to Collin County and you guys have been covering the line, please send me videos of your coverage of the line. It is very important, and I'll tell you why it's important later. But if you've been on my Instagram, then you probably got an inkling. But some people are lying about the way that the line situation is going. I know day one, there was a TikToker that documented the line and showed that it was her, another girl, and me in line first at the courthouse. And there's a video that proves that, and proves that other people were not there, and proves that they were not there before me. So anybody else that has video of the line, video when I'm walking to the line, video when I get in the line, because there's other people who have video that you probably have it in your phone and you probably haven't uploaded it. Please email me, neek@night1, because it is so many people with cameras out there before they make it in a courtroom that are taking video of the line. Please send me your videos that prove when I arrived, proved when I got into the line, and proved when I made it in the courtroom. I don't have a video of me recording the line because my intention is to go in the courtroom, and you cannot bring your phone in the courtroom. So it doesn't make sense for me to line up with my phone to go in a courtroom that I can't bring my phone in. So I don't have my phone when I'm going in the courtroom, because you can't bring your phone in the courtroom. But there's other people who have been in the line who didn't make it in the courtroom, or they walking up and they have their phone and they're documenting their experience. And some of you guys have caught me on video walking to the line. neek@night1 is my Gmail. Please email me all of your videos. But that's all I'm going to say about that for right now. Because we can always refute things with facts. I prefer to, instead of having like this person lie, just, you know what I mean? Anyways, y'all get my drift. So back to the case. We're going to start with yesterday's testimony. Grab your snacks. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Make sure if you ain't got $5, $10 to tip, $20 to tip the travel fund, make sure at minimum you are hitting the like button and hitting the share button as well. Okay, make sure you are doing both of those things, and let's get into it. Okay, so yesterday we started out the day with a witness by the name of Neil Adams. All right. So Neil Adams was a firefighter paramedic, and he was one of the people who came and arrived and started to work on Austin Metcalf. All right. So I'm just going to read through the testimony. Basically, for those of you guys who are new here and those of you guys who have never seen my coverage before, I cover high profile cases. I've covered the Diddy trial. I've covered the Tory Lanez trial. I've covered T.I. and Tiny OMG Dolls trial. I've covered ASAP Rocky trial. I've covered, who else? The Nature Boy trial. Every single trial that I have covered, major publications have picked up my factual and accurate reporting. My coverage of the Nature Boy trial ended up in the Hulu documentary, The Cult of Nature Boy. My coverage in the Tory Lanez trial ended up on TMZ, all of the major publications in Hulu documentaries, all kind of documentaries. I don't even know all the names because there was so many Tory Lanez stuff being made. And my receipts were the ones that was being used. For the Diddy trial, we ended up on CNN for our factual and accurate reporting. And for the ASAP Rocky trial, I was able to interview a juror that was seen on TMZ and written up in articles. Also, we had interviewed a juror after the case had wrapped in a mistrial for the T.I. and Tiny situation. We interviewed a juror in that case. After the verdict was read with ASAP Rocky, our interview with the juror upon the verdict made it to all kind of major publications. So we cover these trials, and our coverage, because no matter what, we keep it real, no matter what it is, has landed in a lot of things. So if you guys are new here, I cover trials. I go all over, and we've done this. Somebody said YSL, right. Also, I cover celebrity news. I cover trending stories. I really like to cover like femicide, where there is situations that are happening to women. But my primary audience is Black people, because that is my culture and that is who I talk about. I don't normally have racist or, certain people in my spaces, but we welcome everybody over here because we are not hateful. Okay, we have people that watch us from every nationality. Even though it's not my highest demographic is Black people, there are people of all races. Like Riley is one of my consistent followers that is a white woman. Like she been with me for years, baby, like years. Okay, we got races from everybody. Everybody like different races, but the highest demographic is Black. But we welcome everybody. All right. So let's get to the commentary. Make sure you guys are tipping the Cash App, because we got to make sure Unc is blessed for coming out here. We got to make sure that is covered, because there's a lot going on, and so on and so forth. So, all right. So the first person was the firefighter. Now, the prosecution, they are like, I peep what he doing, but I don't know that. And Shannon said, this white lady loves you. Thank you, Shannon. The prosecution is slick. So let me tell you what he did yesterday. Yesterday, they were about to play the video where Austin was getting worked on and his face was pale, and his like he was like, basically the video where he was losing his life and stuff. The prosecution, he gonna be like, telling the paramedic guy, like, we've looked at this video, right? We've made sure that this isn't something too graphic for the family. This wasn't something too graphic that they can't watch, right? And then the guy's like, yeah, this is cool for the family to watch, right? Like, it's not too graphic, it's cool. And then so he's saying that within earshot of the jury. And then what do? Put a video on of this young boy losing his life, colorless in the face, bloody. And what does the family do? Immediately lose it. But he knew that. It's like the strategies that they were using. It's like Carmelo's lawyer better get in the game, because at this point, it's, you know what I mean? Like the range is 5 to 99 or 2 to 20. And how well he does goes from that range down to a not guilty. And I'm not saying that it can't be a not guilty, but he really needs to get in the game. Okay. His co-counsel is good, but they need to drive some other stuff home. But we still have not heard the full case. So anyways, the prosecution is doing little stuff. Also, what the prosecution did today in front of the jury, he made it a big thing to be like, to tell the Metcalf family to leave out, right? No, I think the jury had left. Wait, was the jury in there? I think the jury was in there. And then he was like, leave, like, I need y'all to leave. Like, because the medical examiner was about to come and testify. So I'm thinking, oh my God, like they about to put some graphic pictures And we all gonna see because they're making the family go. Like it must be something like so crazy that they're not gonna be able to handle it. He put on this big charade about how the family needs to leave and how he suggests that they leave and it's important that they leave. Then when the medical examiner came to testify, he doing like this with the pictures. Say this the jury. Hold on. Let me grab my empty pack of gum. Oh, this is green, so you can't see this. Hold on. Let me see what else I can get right here. My phone, right? Okay, say this. This is my phone. I mean, this is the jury. This is him. This is the fam. Okay, so the family is right here. Then the jury. Hold on. Anyways, he doing like this, showing the jury. Like let's say the family is behind me, right? Or the family had left. Right? The family had left. It was like one or two family, but all of his like friends was still in there. He put on this big charade about how they needed to leave, right? But this is how he's showing it to the jury. They don't put it on the monitors. When she actually showed the pictures of like his heart, his cut, all of that, he doing like this to show it to the jury. Like say somebody behind me and you making sure they don't see, this is how he's showing it to the jury. So I'm like, if you knew you was gonna show it to the jury like that to make sure nobody in the gallery seen, what was that big charade about making this grand exit for the family? It's all strategy. Okay. It is all strategy. And I'm gonna see what happens next week. But maybe they're gonna get some better strategy, but the prosecution is playing the game. You feel me? Anyways, back to the because he put on his whole thing. So I'm thinking, I'm like, oh my God, what are we about to watch? Oh my God. Like, I'm thinking the girl next to me, she like, oh, I don't know, I want to see this. She like, oh my God, I want to see this. So, and I'm thinking like, damn, I'm thinking to myself, like, fuck, do I want to mentally see this? Should I leave? Should I stay? Should I leave? And I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna just stay because I'm here and I gotta, you know what I mean? I want to like whatever is shown, I want to be able to tell y'all. So we waiting like, oh my God, they about to show the pictures for him to go like this to the jury. Like this, all of us in the gallery, he doing like this. And he doing like, anyways, all right. I said anyways too much. Like, let me get to the testimony. All right. So the testimony, it was a witness by the name of Neil Adams. He was a firefighter. He worked for the fire department. Okay. And also too, right. This is the last thing. I'm gonna get on topic of the whenever I'm in court, I write down as much as I can, but I'm writing it with a pen and a paper so I don't catch everything. So sometimes I got to paraphrase, right? This is not a transcript of court. This is me writing as much as I can. And sometimes I have to like shorten stuff and paraphrase. So we're going to get to it. Somebody said, dude, you're doing too much. You're welcome to watch anybody else's coverage that is there. Queen Sheba is an awesome blogger. She's in the courtroom. If I'm doing too much, watch her. She does awesome commentary. Gerald from NCB, Dennis, all of them, like check their pages out. So anyways, so the paramedic. So first they get a background of his background. So it says he graduated high school. He went to the fire academy. He went back home to be a paramedic firefighter and AMT through the state of Texas. He does life-saving treatments. He gives drugs and performs skills done at the hospital. They have a doctor that has strict guidelines for them to perform care. At certain points of a person doesn't want, like, so basically they ask them, like, is there anybody that you don't like work on? Like, if somebody needs help and they tell you that they don't want your help, like, what do you do? And he was basically saying, like, there's a scale that they have to like weigh. And if the person says that they don't need treatment and they meet a certain criteria, then they won't treat them. But if they are the other way on the criteria, like, and he didn't say life-saving measures, but certain things like that, like they got to treat them regardless of what the person says. And that's me paraphrasing. So anyways, so they wanted to take him back to April 2nd and how all of that went. So it said on April 2nd, he was working at Station 6. He received what's called a tone out that they got a stabbing at the stadium, and him and his partner responded to the call. Dispatch put in notes. So they kind of got a feel of kind of what they were walking into. And in the notes, it basically said it was a track meet and they knew that it was kids there. And there was already another station that was kind of like en route that was the closest. But they basically also still were en route to respond. It says that when they got there was a paramedic team that was there, but because he was like the one in charge, he took over once he got there. So he says that he had 5 operations and his partner on the ambulance and 3-1, the engine one, said it took them about 6 to 7 minutes to arrive. They said when they arrived, it was wet and mist was falling. and to rain, and it got more on like it started raining more like closer to the time that they were there. It says when they first got there, it was kind of a drizzle, but then it started raining hard at one point. It says that when they got there, he was laying and the paramedic jumped in. He got in charge. It says then they showed a photo of the paramedics under the tent. So what they showed was, okay, so take us to the day of, like, is this picture a reflection of the environment when you showed up? So basically they showed a picture of like an ambulance, like paramedic truck, and they showed the bleachers where they had the tent for their school over the area where they were working on Austin. So he says that he said at first the tent wasn't there, but once it started to rain hard, they went and got the tent from where it was, and then they put it over Austin so that while they're working on him, it's not like rain falling on him. So they went and moved the tent from the bleachers. And then it says that he parked, he immediately ran down to where the crew was. He checked to see like if the pupils were dilated. He said that when he got there, Austin was gray in color and he did not have a post. He said that he had to use what's called a chest Lucas device in place, and they were using the machine to do CPR. So basically he comes up, they have this machine that is helping them do CPR. So when they played the body cam, we can hear the machine, and the machine was basically like 1, 2, 3, like it was telling you like when to do like your press, like your count for your CPR. So it says that they were using the machine to do CPR, and there was a rhythm, but he didn't have a post. So they were like, so basically what that means is he was flatline, right? And so it says at that moment, they got IO, they gave him 7 milligrams, and then they moved him from the bleachers to the back of the ambulance. They gave him some units of blood, and they went through his rib cage and opened up his rib cage. They stuck their fingers in and pulled out blood in his chest cavity. They said he never from that point regained consciousness. They continued to monitor and doing everything that they could, but it was looking like it was very grim. So it says, so that was what came out from the prosecution. So then the defense, it says the report looks like you got there within, I think this says 6 minutes. Thank you for your service. And then they went to the next witness. So the next witness was Officer Cortez. So it was Officer Eduardo Cortez, and he was the one who actually we saw the body cam footage with. And it says he was an officer for the Frisco PD. He was 45 years old. He was in the United States Reserve. He decided to do a career change and decided to get into law enforcement. It says after they gave like a brief description of like, you know, his life experience or whatever, he decided that he wanted to like be an impact for the community, and he decided that he wanted to be a police officer. So it says that on April 2nd, when this all happened, he got a call over the radio at Staley Middle School. As soon as he got the call, he went to the stadium. After the stadium call came in, he kind of looked at the notes that the dispatch had put in and headed over to the area that it was. So he works at a school that's literally like right next to where this situation happened. It says from there was 2 high school age students. They said the victim was under the memorial tent. So he saw a crowd of folks under that tent. He located the suspect. He continued down the hill that divides the track and stadium area, made his way towards the bleachers. There was an adult on the track side of the field. The man said, "That's the suspect." I looked at his clothing. I had the suspect raise his hands in the air. And I then had, because like, so when he arrived, the Carmelo was on one side of the fence and he was on another side of the fence. And so he told Carmelo, like, keep your hands in the air and then walk until they can get to an opening where he can come and retrieve him. So he said that he told him to like walk until they had like an opening in the fence. He called the suspect with him. He told him to walk with me along the fence line. He was cooperative with the command. He had a body cam on, continued to give instructions, and placed him in handcuffs and went to dispatch radio. Said radio said there was an alleged suspect detained. For safety, he alerted other officers that they didn't have to rush over there because he already had the suspect. It says he was the one who put Carmelo in cuffs, but he said when he went to radio, like he got there and he had to radio like to all the other responding units that they didn't have to like rush because he already got the suspect. Everybody was like trying to make a dash to try to get the suspect. He radioed and was like, hey, I got the alleged suspect. And Carmelo offered the words, it's not alleged, I did it. Okay. So he said, he put his hands on me. I told him not to. At this point, Officer Ricky comes up, who also had a body cam on, as we escorted him out and asked if the victim is going. Okay, so as they're escorting him out, like they have him handcuffed, Carmelo asks him, he's like, is he going to be okay? Like very concerned.
Wait a minute, paramedic, what? Paramedics is kind of like a. What you saying, Tony? Okay, now certain paramedics can transfuse blood in the field. How is that possible? I don't believe. I don't. I have to research that one. I don't understand how that's possible. I still don't.
About the victim. He said, is he going to be okay? And so it says that he escorted him out, asked if the victim is going to be okay. And the officer told him that he didn't know. Like, I don't know. He noticed an injury to Carmelo's hands. He had blood on his middle finger. And he had to listen close to see what Carmelo said after reviewing the body cam footage. There was no incident during transport. So basically, when they were trying to like get Carmelo in cuffs and to the car, he didn't give them no resistance. He didn't get them any type of like he wasn't resisting arrest. He didn't make it hard. Like he didn't try to run. He didn't try to escape. He just accepted what was going on. He expressed concern for the victim and they took him to the car smoothly. It says, so after that, then they put on the video of the officer running from one, like his school site to where Carmelo is. So they start the body cam. You see him running, trying to get to the area where they say that Carmelo is. He makes contact with Carmelo. He gets him. And once he gets him, that's when he told Carmelo to put his hands in the air and he had him walk along the fence. And then he said that he was cooperative and he complied. They then showed a photo of Carmelo's hands in cuffs with a cut on his left middle finger while he was sitting in the back of a police car. They said, are you familiar with the weapons policy and that they are prohibited? So when the officer was testifying, they put up a picture of the weapons policy. Actually, you know what? I should have did this before I went live, but let me see. ISD policy sign. Let me see if there's images of it. If I can't find, let's see. Okay, I don't see the one that they showed in court. We'll move on. I was seeing if I could do a quick Google to show the sign that they showed in court. But anyways, so all right, so let's get back to it. Okay, so they showed a sign. So when you go to that stadium, they have a sign that is on the fence. It's a big blue banner sign. And on the sign, it says alcohol. Okay, so it says field and track event. Hold on, let me see. Let me put field and track event sign. Okay, I can't find it. I'll probably just have to look up photos of that stadium to get it. But anyways, I'll just read to y'all. So they showed a sign on the fence. There's this big blue banner sign. On the sign, it said, field and track is for events only. And then it listed what things are prohibited into the stadium. It says tobacco, alcohol, drugs, weapons, and pets are strictly prohibited, all ISD property. So they make sure to tell the officer, hey, are you aware of the weapons policy? And then they put up this big sign that clearly states that weapons are prohibited and you're not to have weapons, you're not to have drugs, you're not to have tobacco, and you're not to have alcohol on all ISD property. So after they show the picture of that sign, then they show the officer's body cam. And they say that, okay, so how does your body cam work? Like when you go to a scene of a crime, does your body cam just automatically start, or does your body cam have to be activated? Okay, so the body cam has to be activated. So when he see that there might be a situation going on, he can start the body cam, and he has the power to stop the body cam. Okay, period. So it says, I wrote, they showed the body cam, and they explained how he has to turn on his body cam. And that's what he did that morning. They showed a 4-minute clip of his body cam where he runs up, he gets Carmelo, he radio in, and he says, I have the alleged suspect. And then when he says, I have the alleged suspect, then you heard Carmelo cry. Carmelo starts crying, and he says, he put his hands on me. I told him not to. Like, he started crying. And then he said, is he going to be okay? And then that's what he asked the police. And the police, he asked the one in the police car, and then they tell him that he goes to Centennial and that he's in the 12th grade. He asked the cop about what was Carmelo's demeanor? Like, how did he come off? And so he said that he was able to answer questions calm. And then they wanted to know, why did he want to know how old Carmelo was? And so he said, in the state of Texas, if you're 17, you are considered an adult. But if you're 16 and younger, you're considered juvenile. So in Texas, it's very important for them to be able to establish any students that they're dealing with age first, because that determines if they go to the juvenile jail or if they go to the big boy jail. Okay. So then after they said that, it says you're considered a juvenile if you're 16 and younger. And then after that, they showed a different angle of the body cam. So there was another officer that came, and they showed her body cam footage. And you can hear on her body cam a little bit clearer than you can hear his body cam, where Carmelo responded. And he says, when the officer radios and says, hey, I got the alleged suspect, you guys can slow down. Carmelo says, I'm not alleged. I did it. Like, so he's like, letting him know, like, you got the guy. Like, I did it. Like, I'm owning up. Like, I did do it. Like, it was me. So then it was time for the defense to go. And they wanted to know, so you were the first to arrive and identify Carmelo. He said, I want to talk first about your training. You go through a training period with the academy. It's important to document everything correctly. You made an incident report and everything you documented was accurate. Is that fair? That's fair to say. The video starts when you turn it on. So when you take Melo to the car, and the full body cam shows all the way to the jail. They wanted to know, do you recall seeing when the coach put his arms around Carmelo? And he was like, I don't recall. Is it fair to say Melo was emotional? He said, at times. But at the time he said he put his hands on me, he was emotional. And so he said that in his report, like you put in your report that he was emotional, basically. And they said in the car, he was also emotional throughout. Fair? So then the officer says, I don't remember. So the defense is like, you put it in your report that he was emotional, right? Like, well, when he made that one statement, he was emotional, but I don't know, like, that's kind of what, like, it was given, like, yeah, I may have put he was emotional in the report, but I was only referring to that one time when he said he put his hands on me. Any other time, I don't know if he was emotional or not. So the guy was like, okay, so you didn't see tears? Like, you didn't hear his tone? Like, you weren't able to, like, discern his emotions? Because the officer was trying to make it seem like, I don't know, I wasn't really paying attention like that to, like, so he was like, but you can hear what he was crying though, right? Like, you can hear his tone, right? Like, so when he's going through this spat about trying to get him to be more forthcoming about Carmelo being emotional, I looked and I panned and I looked at one of the jurors, one of the male, like the older guys, he like gave like the defense like this smug look, like he didn't do that gesture, but in my head, the way like the smug look, like he giving him that, like, I don't know how to explain it, but that white man looked like he didn't do, like, it's hard to describe because he didn't make his face didn't move. I'm just a black woman, so that's how, like, my facial expression of what he did would be like, he didn't do that. He was like, I don't know how to explain it, but he just had that, the white man version of without moving. I don't know how to say it, but anyways. So the lawyer was basically trying to like tell him like, you did hear him crying though, like you heard crying sounds, right? And he says, yes. So it says, when you first arrived, there is a fence between you and Mello, fair? And then that's when I put my note in about the juror. Then it says, Carmelo, he was not resistant and he complied when he was giving his name, and he even offered to spell it. It's common for suspects not to give their names like when they commit a crime, right? Like sometimes they'll give you a fake name. And then he said, they probably have. He said, but Carmelo didn't do that. Like he was like the defense was trying to drive home the fact that Carmelo was forthcoming with you, right? Like he wasn't trying to give you a fake name. He wasn't trying to give you a hard time. Like that's kind of what they're trying to drive home. But the officer is trying to like downplay everything as much as possible. He's trying to make it seem like he don't really like, I don't know, sometimes maybe they do get fake names. I don't know, they may have. I'm sure they have before. Like that kind of thing. Because the officer was like, you know, like we know, like anybody that has watched a cop show or watched true crime, we've all seen interactions on true crime shows and like cop shows where people give fake names all the time. But the officer is like, they may have, like, you know, maybe, you know, like they may have. So I put a note and I said, the witness is a little hostile with the defense due to him asking about the statement that he made in his report about Carmelo being emotional. It says, they said, well, Melo made that statement on his own. And it says, you have had suspects that don't give a name. It's very common, right? He said, it's happened in my career. He said, it's happened in my career. Like, I mean, I'm sure it happened before. That's kind of like what it gave, like it wasn't like a normal, like a current thing. Like, it's happened in my career. So he said, okay, so on the way to the car. So then after that, he wanted to bring up the statement that Carmelo made on the way to the car when he made the statement, like he got emotional. He's like, he put his hands on me. So the defense was basically trying to ask, like, okay, so when exactly did he make the statement about him putting his hands on me? The guy looked at the juror and said, he looked at the jury and he said, I don't remember when it was he said it, but whatever the video shows, that's when he said it. I was like, oh, like this is getting awkward, you know, because the guy is just trying to point out that you put it in a report that Carmelo was emotional. You heard him being emotional. You literally have body cam of him crying. All I'm trying to do is to flesh out you to elaborate on your experience with him being emotional. And now suddenly you got amnesia and it only happened once. And it wasn't really, you know, and you're not really trying to give what you put in this report. Like you put in your report, it's not just on the body cam. Like you put this in your report that he was emotional. And so now you're trying to act like if he was emotional, y'all seen the body cam, you know when he said it. Y'all watched the video already. Like that was kind of his attitude. Like I was like, what's that about? So then he started asking him about if he is aware of times people have killed people with their hands. Because he's like, okay, so let's get off of that. In your career, you know that there are times when people have even killed people with their hands before. And then the officer was like, I'm like, I don't know, like that's kind of like what he was giving, like, maybe, like, I'm sure it's happened before. He like, and I was just like waiting for the defense to really like, I don't know, like what he needed to ask or how he needed to do it or how he needed to impeach him. But, and I don't know what motions they can't say, what they can't bring up or whatever. But I'm like, you need him. Like, it is important to know, like, it's important for the jury to understand that your client, which you know, even with him not fleshing it out more, like, it's clear that Carmelo was remorseful. It's clear that he didn't think that Austin would die. It's clear that even though he didn't think that he was going to die, he did lose his life. But it's like, you know, if this ain't no kid that stabbed somebody and then he just didn't give a F about it. Like, he showed emotion. You even documented it. Like, you know that this man was remorseful immediately, not after he got sentenced, not after, like, immediately, you know? So then he said, you know that a knife under 5.5 inches is not a crime or unlawful to carry. And then the officer said, correct. So the lawyer is kind of trying to drive home that, okay, maybe they didn't say that. Maybe there is a sign that say that you can't carry it into the stadium, But the overall Texas law is he was within his lawful right to carry it legally, you know? So he said a knife under 5.5 inches is not a crime or unlawful to carry. The cop said correct. And then they got their next witness. So the next witness was a person by the name of Jacob Shaw. He's a 40-year-old man that was a Frisco PD since 2019. He says it's something that he really enjoys. He likes working as a school resource officer. He said in this coming week, he's going to be taking kids on a week-long retreat for kids who have interest in becoming a police officer. That's a thing that they're doing this week. Then they wanted to know what the weather is like. So each person that they basically have on the stand, they have a time where they establish what the weather was like. So he says, hey, you know, what was the weather like? He said it was heavy to intermittent rain throughout the whole day. He said he was about 200 yards from the stadium and from where his building was at. And he says that he drove and made his way there and saw it was a little bit chaotic and wanted to keep first responders safe and do scene security. He saw Austin when the trainers were working on him. The rain picked up while they were working on Austin. He put up the crime scene tape and he basically established like a perimeter around the crime scene. Now, at this point in time, it must have been later in the day because I put a note because I'm like, there are no clocks in this courtroom. I don't know why I documented that, but we don't have no devices in the courtroom. People can't bring us. You can't bring a smartwatch. You can't bring a phone. You can't bring no electronic device at all. And then when you get in the courtroom, they don't have no clocks anywhere. So when we in there, we don't have a gauge of time. So while they was giving a testimony, I'm wondering like, what time is it? And I noticed that there's no clocks. That's not neither here nor there for y'all, but I'm just sharing with y'all just little random notes that I'll be writing down. So anyway, so he gets to the scene. He establishes a perimeter of the crime scene with the crime scene tape. He runs the crime scene tape around where he thought the incident was located. Another officer created a crime scene lock where there was witnesses there who claimed they saw everything and can point you in the direction of the weapon. The student says it's up there. The student name, I'm not going to reveal. It says they were able to find and locate the knife. It was 3 to 4 rows up from the crime scene. And then his backpack was near the knife a few rows apart. It says they showed another angle of the tent where they were working on Austin, and in the bleachers there was a picture of Carmelo's backpack. Then they showed a picture of the knife. It was a pocket knife. So basically, you guys know the pocket knives. Hold on, the pocket knives that open up and then they fold down. Let me pull up a picture of a pocket knife real quick. I'm trying to see one that looks like the one that they had, but this is not what it looked like. It had a silver handle and a black blade, but this I'm gonna just show y'all what hold on, wait, pocket knife, 3.5 inches. It was something like this. Let me share my screen so y'all can see the type of knife that it was. This is not the exact one. This is
I see it. Hold on.
just me Googling something that looked similar. All right. The difference is this ain't the real one, but the one that he had where it has the black handle that you hold on to, it was a silver handle. And then the blade was, or no, it was a, hold on. It was a silver handle with a black blade. And it was a small pocket knife that opens and closes. So as you can see, this pocket knife, this is how it looks like when it's open, and then it retracts and closes. So this is not the color of his, but that's similar to what he had so that you guys can get an understanding of the knife that we're talking about. It was a 3.5 inch blade. They mentioned in opening statements that Carmelo loves to camp. This is something that people have when they normally camp or keep on them for self-defense. I own several pocket knives like that. Like I keep stuff like this in my car along with other more powerful things. But, you know, these are things that people regularly carry. Like they brung up some of the things that people use them for. Some people use them for, like somebody said in the comments, like a regular utility knife. Some people use them to cut like seatbelts. Like officers have these type of knives to like do rescue and cut seatbelts in, or cut certain things when they go camping. I'm trying to see if there's a connection between him camping and this pocket knife. I'm interested to see, but let's continue. So it says, okay, so they show the knife. It has a silver handle with a black blade. It's a small pocket knife that closes and opens. Then they showed another photo where you can see Austin's blood on the knife. And then immediately when they showed this photo where they zoomed in on the knife and then it has his blood, then Austin mom started to like get emotional. You know, like I'm sitting on the row, like either sometimes they're like a row in front of me or they're like literally right next to me. So I saw like his mom, she starts immediately tearing up. So I'm like noting everything. So when the officers located the knife, it started to rain. And because there was blood on the knife and they didn't want the rain to rinse away the blood, but they didn't have the proper person to collect the evidence yet, what they did was they went and found a random tarp. They put the tarp over the knife and then they used the kids' track shoes to hold the tarp down so that it wouldn't move. Then the shoes was, there was like, you know, oh, this probably not going to be heavy enough. So then they looked around to see like what book bags can be on there to like weigh down the tarp so that whoever comes to collect the evidence, it's not, the blood doesn't wash away. So one of the backpacks that they picked up to secure the knife was Carmelo's backpack. But at the time, they didn't know that that was his backpack. They just picking up backpacks so that they could be able to, you know, secure the knife because the blood, they don't want it to wash away because now the rain is getting heavy. And at the same time, they're down there working on Austin. So then they wanted to show the tarp and where the knife was. They showed another photo where you can see, now the first photo, you can see that there was blood on the knife. And then the next photo, you can see that there was rain and blood. So like the rain, you can see like raindrops on the knife. And then you can also see like blood mixing in. And then the next thing they did was put the tarp on. So I said, then after they did that, the prosecutor goes and he's putting on gloves. Like he got a box of black gloves at the table. And so he starts to put on his black gloves. And when he puts on his gloves, he goes and says, this is the real knife. And then so he's like, we want to publish whatever exhibit, the real knife. Blah, blah. So then he gets the real knife and then he's like, this is the real knife. And then he takes the real knife that got the blood on it to the jury. Right. Then he put it away. He like, okay, now that they saw the real knife, put that away. Then he's like, okay, now this is a replica of the knife. So they showed the real knife. And then when they wanted to do further demonstrations with the knife, then they got a replica. Once they got the replica, they called down the detective so that he can demonstrate how fast you can open up the knife, right? So how fast you can go from closed to open in a matter of like seconds. Like you could go like whip it out. Then the guy wasn't doing it fast enough. So he like, you know, telling the guy like, do it faster, you know, like trying to demonstrate like how quick you could get this knife from closed to open real fast. So the jurors are able to see this and then they're demonstrating how fast you can open it. So then this is when they show the body cam and they make it like, you know, this whole thing like, oh, we made sure that we could show this, right? All this stuff. So they show the body cam and immediately when they show the body cam, it's so sad because you see the body cam and then you hear all of the kids reacting. You hear, you know, you see them go into the scene and trying to figure out what's going on. And while the officer's trying to figure out what's going on, Austin is laid out on the bleachers and they're trying to do chest compressions. And it's like, we're getting the view of the officer. So the officer pans to Austin's direction. And so then you get a glimpse of him where his face is colorless. And then it pans across from him. And then you see the scene. And then all you hear is kids, they're crying, they're hysterical. It's like chaos. And like, you hear a little boy say, that's my best friend. That's my brother. That's my best friend. That's my brother. And then you see the cop like walking around the scene and then you see a pan and you see them, you know, working on Austin. And while they're working on Austin on his chest, they're like, please, like, you know, trying to get him to not lose his life. So then you see a boy appear that he witnessed where Carmelo had threw the knife. So he says, they're like, oh, he knows where the knife is or whatever. So then we went to lunch, came back, and then they asked the last witness if weapons are permitted He said, weapons is not permitted. He said, correct. And then it says, do you expect to run into an armed student? He said, no, sir. So then it was time for a cross from the defense. The defense says, I want to take you back a bit to the state's exhibit 88, the duplicate knife tool. We talked about it's commonly referred to as a multi-tool. That's correct. It's called a multi-tool because they have things on it. And so basically he was saying, like, you know, like multi-tools, like some of them, they'll like, you can pull off, you can open up the knife, and then some of them will have like, it'll have like a knife, and then it'll have like not a, what's it called when it's not a Phillips, but it's like an octagon shape or whatever. Like, you know, the different tools that it be having on it. Like it'll have that cork thing, the cork opener. So he was explaining like why it's called a multi-tool, because you have all of these different tools on it. Now, Carmelo's didn't look like a multi-tool. It looked just like a pocket knife, but he was explaining like, well, it's called a multi-tool because, you know, it has all these different tools on there, etc. And then he said, whatever you want to call it. So then he says, we see you in a video. It starts raining harder. That's when y'all decided to use the tarp to place it over the weapon. He said, yes, sir. It says government asked about weapons being not permitted, right? So he is like, they said that weapons aren't permitted, right? And then he says, but you are aware that it, even like the most that you'll do by bringing a weapon is violate a policy, but it's not a crime. Like you may violate a school policy, but you are not committing a crime to carry a knife under 5.5 inches. And then he said, it's not a crime to carry a knife under 5.5 inches. And then it was time for the next witness. So the next witness is a person by the name of Stephanie Martin. She is a criminalist with the Frisco Police Department. She gets called out to the crime scene and talks to the people who has the most info. So she gets to the scene, whoever has the most info, like whichever deputy has like the most info. You sent me a banner. Can you clear something up that I've been reading on Facebook? Was it 4 students that approached Carmelo? And does the video show Melo being grabbed by the hoodie, yanked back under the tent? And did Austin put Carmelo in a headlock? Now, I don't know. Well, I do know. There was somebody who, like, I guess did a video saying that they saw Carmelo get jumped by 4 people on the school video. Now, I can only go off of what is shown in court. Now, if that individual, because there was somebody, like all of the blogs and all of the, like, I seen a lot of media. There was like a guy who he was saying that he saw him getting jumped by 4 people and he saw it on the video. Now, whatever video he saw, I did not see that in court. Now, that's not to say that he didn't see it somewhere, because I don't know what motions were, like what evidence was struck out. But the video that we saw in court of the incident where this happened, you see blobs. Like it wasn't anything to where you could really see a lot. You kind of see like figures, like you can see like a blob. Like you can't like make out what's what. It's like you see you see figures of kids, like it's not dots. It's a little more than dots. Like you can see like it's a body, but you can't make out who that really is. It's like really blurry. And so you see on the film, you can see kids walking. You can see people like as they get closer to where the camera is, and you can see movement. Like you can see bodies moving, but you can't really see under that tent to see what's really going on. All you really see under the tent, like everything outside of the tent is more clear than what you see like under the tent, right? So when they zoom in to the tent, you see kids sitting around. You got outside people moving around, and then you see kids run. So that's how they determine that there was like that's where the incident is, because you see just kids sitting in place, and then you see them run. You know. So anyways, I've been seeing people ask that a lot. I was in the courtroom. The person who was saying that, I didn't see them in the courtroom. I've been in the courtroom every single day. Maybe I didn't notice them come in the courtroom. I don't know, but I didn't see that. I seen a grainy video that's blurry. And then when they enhanced the video, because the expert enhanced the video, and the enhanced video, they didn't show the enhanced version to us. They showed us the grainy video, and we didn't see much of anything. So yeah, that's what I saw. And I don't think that lying about the evidence does him any justice. So I don't know if the guy's like trying to like make Carmelo look more of a victim. Carmelo was bullied. He was bullied. However, the jury didn't see that. So y'all saying, oh, it's people that jumped him. We didn't see that. You know? Somebody said, Neek, did y'all see the pic when they beat him? No. Who beat him? No, we didn't see that. We didn't see that. You said you couldn't see, and others say they could see. What the F is going on? So you didn't see him getting jumped or them gathering around him. Do I need to, like, I feel like I'm like, you know, like if I was writing on a piece of paper, I feel like I'm writing regular. Like, do you need me to speak it in cursive? That didn't happen in court when I was in there, and I've been in there every single day. I did not see that. That was not shown to the jury, and that was not shown to the court. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what you want me to say. Like, do you think I'm lying to you, or you think like they're telling you? Like, go with who you believe. I don't know. I'm going with what I saw, which wasn't that. So, you know. Anyways, all right. So, boom, boom, boom. Where was I at? Oh, we were at Stephanie. Okay, so Stephanie is the criminalist with the Frisco Police Department. She gets called to the crime scene and talks to the person who has the most info up to the point, usually a detective, then process the crime scene. She has processed about 8,000 scenes in her career. She documents the scene through photographs. And on April 2nd, she was called to process the crime scene. She talked to a lieutenant to see what happened up to this point, and items that might be evidence are pointed out to her. Things important to collect. She was directed to the north side of the students. She went over the items. She collected the pocket knife, Carmelo's backpack, an article of clothing. She took a photo to get the scene as it was, like when she first arrived, and then she took a photo when she put all the placards out. She showed a photo of a bloody jacket, like basically like one of the coaches used his jacket to do the compressions, and the jacket, the inside of the jacket was all bloody with Austin's blood. So they showed the photo of the jacket that was bloody. Then they showed a picture of Austin's shoe. Like, it was like, oh, whose shoe is that? It was like a random shoe that was on the bleachers. And then they were like, oh, this is Austin's shoe. Then they showed Carmelo's backpack. Then they showed a photo of the pocket knife. It was 3.5-inch long blade. They showed the blade of how long it was next to the ruler. And then they showed what was in his backpack. So they pulled out all of the contents that was in Carmelo's backpack. And in his backpack, you can see that he had Cheez-Its, an Afro pick, what looked like it possibly was homework, a Nike head mask that goes over the face, and jewelry. Then they showed Carmelo's Essentials gray hoodie that had a small blood stain on the front. And when she got his backpack, it was open and the front, I think the zipper part was closed. Then they passed the witness. So the defense says, let's go back over the contents of his backpack. So he walked her through everything that was in the backpack. So he said, that's a wallet. You see, this is his homework paper. He got a charging cable for his phone. He got peanuts. He got Cheez-Its. And then he points out the two papers that I wrote down look like homework papers. Those two papers had Peppa Pig on it. So it was like a Peppa Pig crossword search. And then the other one was a Scooby-Doo crossword puzzle. And so he wanted him to notice, like, you notice that that's a Peppa Pig crossword puzzle, and this is a Scooby-Doo crossword puzzle. Like, I guess trying to make it seem like, look, he childish. I don't know. Or what? I looked at it like it looked like a homework assignment. So I didn't understand the relevance, but maybe they were saying like, look, he like Peppa Pig still. I don't know. But anyways, so then he went to like another picture of like what was in his backpack. And in the other picture, it showed the Afro pick. He had Aquaphor, he had a pen and pencil, he had car keys, he had hand warmers for camping or in the code. So there was this orange thing that hand warmers go in, right? And he wanted to point out that this is important. Pay attention to this. Look, isn't like you see that one thing, this orange, this black and orange thing? That's a yeah, they were showing his innocence. My bad. Not that he childish. Innocence. He said and that thing right there is a hand warmer for camping or in the cold. So I said, they mentioned camping in the opening statements. They made it a point to mention that these hand warmers are for camping. I'm willing to bet that self-defense strategy had the knife explanation I feel like it's gonna be something that got to do with camping or something to that effect, because he made it a point. Because when I seen that, I didn't even know that was hand warmers or like okay, like, you know what I mean? But he wanted to make sure that it was, these are hand warmers for camping. So, you know, I don't know. We're gonna see if there is some relevance. And again, I don't know Carmelo's mama. I don't know his daddy. I don't know anybody. Like, I don't know what his defense is. It could be something that don't got nothing to do with camping. But I'm like listening to all the key things, because each of the, like, they had interviewed like 5 or 6 students, and they were asking them, did you hear any cursing? Did anybody curse? And I'm like, why y'all keep, in my head, I was thinking, why y'all keep pointing out that you didn't hear nobody cursing? You didn't hear nobody cursing. You didn't hear nobody. I was like, so one of these students must come up saying that they heard cursing, or, you know what I mean? And then lo and behold, they kept stressing the point of, like, did you hear curse words to all these other kids? Because then later there was kids that said, this person said, motherfucker, pussy, da, 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 you know what I mean? So I feel like there's a reason for that, but I don't know. I don't know what their self-defense explanation is. All I know is it's clear that Carmelo takes a lot of pictures. And if the knife was a part of his camping tools, I'm sure that there's going to be evidence of a camping trip, perhaps, or maybe he went on a camping trip with the school, or maybe that was a school event. Like, I don't know. I don't know. That's just my guess, that the explanation has something to do with camping, but I could be totally off base. Anyways, all right. We'll see once he testifies if that is the case. And if I'm wrong, damn, I was off. If I'm right, then that girl good. But we'll see. So anyways, he went back over the pictures in the book. So he pointed out that, you know, he had the Afro pick, the Aquaphor, a pen and pencil, keys, a hand warmer for camping or in the cold. And then he showed the other photos. And then I put a little note to myself. I said he skipped over that because it was like 3 pictures that they took of his backpack. Like, they had spread his backpack along the floor. And you know how they took one picture of what's right here, took a picture right here, and took right here. I put a note to myself. I said, the prosecution mentioned that he had a face mask that go over your face. I said, but when the defense was like zeroing in and making them re-go over the contents of that backpack, I said, well, they didn't go over that picture about that face mask again. Next witness. All right. So the next witness is a teammate of his. I cannot say his name, but he is a football player that does track and field. And immediately when he gets on the stand, the prosecution wanted to point out the fact that he got a stress ball in his hand. So he walks in, you know, and he got a stress ball in his hand, right? And so the prosecution was like, you got your stress ball or whatever? And he wanted to point out that, you know, he's nervous. He needs his stress ball for support or whatever. So he got this stress ball in his hand, and he need the stress ball for support. So he said that he asked him if he knows the Metcalfs and what he was doing that day. He was going to an 800-meter event, and he got there by bus. He doesn't recall if the Metcalfs were on the bus with them. We went to Austin's brother, Hunter. He was there. So they went down there and they went to the middle school together. So basically they got to the track meet, and a few of them, Austin, Hunter, and then 3 of their friends went to the middle school that's right next door to the stadium. So they all went to go hang out at the middle school for a little bit, and then they came back together. So he was in the group that went with Austin to the middle school. Now, I can't identify like his name, but I'm going to say like the race so that you guys can see the racial dynamic of each kid. This was a white kid. And all the kids that went with him to the middle school, they were all white kids. So he lists out the kids that went with them. It was Austin, Hunter, and 3 other kids. So they left Staley's and went to the stadium about 9:45 or 9:50. One of the kids so basically it was 4 kids that went to Centennial, and then 1 kid that went to a different school. So I was waiting for the defense to point out the fact, and they did not focus on this enough. When Austin and Hunter came to the stadium right before they went to meet up with Carmelo, they're putting big emphasis on Carmelo didn't belong in a tent, right? But clearly it is they're like maybe it's not the culture to sit under a person's tent, but Austin and Hunter, when they went to the middle school, they were hanging out. The 5th kid did not go to their school. So it was 5 of them. They went to the middle school next door. They hung out with the teachers. When they were heading back, Austin, his brother, and then 2 kids went to Memorial Tent. One of the kids that was with them, that was hanging out with them when they all went to the school, he went to a different school. So when they went to their tent, this kid who was just hanging out with them at the track meet, he went to his bus. And so I was waiting for the defense to really bring that home. Now it is their case in chief, and all of the kids are subject to recall. So maybe for their case in chief, they may call that student that was hanging out with Austin and them that did not go to the school, but they was all hanging out together that day and they all went to the middle school together. Maybe they're going to recall him in their case in chief. They still putting on a case and prove more of the fact of, and keep driving it home that, these kids hang out. They hang, like, different schools are hanging out, like, and they need to bring that back up in the jury's mind. I just remembered it right now because I'm reading my notes, but the jurors don't take notes. None of the jurors take any notes. They just sitting there and they listening. So you think after all of this testimony, they're going to remember any of that? No. Let's give Ruby some attention. She is a profile that is watching from Facebook and she wants attention. She's clearly sent over here by these rage baiters that are clearly lying. And I'm waiting to see if there's any people who have recorded me walking up to the line, because we can clearly debunk some of these lies if people send me their videos, because they're clearly lying. And I know that y'all who have been coming up to the courthouse, somebody got a video that proves it, but she wants attention because she's sent by certain individuals that, send them over to, say silly stuff. And we just wanted to spotlight her because she's bored. Anyways, moving on. So let's see. Okay. So that student went back to his bus because he went to a different school. And so they wanted him to list who he remembered seeing when he got back to the tent. He listed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 boys. So it was a total of 8 boys that he listed, including Austin, and that were there. Now, 8 boys, and all of these 8 boys, there has been some type of testimony that either another student said, this person said something, or they have testified themselves and said that they talked to Carmelo. But clearly it was 8 boys who were saying stuff to him based on the different testimony that people are either saying, oh, such and such said something to him. And another person testified, such and such said something to him. And it turns out like all of these boys was saying something to him. So all right. So he says, what do you remember about the day? I remember it pouring down rain at Staley. Then the rain cleared and they went back to the tent. They saw Carmelo and the event happened. He said Carmelo didn't go to Memorial, but he had on Centennial school gear. He was hanging out with this one student. And I need to figure out is the news reporting the name of the boy that Carmelo went to go see? Because they didn't say his age when he testified. We can't identify minors, but if he's 18 years old, let me see. Is the news, hold on. Is the news identifying his name? CBS News is reporting his name. I'm trying to see. Oh, I can't click on that. Anyways, I'm gonna get confirmation before I say his name, because if he's a minor, I can't say his name, but if he's 18, I can. But it's too late for me to contact the media guy to ask him. But anyways, I'll figure it out. So let's see. Okay, so he sees this kid that he knows, right? And he goes up to him and he daps him up. Okay. And thank you for the super chat. You said, thank you, Nick, for your hard work and bringing us the facts of the case. I know it must be really mentally exhausting dealing with all the drama at the court. Yes, it is. It's very mentally exhausting. Okay. So he goes up to this kid. Where was that? Okay. So he remembers going under the tent. He lists 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 kids that 8 boys that were under the tent. And then he said the girls were at the bottom of the tent. They wanted to know what the weather was like. He says, I remember it pouring down rain at Staley. Then the rain cleared and they went back to the tent. They saw Carmelo and the event happened. He didn't go to Memorial, he had on Centennial school gear. He was hanging out with blank. He dapped blank up. They talked. Then I remember people confronting Mello saying, "You need to leave our tent." Austin, another student that is a Black kid, and I also said, "You should leave." And then he says that even though three of us, okay, he said 3 students told Carmelo to leave. So the prosecution was like, but you didn't gang up on him, right? And you guys didn't gang up on him. And he said that they didn't gang up on him. So he claims that even though it was multiple of them telling Carmelo he needs to leave, he said they didn't gang up on him. To me, that's ganging up on somebody, but according to him, they got different definitions. It's Carmelo is provoking him. So he says that he was a distance away, and he doesn't recall if it was said in an angry tone. Carmelo was sitting down, and so was Austin was standing up. It says everyone else was seated, and then it got more aggressive. Mello refused to leave, and Austin said, "You need to leave." And Mello said, "Touch me and find out." That, like, if we're really being honest, that sequence doesn't make sense. Somebody say, "You need to leave." And then the next person's response is, "Touch me and find out." Clearly, there's a missing piece there. Is the jury connecting that missing piece? I don't know. But he says that they told Carmelo multiple times, "Carmelo, you need to leave. You need to get out of our tent. You need to go." They didn't gang up on him. They not getting aggressive. They saying it calm. The tone is moderate. And then they saying, "You need to leave." And then Carmelo's response is, "Touch me and find out." Now, my critical thinking skills, there's a piece missing. You say, "Touch me and find out," when somebody act like they finna touch you. You get what I'm saying? Because if that's the only time I'm gonna tell somebody, "Touch me and find out," is when I feel like they think that they finna touch me. But is the jury connecting those dots? I don't know. They're not in Texas court, they don't take notes. I feel like cases like this, it's important for them to take notes, because you could go back to your notes in the jury room and remember your state of mind, or, you know what I mean? Out here in Texas, they don't write notes. So, that's interesting. So anyways, so they wanted to know if they both were angry, and he says both were angry. And then they told Carmelo that he needs to leave about 15 times. They told him to get out the tent. Him and Austin were telling him to get out, and says that they didn't gang up on him. He thought it would be, he was like, yeah, they was like, "Oh, you thought that it would be like a minor pushing?" He was like, "Yeah, I just thought that it was just gonna be like," well, they didn't gang up on him, but I thought that it was just gonna be like a minor push. Like, I didn't really think that it was gonna be no big deal. I just thought it was, it was just gonna be a minor push. So he says that he thought it was going to be minor pushing at most. They wanted to know, well, how long did this whole, like, them going back and forth at each other, like, how long that this happened for? He said that it happened for roughly 2 minutes. Austin took the lead to get Mello out the tent. Both Austin and Mello were angry. Mello said, "Touch me and find out." He was mad and trying to escalate the situation and trying to provoke Austin into maybe starting a fight. Austin was calm, then started getting aggressive, said Carmelo was provoking him. So Austin goes up to Carmelo. Carmelo is sitting down the whole time. Austin is a football player. He a linebacker. He's 6'1" and 213 pounds. Carmelo is like 5'8", 130, maybe 140 soaking wet. He coming up to him while he's sitting down. Carmelo, to me, if I'm provoking you to fight, that means that when you stood up, I stood up. And I hope that the defense can drive this home, because y'all need to drive this home. Where I come from, if somebody come at you sideways and they talking shit to you and you talking shit to them and you still stay seated, that's not when the fight is challenged. The fight is challenged when I stand up and then I tell you, like, what you're going to do about it. Like, if I get up, you standing up, Austin is standing up. Provoking Austin would be Carmelo also standing up and saying, "Make me leave," like up in his face. That's provoking a fight. How is Austin the one who's up, the one who is getting in Carmelo's face, who Carmelo stays seated the entire time? He stays seated the entire time. But and somebody said blaming the victim. No, keeping the facts real. It's no doubt that Austin lost his life. It's no doubt that because he lost his life, he is the victim of this case. However, just because he is the victim does not change the events that happened. He got in his face while he was still sitting down. He is the one who put his hands on him. And before he stood up and got in his face, Carmelo never touched him until he touched him first. So they're framing it like Austin wanted him to move. Austin wanted to get him out the tent. Austin got up, he got up and put his hands on Carmelo. And then the prosecution's like, but who provoked the fight? Carmelo provoked it. Whose fault was it? It was Carmelo's fault because he wasn't listening. So he provoked the fight because he told him he wasn't leaving. So that was him provoking the fight. And in my brain, I'm like, that don't make no sense. That don't make no sense. Like, if Carmelo was Austin and Austin was Carmelo and Austin was sitting down and Carmelo was up, that's provoking the fight to me. But that's the narrative that they are driving home. And that's the narrative that I feel a lot of the jurors are also, going with. Somebody in the chat said, go get an adult. I mean, that's easy to say in hindsight, but is that always reality? Like let's be real here. If he runs and goes and gets an adult, then they're going, like, if they're this brazen to bully him, and it's like, these are people that he got to see at the track meets. He got to go to track meets. He's in football. If Carmelo has Austin getting in his face, telling him he leaves, and he allows them to punk him, they're going to do it more. So you have to put yourself in a teenager's shoes. This is a boy who is having a group of boys, including the boy that he thought was cool, all come at him sideways. If he runs and goes get a teacher, it sounds good in hindsight, but he's at that point, he's not going to, like, that's not gonna go. It's not gonna go like that. Like, be like I know our emotions be coming into play, but you got to think, like, put yourself in the moment. Like, you at the bleachers, it's raining, and this kid knows that it's raining, but you got the audacity to act like I'm violating. And mind you, Carmelo was at the edge of the tent. Like, each person that testified, some people say he under the tent, another person say he outside the tent, he at the edge of the tent. So what we do know is, at the least, he's at the edge. So it's like, it's raining, it's raining, that I know Eddie, but Eddie being a little buster, and like, reality, I don't see a boy doing that and it working well for him. Like, letting them punk him, they're gonna keep punking him if he let them punk him. Like, I'm realistic. Like, I don't necessarily think that he should have, like, it rose to the level, like, ooh, boom, stab him. But like, I wouldn't have moved. I gotta put, if I go to talk to a dude that I just was at a track meet with 10 days prior. I've been under this tent before, and somebody just come, like, talking to me sideways. Like, who are you talking to? Like, you're not talking to me. Like, I'm not moving nothing, because it's not what you say, it's how you say. And it's not the fact that he asked him to leave. It's the fact that he came at, like, how he came at him, and how Eddie also, OMG, this is part 2. Hopefully I didn't lose you, but this is my commentary for the last 2 days in the Carmelo Anthony trial. I was cut off on my last live because, baby, I was like, ooh, I don't know, but let's get to it. Anyways, so the last live was part 1. I was on live for 2 hours and 30 minutes. This is part 2. So in part 1, we go over the testimony of the paramedic that came on the scene, the officer that was trying to downplay Carmelo's emotion. We went over the criminalist that testified. We went over one of the boys that gave their testimony. And now we are back. Hopefully you guys find this live. Okay, we're getting back into the groove. Also, while I was briefly gone, I wanted to see if like people were reporting the main guy's name. And so according to Fox 7, they are listing Eddie as being 18 years old, and they are listing his name over here. So let's see. 16-year-old athlete, and they put, where did I see it at? Anyways, it was on here. Right here. Defense attorney began examining Eddie Parra. So on Fox 7, we see that they're listing him, they're naming him, so I can name him. I was like, oh my God, like, was I supposed to say Eddie? Okay, Eddie, we can say Eddie. We're back. So this is part 2. Make sure y'all share the video. Make sure y'all share everything. This is part 2. And on my last video, we left off on basically saying, like, how did he provoke them if they're the ones all in his face? Like, they're the ones, part 1 is up. If they're the ones all in his face, how is he provoking them? Part 1 is up, you guys. So let's get to it. So, but the next people that I go over, okay, well, y'all probably don't know the names of the other kids, so y'all won't mess me up. But y'all was messing me up by constantly putting his name in the chat. But I'm like, okay, if they put the name in the chat, they must know it. But anyways, okay, boom. Let's get back into it. So, okay, so he said that Melo was trying to escalate the situation and trying to provoke Austin into maybe starting a fight. Austin was calm, and then he started to get aggressive. He said that Carmelo was provoking. He said Austin leaned in and Carmelo stabbed him. The knife came from the backpack in Carmelo's lap. He had his hands in his backpack. He thought it was a bluff. And then this is when they started using the buzzwords. They said, why did you think that he was bluffing? So they're basically asking this witness, when Carmelo put his hands in his bag to insinuate, like, don't come over here and F around and find out. Why did you think that it was a bluff? And then this is the buzzword. We live in a safe area, and they don't see anything like that. And then so they said that he heard the knife fall because he just heard like a clunk. And Carmelo jumps out the tent and runs a little. Austin, while Carmelo was like running, Austin like revealed that he had got stabbed. He lifted up his shirt and then he fell down the bleachers onto his back, then lifted up his shirt, that, there was a bloody stain. And it says, he was thinking like, I got to get up and see what happened. And he pulled out his phone and he called the ambulance. And they wanted to know, like, okay, so what kind of push was this? Was it a heavy push? Was it a light push? Like, what was it? And then he says, it was a light shove or a hard shove. I would say it was in between. Hunter was at the bottom of the tent and not involved with any of this. And nobody ganged up on Carmelo or anything. He went to the bottom of the bleachers and ran onto the track when he left. He says that he called 911 while following Carmelo. And then he hung up with 911. And then he went to his bus and called his mom. Then a police got him and got him to the field for an interview. Shows where it happened and where he sat on the bleachers. He was close enough he could have reached out and touched either Melo or Austin. And then they played his 911 call. So on his 911 call, he says, my friend just got stabbed. And then they wanted to know, well, who did he get stabbed by? And then he says, he was wearing a gray essential hoodie. He's black. He's wearing blue sweats. He was stabbed in his chest. Austin got stabbed in the chest. Yeah, he is with a coach. We're all walking to our buses. And then he said, yes, ma'am, everyone is being evacuated out the stadium. And then they said, you remember that call? He said, yes, sir. Hard to listen to, hard day. And then he said, yeah, it was a hard day. It says, he showed a video of them enter with another kid from a different school with the twins into the stadium. And then it showed a picture of him and his friend following Carmelo out. So they showed like a freeze frame of the surveillance where they were like running after Carmelo and walking him out. It says, did Melo tell Austin what he would have to do to get him to leave the tent? He said, only thing I remember, he said, is touch me and find out. And then they wanted to know, do you see Carmelo in court? So when they're doing this testimony, it was right after they had played the 911 call of the student calling to report that, that their friend just got stabbed. Now, when they played that 911 call that the teammate did, I noticed that the Metcalf family was crying. And then I wrote a note and I said, jurors are looking at the Metcalfs while they're crying. because they was like looking over and looking at them while they're crying. It says, So it says, who was the one who was provoking? They said Carmelo was provoking. And then they said, what did you do the next day after the incident happened? They said the next day after the incident happened, they all went to Austin's favorite restaurant. So when they said that they went to Austin's favorite restaurant, then his mama really started, crying or whatever. And the jurors was like looking and observing. And then it was time for cross by the defense. It says, you were asked if one of the students can go under the tent, and you said probably not. It says, our coach wouldn't like it. They might be able to walk by, but coach says, no, don't let anyone in our tent. And then they wanted to know, okay, so where was Melo sitting in your tent? He said that Melo was sitting outside of the tent. So they had a tent, and then according to this witness, Melo was outside of the tent. Okay. So then they showed him this big diagram of the stadium blown up. And then he says that Melo and Eddie were both sitting outside of the tent. And then they said, if he was outside of the tent, then what's the problem? And the guy said, well, I guess it was just he was in the relative area. You remember him not even being in the tent. You pretty sure of that? He says, Hunter stayed more at the bottom and Austin was more towards the top. Austin came up the bleachers. At some point, he turned around and Melo was there sitting down outside the tent. He saw them sitting and talking, having a friendly convo, just having a convo. I don't remember if they looked like they were having an argument, but I don't think so. The first person to talk to Melo, somebody said, we shouldn't have people over here. He said, my name is Melo. He was asked to leave and then he got upset. Then they wanted to know if Eddie said anything like, okay, so when all of these people are confronting Carmelo, did Eddie say anything? Did he say like, this is my friend, y'all, you know what I mean, or anything? Did he say anything? They said Eddie didn't say nothing. So mind you, at this point, Carmelo and Eddie done hung out several times. You get what I'm saying? So Eddie clearly was a buster, like a little twerk. How do you say? Not a little twerk, but a little, what's the T word I'm looking for? Like a little twerk, he was a little buster. You've been kicking it with this boy. Y'all been cool. Y'all ain't had no bad vibes. Y'all ain't had no argument. He come dap you up, and then people talking to him sideways, and you don't even open up your mouth enough. Like you don't have the cojones. A little twerk. Yeah, there we go. Like you don't even have the cojones to tell your friends, this is my friend, or this is such and such girlfriend, boyfriend, or whatever. Like, oh, this is my cousin boyfriend. Because the girl that Carmelo dates, he called her his cousin. So scary. There you go. Little scary, little twerp. You chilling with this boy. Y'all got all these pictures. Y'all doing family functions. And
yeah, I'm just listening. And I didn't even realize that this is part 2. This is part 2 to, I ain't even realized it until I went and looked at it. Because, I got the screen covered up. But I'm so into listening to it. This is part 2, y'all. So we should be almost done. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see how long part 2 is. Let's see. It's an hour and 14 minutes. We 12 minutes in. So let's listen, y'all. I'm listening. I ain't looking at y'all comment. Hold on. Oh, okay. I saw that one. Okay, y'all.
And people are pressing him, and you don't even have the balls to say, like, chill, this is my cousin's boyfriend. Half the students didn't even know that Eddie and him was cool like that, because Eddie just sitting there while they pressing him, and he know dang well the only reason why he over there is because he was coming to talk to him. With friends like that or associates like that, who need enemies? Somebody said peer pressure and trying to fit in. I mean, I get it. Like there's peer pressure and then there's busters. I don't know. Like, I feel like, I don't know, like the way that I'm raising my daughter, I'm just like trying to raise her with integrity. Like I can't see somebody going to say hi to my daughter at school, and my daughter just barely turned 13. And then they ganging up on a kid, and my daughter don't at least say, well, no, I don't know. I don't know what kids will do. I can't speak exactly for what my child would do, but I just would hope that, you know what I mean? She got enough integrity to at least say, oh, well, such and such came to say hi to
Can
me,
you hear
but
me?
you know, well, all right, like at the very least,
I
he could have been like, he could have
Uh,
been.
I hear you. What's up?
I was saying I had missed like 3 or 4 minutes in that last 5 minutes here. So is my theory in the chat correct that was Eddie the one being bullied by these white boys beforehand, and Carmelo came over to help him?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I went to the other room for a minute. Did you hear something like that? Because I didn't hear it.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out because when a few minutes back, like 10 minutes ago, I started getting this picture in my head.
You picture in your head.
Yeah,
Okay, let
yeah,
me
she
go
was.
back. You say you missed the last. Let me go back. All right, I'm gonna go back so we can hear.
Ambulance, and they
I'm
wanted
gonna
to.
go back.
OMG, this is part two.
I
Hopefully,
went
I
all the way
didn't
back
lose
to the
you.
beginning of
But
part
this
two.
is my commentary for the last 2 days in the Carmelo Anthony trial. I was cut off on my last live because, baby, I was like, ooh, I don't know, but let's get to it. Anyways, so the last live was part one. I was on live for 2 hours and 30 minutes. This is part two. So in part one, we go over the testimony of the paramedic that came on the scene, the officer that was trying to downplay Carmelo's emotion. We went over the criminalist that testified. We went over one of the boys that, you know, gave their testimony, and now we are back. Hopefully you guys find this live. Okay, we're getting back into the groove. Also, while I was briefly gone, I wanted to see if like people were reporting the main guy's name. And so so according to Fox 7, they are listing Eddie as being 18 years old, and they are listing his name over here. So let's see. 16-year-old athlete, and they put, where did I see it at? Anyways, it was on here. Oh, right here. Defense attorney began examining Eddie Parra. So on Fox 7, we see that they're listing him, they're naming him, so I can name him. I was like, oh my God, like, was I supposed to say Eddie? Okay, Eddie, we can say Eddie. We're back. So this is part two. Make sure y'all share the video. Make sure y'all share everything. This is part two. And on my last video, we left off on basically saying, like, how did he provoke them if they're the ones all in his face? Like, they're the ones, part one is up. If they're the ones all in his face, how is he provoking them? Part one is up, you guys. So let's get to it. So, but the next people that I go over, okay, well, y'all probably don't know the names of the other kids, so y'all won't mess me up. But y'all was messing me up by constantly putting his name in the chat. But I'm like, okay, if they put the name in the chat, they must know it. But anyways, okay, boom. Let's get back into it. So, okay, so he said that Melo was trying to escalate the situation and trying to provoke Austin into maybe starting a fight. Austin was calm, and then he started to get aggressive. He said that Carmelo was provoking. He said Austin leaned in and Carmelo stabbed him. The knife came from the backpack in Carmelo's lap. He had his hands in his backpack. He thought it was a bluff. And then this is when they started using the buzzwords. They said, why did you think that he was bluffing? So they're basically asking this witness, when Carmelo put his hands in his bag to insinuate, like, you know, don't come over here and F around and find out. Why did you think that it was a bluff? And then this is the buzzword. We live in a safe area, and they don't see anything like that. And then so they said that he heard the knife fall because he just heard like a clunk. And Carmelo jumps out the tent and runs a little. Austin, while Carmelo was like running, Austin like revealed that he had got stabbed. He lifted up his shirt and then he fell down the bleachers onto his back, then lifted up his shirt. That, you know, there was a bloody stain, and it says he was thinking like, I gotta get up and see what happened. And he pulled out his phone and he called the ambulance. And they wanted to know, like, okay, so what kind of push was this? Was it a heavy push? Was it a light push? You know, like, what was it? And then he says, it was a light shove or a hard shove. I would say it was in between. Hunter was at the bottom of the tent and not involved with any of this. And nobody ganged up on Carmelo or anything. He went to the bottom of the bleachers and ran onto the track when he left. He says that he called 911 while following Carmelo. And then he hung up with 911. And then he went to his bus and called his mom. Then a police got him and got him to the field for an interview. shows where it happened and where he sat on the bleachers. He was close enough he could have reached out and touched either Melo or Austin. And then they played his 911 call. So on his 911 call, he says, my friend just got stabbed. And then they wanted to know, well, who did he get stabbed by? And then he says, he was wearing a gray essential hoodie. He's black. He's wearing blue sweats. He was stabbed in his chest. Austin got stabbed in the chest. Yeah, he is with a coach. We're all walking to our buses. And then he said, yes, ma'am, everyone is being evacuated out the stadium. And then they said, you remember that call? He said, yes, sir. Hard to listen to. Hard day. And then he said, yeah, it was a hard day. It says, he showed a video of them enter with another kid from a different school with the twins into the stadium. And then it showed a picture of him and his friend following Carmelo out. So they showed like a freeze frame of the surveillance where they were like running after Carmelo and walking him out. It says, did Melo tell Austin what he would have to do to get him to leave the tent? He said, only thing I remember, he said, is touch me and find out. And then they wanted to know, do you see Carmelo in court? So when they're doing this testimony, it was right after they had played the 911 call of the student calling to report that, that their friend just got stabbed. Now, when they played that 911 call that the teammate did, I noticed that the Metcalf family was crying. And then I wrote a note and I said, jurors are looking at the Metcalfs while they're crying. Because they was like looking over and looking at them while they're crying. It says, So it says, who was the one who was provoking? They said Carmelo was provoking. And then they said, what did you do the next day after the incident happened? They said the next day after the incident happened, they all went to Austin's favorite restaurant. So when they said that they went to Austin's favorite restaurant, then his mama really started, crying or whatever. And the jurors was like looking and observing. And then it was time for cross by the defense. It says, you were asked if one of the students can go under the tent, and you said probably not. It says, our coach wouldn't like it. They might be able to walk by, but coach says, no, don't let anyone in our tent. And then they wanted to know, okay, so where was Melo sitting in your tent? He said that Melo was sitting outside of the tent. So they had a tent, and then according to this witness, Melo was outside of the tent. Okay. So then they showed him this big diagram of the stadium blown up. And then he says that Melo and Eddie were both sitting outside of the tent. And then they said, if he was outside of the tent, then what's the problem? And the guy said, well, I guess it was just he was in the relative area. You remember him not even being in the tent. You pretty sure of that? He says, Hunter stayed more at the bottom and Austin was more towards the top. Austin came up the bleachers. At some point, he turned around and Melo was there sitting down outside the tent. He saw them sitting and talking, having a friendly convo, just having a convo. I don't remember if they looked like they were having an argument, but I don't think so. The first person to talk to Melo, somebody said, we shouldn't have people over here. He said, my name is Melo. He was asked to leave and then he got upset. Then they wanted to know if Eddie said anything like, okay, so when all of these people are confronting Carmelo, did Eddie say anything? Did he say like, this is my friend, y'all, you know what I mean, or anything? Did he say anything? They said Eddie didn't say nothing. So mind you, at this point, Carmelo and Eddie done hung out several times. You get what I'm saying? So Eddie clearly was a buster, like a little twerk. How do you say? Not a little twerk, but a little, what's the T word I'm looking for? Like a little twerk, he was a little buster. You've been kicking it with this boy. Y'all been cool. Y'all ain't had no bad vibes. Y'all ain't had no argument. He come dap you up and then people talking to him sideways and you don't even open up your mouth enough. Like you don't have the cojones, a little twerk. Yeah, there we go. Like you don't even have the cojones to tell your friends, this is my friend, or this is such and such girlfriend, boyfriend, or, whatever. Like, oh, this is my cousin boyfriend. Because the girl that Carmelo dates, he called her his cousin. So scary. There you go. Little scary, little twerp. You chilling with this boy. Y'all got all these pictures. Y'all doing family functions. And then people are pressing him. And you don't even have the balls to say, like, chill. This is my cousin's boyfriend. Half the students didn't even know that Eddie and him was cool like that because Eddie just sitting there while they pressing him, and he know dang well the only reason why he over there is because he was coming to talk to him. With friends like that or associates like that, who need enemies? Somebody said peer pressure and trying to fit in. I mean, I get it. Like there's peer pressure and then there's busters. I don't know. Like, I feel like, I don't know, like the way that I'm raising my daughter, I'm just like trying to raise her with integrity. Like I can't see somebody going to say hi to my daughter at school, and my daughter just barely turned 13. And then they ganging up on a kid, and my daughter don't at least say, well, no, you know, I don't know. I don't know what kids will do. I can't speak exactly for what my child would do, but I just would hope that, you know what I mean? She got enough integrity to at least say, oh, well, you know, such and such came to say hi to me, but you know, well, all right, like at the very least, he could have been like, when they start asking him like, oh, who are you and woo, he could have been like, all right, or like de-escalated it. He could have de-escalated it, but instead he escalated it. He act like he was recording it with his phone. He was laughing. He was joining in on them, calling his bluff like a little punk. Like his family, like, I don't know. They didn't teach him, like, I don't know if they didn't teach him integrity, but they just taught, like, he just instigated everything, you know, even more. Instead of saying, hey guys, chill, because these are his friends, his teammates. Hey guys, chill. Like, all right, Mello, I'll see you later. Like, or walking Mello away from the tent, like, oh, they tripping. Like, here, like, you know, and walk him up the bleacher or something. Like, he didn't de-escalate. He didn't say anything. He didn't like nothing. Like, he just let them press him. So that's why I'm thinking it got to be more to it. Like, either he jealous of Carmelo because he's dating the so-called cousin that ain't his blood cousin, but he just met the girl a couple years ago and now he calling her cousin. Or what is it? It's something like, because that type of betrayal, you had to been jealous or feeling some type of way the whole time. So, you said you think that he recorded it. We'll never know. The police did not do a proper investigation of that phone, so we don't know. So anyways, where we go? Oh, so they wanted to know if, hold on. Okay, so they was like, okay, so while they get into it, how long did it go for? They said it go for a couple of minutes. Austin stood up. When people asked him to leave and he wouldn't, Mello was sitting down and Austin stood up. They said, he might have also said, make me leave after touch me and find out. Because they're like, okay, so what all did Carmelo say? And he's like, well, he probably said, make me leave. But he didn't do that. Like, I'm being extra by doing that. He didn't do that. But he said they probably said, make me leave. And then, or he probably said, touch me and find out. I don't remember. So he said, okay, so what happened next after they was getting into it? And Mello either said, make me leave or touch me and find out. He said Mello unzipped his bag and put his hand in it. Austin was 3 bleachers in the front of him. Mello said, touch me and find out. And so when he said, touch me and find out, Austin thought it was a bluff, but he made it obvious his hand was in the backpack. But he took it as like it could have been a threat or it could have been a warning. Some boys said they don't think he got anything in the bag. Austin said, we are from Frisco. You don't have anything in there. He got up and was a bleacher in front of him, telling him, you need to go. They both got more angry. Carmelo was still sitting down, and Austin got close enough to push him. He used 2 hands by his shoulders, and he said he was a few feet away. So this witness and several other witnesses, basically, like, there's truths and then there's lies. Like, you have to go through all of their testimony to see what lines up and is exact. What majority of them say is Austin was like a few bleachers away, and then he walked up on Carmelo. So as he's walking up on Carmelo, Carmelo got his hand in his bag, and then he come up, Carmelo still sitting down or whatever, and then he push him, and then Carmelo, boop, do him like that. So they said Mello said, touch me and find out. They thought it was a bluff, but he made it obvious his hand was in his backpack. It could have been a threat or a warning. Some boys said they don't think he got anything in the bag. Austin said, we are in Frisco. You don't have anything in there. He got up and was a bleacher in front of him, telling him, you need to go. They both got more angry. Carmelo was still sitting down, and Austin got close enough to push him. He used 2 hands by his shoulders, and he was a few feet back. And then they said, so you saw Mello lean and go back and saw emotion? They said they seen him lean back, and then his hand went forward. So they're like, Mello went back, but as he went back, it was like he pushed him, and at the same time he pushed him, boom, like it was like simultaneously, like as he was pushing him, Mello was stabbing. Like, you know, he's walking up on Mello, and Mello got his hand in his bag. So right as he's pushing, Mello is like, you know what I mean? Like the same time type of thing, to where many of the kids didn't even see him stab him because it was so quick. He said it all happened quickly, so quickly that he didn't even see the knife. All right. So the next witness is a Black kid. He's 18 years old, Jalen. And he's the class of 2026. He's off to college in the fall. He graduated from Memorial. They were like, oh, point out your dad in the back. And then the prosecution made his dad stand up. So each of the kids who testified, or barely adults, they would all get one parent to kind of chaperone them while they kind of testify and sit in the back. So when the parents would come, they would make the parents like, you know, wave, or, you know, out of all the parents, like they was making them wave and stuff, but they made this Black boy daddy stand up. I'm like, we see the boy Black. We don't need this Black daddy to stand up. You got all the other parents just waving that they in the back. But this was like showing that this is a Black kid. I don't know if that's what his purpose was, but I don't know. It was interesting. So anyways, I put, you know, he was the 18-year-old Black kid. He was the class of 2026, off to college in the fall, graduated from Memorial. He points his dad in the back, and then they make his dad stand up. They wanted to know like how good he was in track. He said that he was pretty fast. And then they wanted him to describe their coach in one word. And then he said he describes his coach as serious. And then they wanted to know if he knew Metcalf's, the twins, Austin and Hunter. And he said he was closer friends to Hunter. So then they was like, oh, did you know that your mom, like, oh, so, you know, they were like, oh, your mom is a doctor. And like, did you know that she was the pediatrician for the Metcalf brothers? So, you know, they showing like, look, jury, he like, they're not racist. Look, like he's Black. His mom's a doctor. And well, what do you know? Your mom is she was the pediatrician for the Metcalf brothers, right? Because like, y'all ain't asked like none of these other kids what they occupation, like their parents' occupation. But he wanted to point out that this Black kid, mama is Black. Somebody said, is his mom Black? Yeah, this kid was fully Black. Like he was all Black. Like he wasn't a mixed kid. He was all Black. So anyways, so they wanted him to know that the mom was a pediatrician for the Metcalf brothers. And then so they wanted to know like, how did his morning start? He said he got to the bus around 8:30. Austin was there. Hunter was late. It was lightly drizzling at first. And then closer to the stabbing, it was raining harder. Some of the athletes were on the field warming up. He was under the tent scrolling on TikTok. He said Austin was the only one standing up when the actual stabbing happened. Everyone else was sitting down. Says he came to the top, through the top of the bleachers, and sat next to Eddie. They wanted to know, well, like when he came to the bleachers and he came to y'all tent, like, was this suspicious? He said he thought that it was suspicious because a random kid was coming up there solo. They wanted to know what he was wearing. He was wearing an Essentials hoodie. Says it was suspicious and came out of nowhere. He didn't come with anybody, and he didn't have any friends or anyone. They said, you remember Eddie? He was to the right of Carmelo. You didn't see him talking? He says he was scrolling on his phone. So he didn't know that Carmelo even had friends over there. He don't know why he over there. He said a lot of people were asking why he under there. Then more people asked, did they know who he is? And Austin asked him to leave. Austin was just informing him he has to get out the tent. Nobody knows him. Melo wasn't budging. It got more serious. Can you imagine? You came up to the tent to say hello to a boy that you have been hanging out with for the last 4 months, or even more than 4 months, right? He done went on a double date, like him, Eddie, the girlfriend, and another girl. They went on a 2-man double date. They didn't have family outing gatherings. They didn't have all of these interactions where he's hanging out with him. And then you go to say what's up to him. Somebody say, hey, you need to get out of here. Don't nobody know you. And the boy that you know don't even say nothing. I feel like if I was him, like that would piss me off in itself. Like, you really gonna not say nothing, like, and then like I feel like I'm like more of the principal type. Like it's the principal for me. Like that would piss me off. Like Eddie would have pissed me smooth off, and then Austin talking to me. Oh yeah, and then other people trying to join in too. Y'all all trying to punk me. Like, can you imagine how he felt in that moment? Like, please, like, and then you're bigger than me, and then the one that's the biggest out of everybody is coming to me, and then the one that I came to dap up, he's like being sarcastic, like, oh yeah, you didn't have nothing in your bag, and pulling out the phone trying to egg it on. Eddie, you are 18 years old, and you need to, I don't know what you need to do. It's already failed. Like, I wouldn't even feel right. Like, I wouldn't even feel right in my heart to do somebody like that. I wouldn't even feel right doing that. Like, I don't know how. Part 1 is up, guys. Part 1 is up. I wouldn't even feel right doing somebody like that. That's crazy. Hold on. Let me put a link to part 2 on part 1. All right. Somebody said, question. Right. All Eddie had to do was vouch and say, nah, he cool. Like, I'll tell him to go or something like that. Somebody said, is Eddie black? Eddie to me looked mixed. Eddie's mom was in the court. She looked like Filipino, maybe. You said it's saying private. It's not private because people are leaving comments on it. You wouldn't be able to leave comments on it if it was private. Shout out to Seti Nash. Somebody just said, hear from Seti Nash. Shout out to Seti Nash for the shout out. All right. So back to what I was saying. So this we're on Jalen's testimony. So he said that a lot of people were asking why he under there. And then more people asked, did they know who he is? Austin asked him to leave. Austin was just informing him he has to get out the tent. And nobody knows him. Mello wasn't budging. It got more serious. They kept going back and forth. Austin addressed his hand in his backpack and that Mello was already knew what he was going to do in his body language. But so he was like, while Austin is confronting him, Mello already knew what the jig was. He already knew that if you mess with me, I feel like in his mind, he was thinking on a one-on-one, he felt like he was going to lose. And the only up he had was, you know what I mean? It's a sad situation. Let's see. So he said he wasn't budging, got more serious. They kept going back and forth. Austin addressed his hand in the backpack and that Mello he already knew what he was going to do in his body language. Nobody was worried about him and his hand in his bag. And Austin said, you have nothing in your bag. You're from Frisco. And we all laughed. Can you imagine? A group of football players is they trying to punk you. You telling them, like, don't come up on me. Like, I'm not, like, you better leave me alone. And y'all taunting him, talking about, you ain't got nothing in your bag. You from Frisco. Also trying to enforce that he's a punk. He's a buster. Like, boy, you're a little punk. Like, they didn't say that he was a little punk, but that's basically what they were saying by saying, you ain't got nothing in your bag. You from Frisco. And so he's sitting there like, don't fuck around and play with me. Like, leave me alone type. And he says that after that, they all laugh. So now he coming at me sideways. He's talking crap to me. He's significantly bigger than me. It's a whole bunch of boys in front of me. And then they're thinking it's funny and they're laughing. And then you got Eddie that's pulling out his phone and acting like he's recording. He said, and that's where I feel like that was one of those buzzwords. We didn't think he had nothing in his bag. You're from Frisco. And we all laughed. Austin kept the same tone the whole time. So you mean to tell me a boy that's a few bleachers away that's going to walk up on a boy and push him? He got his voice is just calm, monotone. He's so mad to where he want to get up and physically push the guy, but he calm the whole time and his tone is like, come on. So it says, nobody was worried about him. He didn't got nothing in his bag. He said Austin kept the same tone the whole time, just telling him to leave the tent. Austin was a leader. And then so they wanted to know what was Hunter doing. Hunter stayed out of it. He just watched. Austin grabbed Mello's hoodie and pushed him enough to get him up out of his seat, but not to seriously hurt him. So you're going to push me enough to get me out of my seat, but then try to downplay it as it's like, oh, but it wasn't really like, yeah, he pushed him enough to get him up out of his seat, but not to really hurt him though. He said he pushed him enough to get him up out of his seat, but not to seriously hurt him. And the push wasn't hard, but he didn't see the stabbing motion. It was so quick. He didn't know what happened. He saw him lift his shirt and the inside of the stabbing. Then they wanted to know, well, at this point, did Hunter get involved? He said Hunter didn't get involved. He was sitting to the left of Austin and below Melo, and all he remembers is just being in shock. After that, they went to the buses with Coach Ruiz. He said it didn't look like Austin was trying to pick a fight, but it looked like Melo was trying to pick a fight. Austin was bleachers behind, like he was a few bleachers down. Carmelo is sitting down the whole time. He walks up on him and push him, but it didn't look like he was trying to get in a fight. But it did look like Carmelo, who was sitting down the whole time, it did look like he was trying to get into a fight. And it appears that Carmelo was the one provoking him when Austin was the one that came at him sideways. It's like, okay. Make that make sense. Now, for me, it's like, okay. But to the media, they're like, oh, this proves that Carmelo was provoking him. Like, the kid said that Carmelo provoked him, so yep, he provoked him. And I don't give a damn what the kids say. That don't make logical sense. How he provoking, but y'all up on him? That's crazy. So anyways, if you guys are just tuning in, make sure to hit the like button. This is part 2. I went over a lot of details in part 1. This is a continuation of that live. So if you're on this live and you haven't seen the other live, go to part 1. And then once you finish with part 1, then come to part 2. We are breaking down everything in the Carmelo Anthony case and so much more. If you guys have not hit the like button, hit the like button. If you guys would like to donate to my social media travel fund, we are independent out here. It's Neek at Night Media on the Cash App. We would greatly appreciate it so much. And let's continue. So let's see. Okay, so he said it looked like Melo was trying to pick a fight. Melo did not look like he was unwilling to fight him. He was sitting the top right of the tent. Says the top of his backpack for Melo was open and he had his right hand in there. Nobody thought, oh, and this is when they said another buzzword. He said he had his hand in his bag, but nobody thought a knife would be at a track meet. If he got his hand in his bag, anything could be up in there. But they kept saying these buzzwords like, okay, like you got to hit this point. Like, you know what I mean? It just felt like you got to hit this point or hit that point. He had his hand in his bag, but nobody thought you would have a knife at a track meet. If somebody got their hand in their bag, you better think something wherever they are. You better think that they got something. Because let's not act like we in a world where there ain't kids bringing weapons to school. You ain't supposed to have a weapon at school, but kids is bringing them to campus. There's tons of school shootings. There's tons of weapon involved incidents. Like if somebody put their hand in their bag, you better think something. And the fact that all of them is acting like they didn't see, well, I didn't, like this is school. Like who would have a weapon? You're being disingenuous. And now I know that you're coached. So it says, they said they were at the track meet for an hour after the stabbing. He spoke to the police. He says, they said, did it look like self-defense? They was like, nah, it didn't look like it was self-defense. And then they said, no threatening talk from Hunter or Austin, says Melo was the aggressor. So the prosecution was like, was Austin or them threatening him? Nah, like there was no threatening talk. Who was the aggressor? Melo was the aggressor. So Cross, it says, so you said it was about an hour after the incident you spoke to the police? He said, yes, sir. They told you the body cam was on. They said, you said that you arrived around 8:30 and it was raining lightly at first, then harder closer to the stabbing, and that caused chaos. He said he noticed Melo get in a tent next to him and Eddie next to that. Melo came from the top of the stadium. He says that Melo was pretty close to him. They were knee to knee close, and Eddie was close to that. Were you aware that Centennial didn't have a tent that day? No, sir. You said, I don't remember him talking to anybody. Doesn't think he told the detective that Melo was talking and joking around. So he was like, okay, so he was like, oh yeah, he came to the tent. He didn't know nobody. He wasn't talking to nobody. But in his statement to the detective, he told the detective that when he saw Melo talking, he saw Melo laughing and joking around. So he made his statement to the detective 1 hour after the incident. So now a year later, he's claiming, oh, I don't know, didn't nobody know him? Like, we don't know why he was there. But that day that he made his statement to the cops, it says, you said that you saw him talking and joking around. I don't think I said that. Okay, so you're at the top corner, and he said, I think we had the most under any tent, the most people under any tent. And then he says, Austin and Hunter were near each other under the tent. So you remember saying he was joking around? See, and then this is when I'll be like, the kids came off so disingenuous to me. So he says, so you remember saying he was joking around, right? He gonna say, he said a singular joke. He told the detectives that before the incident, he was laughing and joking around. But now today, or not today, but yesterday when he took the stand, what he meant was that Carmelo told a singular joke. They said, well, Melo seemed normal and friendly when he first sat down. Yes, sir. You recall Melo saying, don't put your hands on me or something like that? Yes, sir. He said, so Austin stands up and you didn't notice the hand in the bag until Austin said something about it. And then he says, did Eddie stand up? He said, no, Eddie didn't stand up. Austin is calling Melo's bluff. That's how you saw it. Yeah, you can say that. Austin is down a row, but close enough. He just rotates his body to push him. Did you notice one of the other kids stood up? No, sir. Did you notice the other boy tell Austin, don't touch him? No, sir. So another kid down the line, I'm going to read his testimony. When Austin got up and acting like he was about to touch Carmelo, this other student told him, nah, don't touch him. Like, you know. And so they're asking this guy, well, did you notice when like this happened? Another student told him, don't touch him. He's talking about, nah, sir. Like, he didn't see all that. So how many kids did you guys have under the tent? He said that it was about 15 to 20 of them under the tent at the time. And he didn't know that Melo knew Eddie. Can you imagine the betrayal? Like how these kids didn't know that Melo knew Eddie, but they showed several pictures of Melo. Like when it got time for Eddie on the stand, they showed several pictures of him and Melo together. So can you imagine? You done hung out at Eddie's house. You got a picture with Eddie grandma. You got a picture with Eddie family. You done put basketball with the boy. Y'all done went on a 2-man double date. And kids don't even know y'all know each other because when they're coming at him sideways, you just standing there egging it on. So he said that it was about 15 to 20 kids under the tent at the time, and he didn't know that Melo knew Eddie. He says Hunter, he thinks was on his phone, but he let his brother handle it, and he only turned around at the end of the altercation. So his version is that Hunter wasn't involved at all. Like Hunter was sitting there, he was just looking on his phone while his brother is getting into it with somebody. And he just let Austin handle it, and he just on his phone. Now, some kids say Hunter was involved. Some kids say Hunter was, getting involved with it. And then other kids say Hunter had nothing to do with it at all. He didn't do nothing. He didn't say nothing. He didn't do nothing. He like nothing. So he said that Hunter was on his phone and he just let his brother handle it. And he turned around only at the end of the altercation. They said during the altercation, was Melo standing? He said when Austin goes to move, Melo stands as Austin is grabbing in an upward motion like a lineman drill. So they kept bringing up the type of push was like a lineman drill. Let me look up what is a lineman drill and what does that look like? How to do a lineman drill. All right, and for the girlies that don't watch sports like me, they kept saying that the thing that he did was like a lineman drill. So let's look up for the girlies that don't watch sports what that is.
With your hands. In run game situation, you want to work on getting full extension with your arms. Here's the best.
We're going to mute it. He said you start on your knees and you go ahead, put your partner leans forward, you put him in a position. And so that's like a lineman drill. Okay. So they kept describing that the push was like a lineman drill. Okay. So he said, when Austin goes to move, Melo stands up as Austin is grabbing in an upward motion like a lineman drill. And then they said, okay, so what happened after the stabbing? He saw Melo afterwards on the field with a coach. And then they said, well, when you guys were on the bus, did y'all find Carmelo's Instagram? He said yes, and he was excused. The next witness is a 16-year-old boy. He is still in high school, and next year is going to be his junior year. Okay, so it says he plays track and football. He does so we're on to the next witness. He's a 16-year-old that's still in school. All right, so he played track and he's running hurdles. He goes to Memorial High School. He knew both twins. It says, what do you first remember? We took a bus. It was raining, yet it was muggy outside. Walked outside to set up the tent. It has their logo and like it was like their home base. And he says that they called some down to the field for the 1600 and everyone else was just chilling. Nothing unusual before the stabbing except the rain. It wasn't bad until after the stabbing. So they was trying to ask him like to set the stage. And then he's like, okay, like we go under the tent. We just chilling under the tent. Some kids went and they got to do like their event, their track events. And then some kids were, hold on, where was I at? Some kids were just chilling under the tent. And then so they was like, okay, so how was the weather? Oh, it didn't get bad until after the stabbing. Mello walked up and sat in our tent. I was questioning why he was at our tent, and I thought maybe he was friends with someone. So it could have been all good. He's not from Memorial, so it's weird. Others, and then so they wanted to know, like, okay, so like, did you have a problem with him coming to the tent? And he was like, well, I thought maybe he probably knew someone, so I thought it was cool, you know, like I thought it was all good. And then they wanted to know like if that happened before or if he was like speaking to Eddie. He says him and Eddie might have said hi. Everyone questioned why he was over here. Maybe he knew Eddie, but not much. Austin took the lead to take this guy out of our tent. Austin asked, he stated multiple times, he had something in his bag and had his hand in the bag and stabbed him as he pushed him. He says he didn't have a combo about, it says Austin was frustrated. Mello was frustrated. It could have been as easy as him leaving the tent, but he pulled a knife out of his backpack. And they wanted to know, okay, so what kind of push was it? When Austin went up there to push him, what kind of push did he push? He said that it was a light push to the shoulder, just a light push to the shoulder, and it wasn't anything major. They said it was similar to like a lineman drill. He said it was less than that. Said it was a one-hand nudge. And then they said, are you sure about that? He said he was sure about that. It was a lot of, why are you under this tent? It wasn't aggressive until he decided not to listen. So them calling him out and telling him he needs to leave, he don't belong there, he needs to get to stepping, that wasn't aggressive. It only became aggressive because he didn't want to leave. So it says he decided not to listen, and as it escalated, his tone got more aggressive. Austin, so then they want to know, what was Austin's demeanor? Like, how was he? What was his vibe? He said Austin was a little frustrated, but it wasn't like he was trying to start something. Austin wanted him out of there, and if it came to fighting him, that's what he was going to do. He said Austin wanted him out of there, and if it came to fighting him, that's what he was going to do. They said, did it surprise you about him having a weapon at a track meet? So then this is when they say they buzzword. Would it surprise you that he had a weapon at a track meet? He says, I would never think anyone would have a knife at a track meet. I wrote, very coached answer. That's the, like, I would never think somebody would have a knife at a track meet. I put very coached answer. He says, Austin jumps up saying, I got stabbed. Mello jumps up and throws the knife. Hunter is right beside Austin. He wasn't involved much once it happened. He got involved and held Austin. And then they were like, okay, so normally when there's a fight about to happen, kids get rowdy. They start acting like they're recording or whatever. Like, what do you think about fight videos? And when, you know, kids like act like they like recording a fight and all that. He said he thinks that fight videos are funny, but nobody under the tent saw this coming. He told them where the knife was, and they took him straight to the police station. They wanted to know, like, how did Carmelo get out the tent? They said it was a walk, then jog, then walk, and then he was calm. And then they wanted to know, what was Carmelo trying to do? Like, was he trying to escape or something when he was doing this? And then he said that he think he was just trying to get away from the other athletes and police. did anyone point him out to one of the heritage coaches? And what was Austin screamed, and he says, I got stabbed. And he says he didn't see the wound, but he saw the blood spot. And it says, well, in your opinion, was this stabbing done in self-defense? He said, no, sir. So according to you, who provoked it? Carmelo Anthony. So then it's time for the defense. And it says, they said he went to the station in the interview room and made notes in his phone after the police station. Waiting for the interview, he was able to text friends that now, and that's how he found out that Austin had died. They said, you do recall him getting in a tent? Yes, sir. He came up on the left side, said it gave the impression they knew each other and they dabbed each other up. So it says him speaking to Eddie, it gave the impression that they knew each other. They says, did Eddie say anything when he was being questioned? He doesn't remember if Eddie said anything. He said, well, you told the detective that both Hunter and Austin asked him to leave. He says he don't remember that. So he got amnesia, okay? But he told the detective that Austin was telling him he needs to leave, and so was Hunter. But now on the stand, I don't remember. He don't remember. It says, well, let me refresh your memory or whatever. He says, they showed him things, says, this, like, you don't remember him saying his name was Mello? No, sir. And then so he like, so what happened? They might have used curse words, but he don't remember because they wanted to know, like, did he use any curse words? Was it like, what was it given? He said, Austin was 6 feet from Mello. Hunter was right next to Austin. Carmelo told him, he was told him several times he had something in his backpack. Mello said, you're going to have to move me. No one believed he had something in his bag. Mello was sitting down. When Austin stood up, he was one row above Austin and reached across to push him. They said, did you see how big Mello was? About 5'9", 140 or 150. Well, Austin is over 200 pounds and 6'1". Austin was bigger than, and then he said, Austin was bigger than Hunter, about 50 or 60 pounds heavier than Mello. He said Austin could have possibly looked intimidating because he was like trying to paint the scene like, okay, Carmelo is small, he's big. Like, do you think he could have looked intimidating to him? And he says that Austin could have possibly looked, intimidating to somebody smaller. Says the push didn't knock Mello off balance. Says the force didn't make Mello come out of his seat. He walked up afterwards to throw the knife down, and he didn't see Mello running after. So then they were done with him and got on to the next. So the next is a 17-year-old black boy, and he too had the yellow stress ball. Okay. Somebody said, Neek, were there many objections? No. I was expecting that there was going to be a lot of objections, sustain, objection, whatever, sustain. There hasn't been a lot of objections. I feel like a lot of stuff they kind of already fleshed out through the pretrial motions because there hasn't been a lot of objections. Like, so they said, so he walks in, he's a black boy, he's 17 years old, and he also has a stress ball in his hand. And then the prosecution wanted to know about the stress ball. And he said, they all have their own stress ball. He's still in high school. He graduates next year. His mom and one of his sisters was also at the track meet. His mom was working. He recently lost his dad because they were like, okay, so you had a significant event like recently, or I forget the words that they used, but they were like, you have a tragedy that just recently happened. And he said, yeah, I lost my dad. And then they wanted to know, how did he lose his dad? He said his dad was murdered by some man recently. And then they wanted to know what position he plays in football. And he says that he plays running back in football and he was on a track team and says the coach star is strict. He rode to the stadium on the team bus and he did the long jump. He's not sure it started raining bad. So they got on the bus. So he went over there to warm up. So he went to get his shorts. He forgot them, went back to the tent. As he was putting on his shorts, he saw Austin talking to Mello. His sister had on a yellow poncho and Austin was asking him, who are you? And I agreed with Austin. Like, yeah, just leave. That's when he was trying to provoke Austin. So Austin said, just leave. He agreed with him and also told him that he needs to leave. But like, he wasn't the one provoking. Okay. Carmelo was trying to provoke him into a fight. It says, what kind of shove did Austin do? He said he did a light tap and he stabbed him. Stuff like this never happens, not at a track meet in Frisco. So they wanted to know, like, were you surprised that he had a weapon? And he said, stuff like this never happens at a track meet in Frisco. So then they wanted to know, like, what was his relation to the twins? It says the twins were my teammates and my leaders. Austin loss affected him. It was the one person who believed in him and pushed him to be great. So when he said that, I noticed that Austin mom's, like, she started to get like emotional in the courtroom and stuff like that. And so he said that he was very affected by the loss because he felt like Austin was the one person that believed in him. Okay. It says Austin, he pushed him to be great. He says, okay, so what was he saying? He said, Austin says, just leave. Austin says, I'm not going to fight you, Mello. And then they said, Mello had his hand in his bag. I didn't think nothing like this happened. We live in Frisco. This is a safe city. Did he provoke Austin? He provoked Austin. After him and his sister ran and walked back to see if Austin was okay after the stabbing, they said you could see Mello jump down, jog, then walk. Someone caught him. I don't think he was trying to run away, but I think he was trying to blend in with the crowd. His sister went to look for for his mom, and he didn't have his phone. It was in his book bag. His sister saw the stabbing. It shook his sister up worse than it shook me. And then they wanted to know, like, well, your sister was supposed to testify too, right? And then he says that she wasn't up to testifying. And then it says, well, we thought about asking your mom to testify as well. And then they said, well, she wasn't up for testifying either. So it says, Austin told him, I'm not going to fight you at a track meet. So he didn't think it was going to be anything. And they wanted to know, okay, so when this is going on, where's Hunter? Hunter was a couple steps behind Austin. He was just watching like everyone else was doing. And then they said, they wanted to know, did Mello stab Austin in self-defense? He said, no, sir. Who provoked this? Carmelo. Okay. And so it says, when you left and got shorts, the argument was already going on. He said, when you got back, Austin was talking to Carmelo. It wasn't no talking back and forth. When he got there, he was down at the bottom. Says Austin didn't touch him hard. He says, can you come up here? So they made him demonstrate how it was that he pushed him. And he says, a light tap with one hand on his shoulder. Then Carmelo stabbed him. Do you remember talking to the detective 1 hour after? Yes, sir. Do you remember they asked you what Mello did after? You said, I seen him after he ran to the top, then ran to a coach. You testified different that day about him running to a heritage coach. And then he said, well, he was trying to blend in. He's seen kids talk to other kids under their tent before. Yes, sir. So they was like, well, you've seen kids go to tents that are not their own before, right? He said, yes, sir. He says, our coach wanted us to get to know each other first. Never told them to throw a kid out. The coach is the one who normally answers that. And then they let him out. So then next to testify was a Black girl. And she went to Liberty High School. She didn't even go to the school that they went to. But because she was in the area when it happened, they called her because she said that she, has info. So she went to Liberty High School, but just graduated, headed to college. She has a twin sister. And they wanted to know if she had a strict upbringing. He was like, out of nowhere, he was like, you had a strict upbringing. And so she kind of looking like, why? Like, what are you talking about? He says, he said, no, sir. And then he says, your mom was a former prison guard. She was there with Liberty with the team and 2 tents, one for girls and one for the guys. It says 5.5 feet, rained off and on, rained hard for a couple of minutes, and then it drizzled after he saw the commotion. And they were like, and he saw a verbal argument, saw people, what does that say? People wanted a certain person to leave. She saw Austin and Mello have a verbal disagreement. It says, Carmelo said, if you want me to move, you would have to move me. By the time she looked back, she saw the incident. The stabbing affected her a bit. She said that Carmelo was more aggressive than Austin and said Austin didn't look like he was trying to fight. It happened on for a minute or 5 minutes or so. And before he looked away, he says, I hear a commotion because, and that's what caused her to look back. So this person didn't go to their school, but their tent was around in the area. It says, I heard his brother trying to find help for him. It says, then he started to cry and still having issues dealing with it. It's unfair and wrong, and thought that it had nothing to do with race. And he don't think for himself that it had anything to do with race. And that's that. So they went down to the police station to talk to the police. Said that Carmelo was trying to antagonize the others. She told the police what she heard people saying. And then it was time for the defense. And it says, you said you came and talked to Detective Adam after the event. Says she got back under the Liberty tent because it started raining. And she said, first thing she remembers is Carmelo being asked to leave the tent. It says, well, you told the detective that Carmelo was trying to get Austin to fight him and was going to beat him in a race. So he basically confronted her about lying to the police, saying that she heard something she didn't. She was relaying gossip to the detective as if it was her firsthand info. So then after that was a black kid, and we're going to continue the rest tomorrow. I'm finding myself kind of like getting tired now. So actually, okay, so it's just, let me see. All right, let me finish the next witness. So the next witness is a 17-year-old boy. He goes to Memorial High School. He has a twin brother. He plays football and track, and says Coach Starr is aggressive, because each kid, they wanted to ask, like, well, what kind of coach is Coach Starr? And they wanted to kind of like convey, like, he's strict, he's stern, he's militant and stuff like that. So this next witness, he's a 17-year-old black kid. And I found him to be the most solid, in my opinion. Like, he just testified like he had integrity. And it just didn't seem as much of like it was like a script like the other ones. Who is that on my page? So anyway, so the next witness is a 17-year-old black kid. He goes to Memorial High School and has a twin brother. He plays football and track, and he says Coach Starr is aggressive. They asked him if the coach liked him, and he said something like that. And the prosecutor said, I just wanted to see you smile. He says, we talk about the track meet. Austin was a team leader on the team and was friends with him, had a lot of friends on the track team. Him and another kid are friends, and they set up their tent, and then he had to change into his track attire. Everybody was under there because it began to like storm. It was him and another kid and a few other people. And he knows Hunter doesn't remember them under the tent. They came back from somewhere and they got back. Matter of fact, actually, before I do that one, I'm gonna come back tomorrow. Who are y'all arguing with in the comments? Yeah, y'all are a mess. So anyways, so I have a few more pages of the next witness, and then I have everything that we went over today. I'm gonna get a few hours of sleep to where I don't have to wake up like right away and get like 2 hours. So I'm gonna get a few hours of sleep, and then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna finish the rest. But I just wanted to cover as much as I could for y'all. I am tired, and I can feel myself like as I'm trying to get through the rest of it, I can feel myself like getting more and more and more tired. I want to convey everything as I witnessed it in the courtroom. So give me a few hours to sleep, and then I'm gonna come back and fill you guys in on the rest. All right. But so far, what do you guys think about the testimony? This is part 2 of the coverage that I did yesterday. And then tomorrow we're gonna cover what we went over, blah, 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 like that. If you guys are here and you made it this far, make sure you hit the like button. If you enjoy my coverage, make sure to tip your girl. I'm out here independent, and I need to drink some water. And tip the cookie jar, okay? And I'll catch y'all on the next one. I'm gonna get some rest because tomorrow's the first day where we don't have to be up. Like, I could get a few hours of sleep. So make sure to check part 1 and part 2. Justice for Carmelo. That's right, sir. Justice for Carmelo. Justice for Carmelo. Justice for Carmelo. Justice for Carmelo. Business. And that's what they need to know. They trying to dehumanize the child like he wasn't sitting under that tent, minding his business. He was not an aggressor. Carmelo was not an aggressor. He was minding his damn business when the boy
I free. Free the crowd. Free the free. I'm not gonna have to be will I free. Free the crowd. Free the free.
Causing division.
No.
Do you think that's what
But Jesus said, I did not come to bring peace. I came to bring a sword of division between the sheep and the goats. And right now, those who stand, and those, I'm not being a peacemaker, I'm being a sword of division between darkness and light. There can no be coexistence between the sinner and the saint. Till we sit at the same table and eat as the unrighteous. No.
Whenever we get to
That is not scripture.
These black folks who are in prison right now
Deserve to be there. Deserve to be there.
Breathing on you, loving on you, calling you a son of God.
I've ministered and baptized dozens of black men in prison. In prison. I have love for black people. But what I don't have love for is degenerate black culture. I do have love for black people. I'm calling. Listen, unless a man would be calling for the deportation of blacks, but I'm not. We are giving you the opportunity to raise yourselves up in a state of dignity again and coexist with the Americans before we can kick you out of our country.
I can guarantee you.
Behave and you're welcome in our society. Stop with the worshiping of Cardi B. Stop with the worshiping.
All right, what's up with the YouTube fam? I'm back again with another video right now. Look, if you're supporting other channel, you're rocking with the channel, you want me to start dropping videos like this as well, start hitting that like button. Just let me know that y'all rock with them and I'll keep them coming. But if I don't get a lot of engagement on it, I'm gonna keep on pushing to my regular content. But other than that, let's jump into this. Carmelo Anthony, he's basically in court fighting for his life right now. Before we move forward, I do want to say RIP to the victim in this case, because it is sad and unfortunate that he lost his life. But now we're going to move forward. It's been a lot of chaos and ruckus going on around the court building. Right?
Behave and you're welcome in our society. Stop with the worshiping of Cardi B. Stop with the worshiping of ball players. Stop with the worshiping of drug dealers, chief keeping all this bullshit. Return to Christ and you can be in our community.
I got an idea. How about me for a boxing match? Legally, me and you boxing match.
Focusing on the all-white jury selected in the case.
You lost! You lost!
Anthony is accused of fatally stabbing 17-year-old football star Austin Metcalf at a high school track meet in April of last year. Police say the confrontation started when Metcalf told Anthony he wasn't supposed to be in a team tent. Investigators say things quickly escalated, ending when Anthony pulled out a knife and stabbed Metcalf in the chest. The jury heard the emotional 911 calls and saw enhanced video from the track meet. Anthony has pleaded not guilty to murder. His defense told the jury that Metcalf struck first and Anthony reacted in a split second of fear and chaos. Prosecutors told the jury in opening that the case has nothing to do with race or self-defense. They say Metcalf was unarmed, that Anthony provoked a fight with someone he didn't know, and then pulled out a knife and carried out what they described as a, quote, sneak attack.
This whole court situation, which people are making it racial and it's going this type of way because of that and other reasons as well that we do know. But ultimately, man, you know, it's been a lot of different developments in the case. One of the things that I do see that has a lot of people in an uproar is that there is no black jurors that's presiding over this case. Now, with that being said, I do see the frustrations and shit like that, but they do that in a lot of different instances, you know. So I just want to say, with him being in McKinney, Texas, playing games like this, you know what I'm saying, it's not something that you would want to do, you know. And what I mean by playing games like this is just basically having so many different people having so many different things to say, and you out there causing problems and shit. Y'all better tighten up out there, man, because they don't play. But you know, for this whole case to have happened in McKinney, Texas, is very, very bad as well too, because they not playing, like I said. But ultimately, you know, a lot of different developments happened. One of the developments that has happened was the footage has been released. Right now, people are saying that it was clear as day that they jumped him and he had every right to defend himself. But with him having a pocket knife, throws a lot of different things out of the window. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna keep this shit all the way 1,000. If I lose a supporter here and there, that's cool. But I'm gonna keep it all the way 100 and balanced. Y'all know I'm known for that, and that's what I'm gonna continue being. For somebody to jump you, you definitely have every reason to protect yourself. But when you're in a school setting with a knife, you know, you look a certain way to certain people, right? Now, a lot of people were raised, especially, I ain't even gonna do all of that. Y'all know what I'm talking about when I say what I say, and if you can resonate with it, you can resonate with it. But a lot of people were taught.
What man said? I brought that room. Truth for the sleep. Speak quiet. LOL. Oh, there you go, man. There you go. Cause you know I didn't mean to play him, but we're gonna react to him though. Let me go to this channel and see if court started and see if hold on 1 minute, y'all. Hold on 1 minute. Don't start with me, man.
I'm seeing some crazy headlines popping up. I don't know what happened up in there today, but it looked like the defense had failed.
Okay, man, please don't say that, because for one, I can't go by what you say. I can't. I'm going to go look at it myself.
Yeah, I was just say what the headline say. I don't know what they talking about, but
Yeah,
oh
I'm
my.
waiting because I don't know why I saw that one channel. I don't know why they going on so late, but they supposed to be going on at 4 or 5 o'clock. But I'm gonna try to listen. But anyway, thank y'all so much for listening. Look, I didn't mean for it to go into Carlos King, but we're gonna watch his thing at the end of all of this. But anyway, it's been 2 hours. Oh my god. I'm supposed to be going live on the other channel. I will. All right, y'all. We're gonna get out of here. I thank y'all so much for supporting. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. Thank you, man.
Problem.
All right, y'all. I'll see y'all on the other side in a few minutes. Y'all be safe, be blessed, never stressed. And until next time, true citizens stay down, stand up. And we out. Y'all be good. See you later, man.